The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Zampa again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams it for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
The Parthenon of Athens is famous as a temple and a treasury, but is it also a crime scene? In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
It was a ransacking, I'm afraid.
From countries worldwide to museums and all kinds of strange places.
Join Mark Fennell on a new global quest.
It's about the theft of history itself.
The epic new season of Stuff the British Stole. Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Welcome to the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app.
Yes, hello and welcome wherever you're tuning in from. Ned Hall here in the host studio. And before too long, we will be heading off for Australia's first match in the Super 8 stage of the Cricket World Cup. Australia due to be taking on Bangladesh. That's getting underway in around half an hour from now, and it's taking place at North Sound is where the match will be played. So at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Australia taking on Bangladesh, having made it through to the knockout phase of the tournament in fine style, cruising through, winning every match. Maybe a bit of a scare last time out against Scotland, who flew out of the traps and posted a very challenging target for Australia. But they got the job done, got away with the win. And yes, Bangladesh, the first opponents, and backing up again on Sunday morning, same time, they'll be taking on Afghanistan. Both could potentially be a couple of tricky games on pitches that may be likely to take some spin. And Bangladesh have been in fine form through the tournament so far, while Afghanistan have caused a few upsets as well. No upset caused earlier on today by Afghanistan, though. They were in action in Australia's group against India. India winning that match by 47 runs. Afghanistan were all out for 134, and that was chasing 8 for 181. Now, Surya Kumar Yadav was named as the player of the match. He scored 53 off 28 deliveries, so a fine knock from him. Hardik Pandya also scored 32 and a couple of useful contributions from Rishabh Pant and a chap called Virat Kohli as well, 24 at a run of ball. However, with the ball, in dismissing Afghanistan for 134, 3 wickets apiece for Arshdeep Singh, and also 3 for Jasprit Bumrah, who off his 4 overs went for a total of 7 runs. So maybe feels a little hard done by that he wasn't named as player of the match. Obviously, the batters tend to get all the glory, but that's a fine bowling performance by Jasprit Bumrah. 3 for 7 he took off a full 4 overs, whilst Arshdeep Singh 3 for 36 off his 4 overs as well. But all the same, a very comprehensive victory for India in their first match in the Super 8, taking on Afghanistan, and a big win there. Now, just waiting to find out news on the Australian team. There are umbrellas up at the ground apparently at the moment. The toss may have been delayed, but it's not too far away, and the rain is fairly light inside the stadium. But just whilst we're waiting for the team to be named, interesting chat this week as well via cricket.com, the Cricket Australia official website, with Marcus Stoinis, who was a key player for Australia in that win against Scotland the other day, and you'd think a key player all round in the T20 format of the game. He was a big player for them at the One-Day International World Cup. He played 7 of the 10 matches, but didn't play in the final for Australia. This was a really interesting chat with Marcus Stoinis about his feelings on being left out of the One-Day International World Cup final that Australia went on to win, with Marcus Stoinis sitting on the sidelines watching on.
It is tough, won't lie. I think even the night before, I think we found out the night before, but it was super late. And yeah, obviously it was between me and Marnus, depending on the type of wicket that was going to be produced. And look, to be honest, it hurt a lot. But my relationship with Ron being so strong, that I've known him for a long time, and he's been so good to me, that not just out of respect for him, but it was easier coming from him. And the way we talk through it, and he's always super honest with me. I'm always super honest with him. We can have adult conversations, and almost like family sort of thing, where you have those strong conversations and move on, sort of thing. So, yeah, and like we all saw the wicket before, and it looked shocking. It played okay, but it looked, it didn't look great at all. So that did frustrate me, in that you would love to rock up to the World Cup with a belting wicket and go from there. So that frustrated me. But then that also means that I'm not frustrated at the coaches or anything like that. That sort of, I guess, speaks the volume of the bond that we've got in this group. So it was 100% hard. But I look, this is a hard one to say, because it can be taken the wrong way. But that success is brilliant. That success, the success of the team winning the World Test Championship, of winning the T20 World Cup the years before, it is all great, but you also move on very quickly. Like, it's not to say it's not to sound, whether it's sounding spoilt or whatever, or not thankful or whatever it is, but it's the fact that things move, and it's not like you go to bed at night thinking, oh, now I'm great, we won the T20 World Cup. I can now.
You do go to bed at night thinking you're great.
No, I do, but that's for different reasons. That's for day in, day out dedication. And because I sleep with a mirror on top of my bed.
That's Marcus Stoinis there talking to cricket.com about his disappointment on missing out on the one-day international World Cup final. Obviously very confident young individual. However, obviously it did sting him being left out on that, so he'll want to make sure that he is front and centre through the course of this tournament for the matches remaining, with Australia due to take on Bangladesh shortly. The covers are off the ground incidentally, however there may be slight delay on the toss. I'll keep you updated on that as I know more, and before we join in with our friends from the BBC, who will take you through the ball-by-ball commentary of the match. Now, of course, every single match at this tournament you will catch on ABC Sport Digital, or every match will be on the Listen app. Some matches over the weekend we won't be able to broadcast in their entirety due to our other commitments and the football codes, so the ABC Listen app is where you will hear every minute of every ball. Coming up overnight tonight, an absolute cracker getting underway at we'll be on air from 12:15, just after midnight Australian Eastern Standard Time. England against South Africa. That'll be an absolute cracker, with England bouncing back to form after a fairly tawdry group stage for them. They beat the West Indies by 8 wickets in their first match at the Super 8. South Africa had maybe a bit of a scare in their match against the USA, who got probably a bit closer to the victory target than the South Africans would have liked, but that match will be played at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St Lucia overnight tonight. And then tomorrow morning, the USA, the two host nations, the USA taking on the West Indies in Bridgetown, Kensington Oval. It'll be on Sport Digital Radio from 10:15 tomorrow morning, but the entirety of that match will be available via the ABC Listen app. And then, of course, Australia back in action again on Sunday morning, same time as this Sunday morning, taking on Afghanistan and St Vincent, the Arnos Vale cricket ground there. So matches coming thick and fast for Australia. Before overnight on Tuesday, they're taking on India. Huge match then, so a couple of day turnaround, and they're back in St Lucia to take on India once again. So matches really flying through at this stage of the tournament. The group stage feels like it goes on for a while, but before long, after that India match, then it's through into the semi-finals. So who are the likely semi-finalists? Well, Ed Cowan and Corbin Middlemass on the ABC Cricket Pod that's available every single Monday through the course of this tournament. They had this very discussion earlier on this week. Also, Corbin was asking Ed about how difficult these matches are against the two smaller nations in the group, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, on two pitches that are fairly likely to take some spin.
Yeah, I'm less interested in Bangladesh, and that game again against Afghanistan is a potential banana peel for the Aussies, who are playing good cricket. They're up and about. They've been in the conditions. I think, are now the tournament favourites, having seen India in the first week, albeit in conditions that are kind of hard to read through. So they're well placed. As we've touched on, it's going to be an interesting selection to see what happens depending on conditions, whether they play an extra spinner or not. Maybe Ellis can sneak in as well with his lower trajectory on the slow wicket. So it's well placed. We're going to learn a hell of a lot this week.
Give me your semi-finals. Who are the 4 teams that come out? So you'd expect Australia and India from their pool, with respect to Afghanistan and Bangladesh. And
I mean, I really liked South Africa in the lead up, and then their first game. I've gone a little cold post Nepal and post their game against Bangladesh. So I think it will be England and the West Indies.
That's Ed Cowan and Corbin Middlemass, and you can catch them on the ABC Cricket Pod. All your podcasts obviously available via the ABC Listen app. You'll have the ABC Tennis podcast available later on today, as well as the NRL Daily, Sport Daily, and the AFL Daily as well. And talking of the NRL and the AFL, a couple of matches on later on today. If you're listening on ABC Sport Digital Radio, you'll get Nesian Footy on from 3:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time, followed by Sport and Spice. And then this evening, in round 15 of the AFL, it's Carlton taking on Geelong, an absolute blockbuster at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling to take you through the action there. Whilst in the NRL this evening, it's the Dolphins taking on the Melbourne Storm. And of course, it's an origin round, so a few players missing from those sides, but a big weekend before another blockbuster at the MCG next Wednesday night, which is New South Wales taking on Queensland. So a big match coming up there as well in the State of Origin, and all available, of course, on ABC Local Radio and the ABC Listen app as well. In a few other bits of sporting news around the place, I can tell you that the European Championships, a win for Spain overnight. They've got through to the knockout stages with a 1-0 win against Italy. Close scoreline, but Spain very dominant in that match. Very impressive performance by them. Elsewhere, less impressive by England. They drew 1-1 against Denmark, took the lead in that match through Harry Kane, but the Danes scored a great long-range goal to level things up, and it ended as a 1-1 draw. The other match in that group saw Slovenia and Serbia also finish all square at full time, 1 apiece at the end of that match. So it's a fairly tight group. England still sitting on top of the pile and best placed to qualify for the next stage of that tournament. And the match is coming up tonight, another blockbuster match tomorrow. Be about 5 a.m. in the morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time. The Netherlands taking on France. Before that, though, there'll be Slovakia against the Ukraine and Poland against Austria. Meanwhile, in the world of tennis, big upset result at the Queen's Club, with the defending champion Carlos Alcaraz going out, beaten by Jack Draper in that match there in the opening stages. So defending champion crashing out against the British number 1, Jack Draper, the 22-year-old, winning in straight sets, 7-6, 6-3. And Carlos Alcaraz is out of that title. So a big win there for the British player at the expense of Alcaraz, fresh off the back of his victory at Roland Garros. So plenty coming up over the course of this weekend. We're not too far away now from heading off to our coverage of the match over in the West Indies, with Australia due to be taking on Bangladesh very shortly. As I say, the toss looks like it's been delayed a little bit due to some rain around earlier on in the day, but it looks like the covers are off the playing surface there, and we think we'll be underway more or less on time playing over there in St Lucia. Australia against Bangladesh coming up very shortly.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport...
I think this whole franchise has had to be tested by the idea that sometimes it's just really damn hard to win an NBA title.
And great conversation.
It is beautiful. You know, bridges going across it every few hundred meters. The only problem with it is it's pretty damn dirty at this point.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
It served up some great drama, but for golf.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app.
Ned Hall with you in the host studio. Very shortly we'll be crossing over to our commentary team from the BBC at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for Australia's opening match at the Super 8 stage of the tournament. Of course, playing in on Sunday and then in the early hours of the morning on Tuesday as well. That'll wrap up the Super 8 stage and then it's into the semi-finals. Australia looking to get underway with a win coming up against Bangladesh. Now, you'll hear every single ball of it right where you're listening right now. So now it's time to join in with our colleagues from the BBC over in St Lucia.
Good evening.
This is the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
Good evening. Welcome along. Test match special. We're bringing you coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh in the opening Super 8s match. They're playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Hello, welcome along. This is Kevin Howells with you. Paul Horton, former Lancashire and Leicestershire Sydney-born cricketer with us, BBC Sport chief cricket writer Stephan Shemilt, and the host of the Bangla Cricket podcast, Roushan also alongside me tonight. So it's a busy old one tonight. The toss, I can give you the main headline news of the toss. We're going to hear it in a moment or two's time. Australia have won the toss. They've elected to field here this evening. Where we're going to start here, just with the briefest of thoughts. I'm guessing, Paul, that we're on evidence so far of this competition, we're going probable Australia win. Do you think it's going to be easy for them, difficult for them? What's your overall thought as you were entering the den tonight to look ahead to this game? How do you think it's going to play out?
I do think we will head for an Australian win, but I don't think it's going to be easy for them. I think Bangladesh played some decent cricket. They're all hoping that their top order starts to fire a little bit more than it has done in other times and again in the competition. Their batting needs to turn up tonight if they're going to be successful, especially in the Super 8s and carry on further in the competition. They need to score some runs. I think this wicket is a lot better than some of the surfaces they've played on, so let's hope that suits Bangladesh and they can get some runs on the board and put Australia under some pressure.
Should point out, by the way, things just slightly delayed with the toss because there was rain, just about 20 minutes ago. It wasn't heavy, it didn't last long, but enough to put things back just a little. Roushan Alam, pleased to say, already fiery about why they took so long to get the toss done. Are you in that sort of a fighting, combative mood with us this evening?
I think so.
Good.
Bangladesh made it into Super 8s. This is further than they thought. They'd come out the group of death, and they found themselves in a even more group of death, if that's possible.
But emphasis seemingly in terms of concern over the batting.
100%, yeah. The top order has been brittle and time again in this tournament saved by a brilliant bowling attack. But against an attack like the Australians, they're going to need to fly to put enough runs on the board.
So what is your overall feeling? Do you come here with a little fear and trepidation, or as you usually do?
Yeah, I think so. It's inbuilt with anyone who follows Bangladesh cricket. But yeah, the top order has just not fired. They've had the entire group stage to do so, and it's hard to know what they need to do to fix it, really.
You have no offers of
they've shuffled the top order in this tournament. They've played against weaker opposition. They've did a run-up series against USA, and even then, I think it's in their heads, and I don't know whether that's going to improve tonight, but it's going to be key for them to actually get a result here.
Who are the standout performers for you from Australia there, Paul? I mean, Stoinis seems to be one that lots of people are talking about, and for me, and we watched quite a lot of Marcus Stoinis together with the Big Bash at times as well as the international stage, and he strikes me as one of these superly skilled, wonderful T20 cricketers, but as often with players looking for consistency. So we're looking at him now probably at his prime form, peak form in his career.
Yeah, and I think that happens. There's a lot of cricket at the moment, world cricket, isn't there, with these competitions? So these guys go from Indian Premier Leagues to World Cup competitions, and obviously the Big Bash at certain times, and all these. So, there's bound to be times where you have loss of form and things are going. As well. You've seen Maxwell come up with a loss of form, but then obviously storm back in another competition. These tends to dovetail a lot. Very hard to perform at your best every competition all around the world. There's a lot of cricket being played than there was a number of years ago, but he is having a wonderful competition. And in contrast to Bangladesh, Australia's top order is really firing. Their batting has been really solid. But if you look down the Australian lineup, it is a very, very experienced cricket team, isn't it? The likes of the team. And, Warner, how much cricket has Warner played? Head, Cummings, Stark, Josh Hazlewood, Stoinis, Glenn Maxwell, Tim David there. There's no progressing young players in that side, isn't
fully
it?
established, yeah. More on that in a moment or two's time. We can now get a little bit more detail and actually hear what took place at the toss, which was just a few moments ago, and leading it all for us was Pommy Mbangwa.
Right, time for the toss then, and let me introduce everybody who's alongside. I'll start off with Sir Richie Richardson, who is former captain of the West Indies and the ICC match referee. Najmul Hussain Shanto is here as captain of Bangladesh. Mitchell Marsh is captain of Australia. Mitch, you've got the coin.
Head. We're going to bowl first.
It's tails. You're going to stay on that spot, and you win. What are you going to do and why, Mitch?
We're going to bowl first. It looks a decent wicket. I don't think it'll change too much over the 40 overs, and yeah, hopefully we can get stuck into it.
And as far as conditions are concerned, and having been here before, how much have you gleaned out of playing here?
I think it's always nice to get, I guess, somewhat used to the conditions throughout a World Cup. We've played one game here. There's been a few others here, so the wicket's played pretty well. It's a lovely ground, and yeah, hopefully we can have a great night.
What is it particularly that you feel you have to focus on as you go on in the tournament from the group stages?
Oh, look, I think as tournament play gets deeper and deeper and, you know, pressure rises, it's just about staying true to yourself, you know, trusting our game, sticking to our style, and most importantly, I mean, enjoying it.
Okay. Your team for today?
2 changes. Stark and Cummins come in for Agar and Ellis.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you. Cheers, brother. Good luck, eh?
Shanto, what would you have liked to have done?
I like to bowl as well, but happy to bat first. Yeah.
Okay, what have you done with your team, and are you settled on an 11, as it were, with things having been difficult for your batting?
No, we playing on the. We made 1 changes. Sheikh Mehdi came into the squad. Zakir Ali is not playing.
Okay, and tell me about, as far as your team's concerned, how things are going in trying to shape up for what is the Super 8.
I think very important for us, but as you mentioned, as a batting group, we need to do something special in Super 8, and looks very good wicket. I hope they will do something special today.
Okay, well, all the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
So the story from the middle is that it's Australia who've won the toss, and they've decided they'll field first.
Okay, many thanks to Pommy. Things are just a little bit rushed. We're hoping that we're going to get a start at 8:30 local time. If you're listening, of course, in the UK in British summertime, that's 1:30. So still at the original arranged starting time. So we're just keeping an eye on things at the moment, because we should at this stage be getting the national anthems. The players are soon to be on their way out there. I don't think we've got the anthems as yet, have we? No, this is just all part of the It's the thing about these international tournaments. They create anthems which actually are far better than the national anthems, and get the old blood stirring a little. Just a quick word, a change for Bangladesh. How do you see that, and what's the significance of that?
Well, Zakir Ali was given a shout. He was impressive in the lead-up, but hasn't really found his form through the tournament. So Mahdi Hassan, he brings another off-spin option, which is interesting from Bangladesh. He's quite a gun fielder. Bangladesh have been a little bit sloppy at times in the field, and he's, you know, a handy batter. So I think he just gives him a little bit more of a batting option. Bangladesh will bat a little bit deeper, and then, yeah, they have an extra spin in the team today.
And for the Australians, Cummins and Hazelwood are back. So Travis Head, David Warner, Mitch Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Marcus Stoinis, Tim David, Matthew Wade, Pat Cummins, Mitch Stark, Josh Hazelwood and Adam Zampa. You are so right, Paul. And where are you not right, of course? But, I mean, just looking down those list of names, it doesn't matter who you are in international cricket. You're thinking you're up against it, aren't you, when you got that sort of a lineup in front of you? You really are.
Yeah, it's a tried and tested lineup, isn't it? Tried and tested players, very, very well renowned for their abilities in all formats, but especially T20 cricket all over the world. So it's a common thread through Andrew McDonald's teams. He likes senior guys, senior players to perform, and this Australian team is nothing different to that. And they look well set, well prepared. I do hope there is Bangladesh to come out fighting and put up a really good show tonight. I really do. And the competition needs it, I think. I think the Super 8 is going into a common sort of same old faces. We've had some exciting teams get to the Super 8s, but we don't want it to fall in. It'd be nice to be an upset in the semi-final, wouldn't there? A team that wouldn't want to normally be there. USA or Bangladesh in the top 4 would be great, wouldn't it?
100%. Ashton Agar and Nathan Ellis, by the way, the 2 players to miss out. The anthems, at any moment now, the players have made their way out there.
Please stand for the national anthem.
And right on cue, along with the umpires. Michael Goff for Richard Illingworth umpiring the match on field tonight. But anyway, the anthems to begin. Can I just say that was very emotional? Just looking at some of the people just joining in with that, and I don't think there's a huge number of Bangladesh supporters there, but boy, that was emotional. I love that. That's the Bangladesh national anthem. We're now standing by for the Australian national anthem. I don't think it's going to be quite as emotional.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden sorlin, wealth but toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state of birds Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing of birds Australia
To both Merv Hughes and Paul Horton, I want to take that back. That was equally as emotional.
Equally as emotional, maybe not as long.
No, it wasn't that, but that's...
But it was definitely equally emotional.
Stephan will be joining in a moment to get things underway. Yeah, but we're going into this and expecting an Australian win. The only thing, and it is relatively a small thing, is that for all those lists of names, Paul, in that Australian lineup, some of the middle order actually haven't had that much time out there. So maybe, just maybe, that's not a weakness, but you know, they reckon they've obviously won 4 out of 4. Areas that maybe still to be improved on. I suppose there's always areas to improve just before Stephan comes in and joins.
Yeah, there is always areas to improve, and obviously that's, you know, byproduct of being successful at the top of the order. Sometimes middle order doesn't get some exposure throughout competitions. You know, the thing to watch is, you know, you win competitions at the back end, not at the front end. So Australia need to keep their momentum through the Super 8 and then obviously into the semi-finals and finals, you know, if they're going to go on and be successful. So, but a definitely opportunity for Bangladesh. If they can just get some runs on the board, then obviously with their spin bowling attack it's been so successful, then who knows?
Well, they're impressive through the group stage, Australia, particularly with the way that they dispatched of England. And now, as they move into the Super 8s, these are the last two teams that make their bow into the Super 8s. That momentum you spoke of, Paul, it's what they want to maintain, because this really is the business end of the tournament. And when you've got a 4-team group, just one little slip-up can derail your chances of reaching the knockouts. Let's get this out of the way nice and early. I am sorry.
Apology accepted.
I walked straight past you earlier on. As we all came in to watch the game, you were sitting there, I was distracted. It wasn't done on purpose.
No, it wasn't. Well, I'm normally surrounded by people in the zone, and I've seen it many a time. So you were just a man in the zone, which is in the zone as you can be at 12:30 in the evening. So you were in the zone. Don't worry, I was just having a polite conversation with 3 security guards, not letting me in the building. And you carry on straight past me, Stephan.
I did wonder what that kerfuffle was, and why there was a fella underneath 3 burly men shouting and screaming, saying I am supposed to be here. But you're here now, and that's all that matters. And Roushan, it's lovely to see you.
Likewise.
I haven't ignored you today.
No, you haven't. Well, I've got my own pass to get in the building, so that's probably helped me along my way.
I also had my pass, but it gets knocked back every time I go through the door. I go in the door to spin around to let me in, and it beeps, and I go, oh, it's not worked, does it? And then next thing you know, I lose my feet. And the 3 security guards are trying to ask me why I get in. Then the conversation starts. Well, your pass actually works, but we're not letting you in. Oh, right. I do know that man just walking past me ever so quickly. Yeah, he's gone. He's left me here. Okay.
Tanzita-san and Lytton Dasser in the middle. Mitchell Stark's got the ball. Both teams in green. Yeah. It's confusing me slightly, because I thought in ICC tournaments someone was supposed to wear an away kit.
Right, Bangladesh have obliged happily on quite a few occasions. They've turned up with a red kit, but it's not had that many outings, unfortunately, so they decided to stick with the green today by the looks of it.
Stark's bowling left arm over to Tanzid, the left-hander. There's a slip in place, that's full, and swing straight away for Stark. It's jammed down on, goes towards point, where a flying Glenn Maxwell makes a very smart stop. Night match in Antigua, underneath the lights, will be underneath the floodlights throughout. Had that little bit of rain, but that's cleared to allow us to start on time. Mitchell Stark channeling his inner Dennis Lilly with the black headband. It'll be a hot, sticky night in Antigua, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Spectators sitting on the stone walls. There's another very full delivery, Yorker length almost from Stark, and Tanzid digs it out. A little bit of shape away from the left-hander. These two teams have played 10 completed matches in ICC white ball tournaments before. Australia have won them all. That's across 50 over and T20 competitions.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
31 times across the 3 formats. Australia have won 31 and lost 6. 5 of those Bangladesh wins have come in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Stark's easing in with 56. Bowled him! Wonderful delivery from Mitchell Stark. He's gone straight through Tanzid. The stumps light up red. We said there was swing, and once Stark found the correct length, he has hurried through Tanzid, Hassan. An Australia strike from the very 3rd ball of the match. Bangladesh have already lost their first wicket, yet to get off the mark. He's played on, in fact, Tanzid. It's come off the toe end of the bat, bounced down and got into the stumps. His feet were nowhere, because that was a pretty full delivery, and Tanzid has got stuck on the crease. And Mitchell Stark does what he does. He's taken wickets. Bangladesh 0 for 1.
Well, Bangladesh's batting woes continue by the looks of it. Tanzid not been amongst the runs. The top order, the top 3 haven't really scored at all in this tournament, and it looks like that's set to continue with this game. Now, where do they go from here? Do they find themselves in the power play 3 or 4 or 5 down? Because too often in this tournament we've had to see Shakib and Mahmudullah come out and rescue the innings. They cannot afford to do that against a team like Australia. So disappointed for Tanzid. Nazmul Hussain Shantho will find himself out in the crease once again in the first over. Can the captain deliver?
Now there's a poor Bangladesh fan in the crowd. He's already got his head in his hands. He was close to tears.
It's symbolic of the opening woes. These 3 just haven't found form. They came into this tournament out of form. There was hope that maybe against the Netherlands, Nepal, they might find some rhythm, but that just hasn't happened.
Shanto's another left-hander, the captain. Stark's bowling's more shape, and Shanto plays all around his front pad and defends to Stark, who does the fielding in his follow-through. It has to be said, Mitchell Stark has been right on it in this first over. His pace is high. He's found swing, which we've seen in these night matches. Kevin made reference to the way that Trent Boult bowled for New Zealand a couple of nights ago. But just looking at the replay of the wicket, Tanzid's footwork was nowhere. Pretty full delivery from Stark. Tanzid's got almost both feet behind the crease. Stark's in again, loose and limb. That's another full Yorker length delivery, swinging, dug out by Shanto, who's looking at the toe of his bat. Stark collects the ball in his follow-through. Almost doesn't need fielders at the moment, Mitchell Stark. He's either hitting the stumps or fielding the ball himself. There are some Australians in the crowd. One of them was celebrating with an inflatable kangaroo.
I'm all here for the animals, actually. You notice, like, other teams go for inflatables. Bangladesh fans go for stuffed tigers.
Stark's got the towel poking out the back of his trousers. Completes the first over outside the off-stump. Slashed away for 4 by Shanto. Wasn't too far away from a leaping Glenn Maxwell at point. You wouldn't say it was a rank bad delivery, but certainly the loosest that Stark had bowled in the over. Touch of width. Shanto throws his hands through it. Bangladesh end the first over 4 for 1.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit of light relief for Bangladesh, just freeing up the wrist a little bit, and a boundary for Shanto. These 2 need to knuckle down and actually deliver, and I know that they'll have to get out of their own heads, because both out-of-form batters, where do you go for a risk? Where do you play the big shots? How long do you play cautiously in a T20 game? It's a tough one, so it'll be interesting to see how these 2 play out. Did you say Bangladesh beat Australia 6 times?
6 times in 38 matches across formats.
I think I can name them.
Go on.
2005, a one-day in Cardiff.
potentially, that's certainly the most famous
one
of those 6 wins.
I have a handwritten scorecard framed on my wall at home of that match.
The Andrew Simons match, when
Yes,
Andrew Simons,
it was the water boy, wasn't he?
He got dropped from that game because he'd gone for a fishing trip, I think, and missed a team meeting.
Yeah, he did drinks that day.
Josh Hazelwood's going to share the new ball from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Still a slip in place. Lytton Das, the wicket-keeper on strike, right-hander, nudges into the onside. Travis heads quickly in to do the fielding. So, yeah, that was Bangladesh's first win. Yeah, you're right to say, all the way back in 2005. So there's 5 others, and there's one thing about these 5 wins that links them all.
OK. I think the second one was a test match. I want to say 2017. I feel like it was shortly after Bangladesh beat England at home. And I can't remember the headlines from that match, but I do remember it going down quite well. Then the final 4 were all T20s in 2021.
You know your stuff. As a man who hosts a podcast about Bangladesh cricket, I'd expect nothing less. Hazelwood bowls, that's outside the off stump, and Das just angles the ball straight to Glenn Maxwell, who's quite close at point. You're right, spot on. 6 wins for Bangladesh against Australia in 38 attempts, 1 in the one-day international in Cardiff in 2005, a test match, and 4 2020s. Those 5 games in Bangladesh all on the same ground.
Mirapur?
Yes.
Amazing. Well, those 4 T20 wins are controversial because it was going into the T20 World Cup in 2021 and they should have been practice against stronger opposition, but the home team created heavily spinning pitches to get record book wins.
Hazelwood bowls to Das, who's defending from the crease into the offside. We've had 9 deliveries of this match and 8 of them have been dots. Bangladesh's 4 runs came from that final delivery of the previous over, 4 for 1.
Yeah, so it was literally like a month out from the T20 World Cup, and the board went, do we create sporting pitches that might benefit Bangladesh in the World Cup, or do we go for a win for the record books? And they chose the latter. So Bangladesh won 4-1, went to the T20 World Cup, one of the weakest teams there, backfired.
And Australia won the World Cup.
And they went on to win the World Cup, there you go.
Hazelwood's rumbling in, slip still there, Das comes forward, tentatively, just feeling a defensive stroke, and Tim David at mid-off, big tall figure does the fielding, so make that 9 dots out of 10. Yeah, so the only places that Bangladesh have ever beaten Australia, Cardiff
and
Mirapur.
Very similar places, very similar grounds, right?
So
that's what people say.
Can they add Antigua to that list? Hazelwood pumps his arms towards Das, who again is defending to point. And Glenn Maxwell, who's been in the game. I'm trying to think, actually, if anyone else so far has taken part in this game, apart from the 2 bowlers, 3 batters and Glenn Maxwell. I don't think there is.
No, I don't think so, actually.
We're 11 deliveries in. Das has just taken a little walk to the middle of the pitch, which looks a good one. In terms of venues in this World Cup, Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it's got the 2nd highest average total in T20 cricket. Hazelwood completes the over and Das defends from the crease. Excellent start from Australia. They've been bang on the money. Got that 1 wicket to show for it. That of Tanzid Hassan. Bangladesh 4 for 1 after 2. A maiden for Josh Hazelwood to start. Listening to the T20 World Cup, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, BBC Sport website and app. Don't forget you'll be able to watch the best of the action, in-play highlights and clips on the BBC Sport website too. Live text commentary to keep you going throughout the night wherever you happen to be listening. Maybe you're up all night worrying about the football.
Do you think?
Well, some people, I think there'll be some people who cannot sleep. If you want to catch up as well with the Football Daily podcast, all the reaction from the Euros in Germany, head on over to BBC Sounds. Don't forget, anytime you want to listen to the cricket, the football, say to your smart speaker, play BBC Radio 5 Live, play BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. No surprise that Stark's having a second over. That's a loose delivery down the leg side, just loses radar. And interestingly, it's the one that doesn't swing. Wide called, Bangladesh 5 for 1.
Yeah, probably the first bad ball from Stark today, actually. He's been pretty on the money. He's allowed a bad ball, though, isn't he, after?
I know very little about pace bowling. And I know it annoys pace bowlers when people know nothing about pace bowling and start talking about it, but it's that one where you're looking for the magic. You've seen the ball swing, you're looking for the magic one. Push it too far, it doesn't swing, it gets called wide. Shanto belts the ground with his bat. Stark with his dark hair, looking menacing as he runs in. That's a better line on off stump. They want a single towards mid-on. Mitchell Marsh, the captain, comes round and does the fielding. Shanto's safely home. Bangladesh are 6 for 1.
It's just nerves with these Bangladeshi batters at the moment. They almost seem to have a real sense of relief with every run that takes over, and it's just slightly showing in the body language. It's slightly showing in their stance, their foot movement in the crease when the balls come towards them. There's no confidence here. You've got two batters who, another bad score will really mount the pressure, and it's starting to show. And more worryingly for Bangladesh, it's starting to have an impact on that run rate and that score. 6 off of 2 is slow paced for Bangladesh.
Das gets his first look at Stark, who's in past umpire Illingworth. Another very full delivery. I'd love to know how many deliveries of sort of Yorker length Stark has bowled so far in his 8 legal deliveries. That one's jammed out towards point, and there's no run. Yeah, you're right about that. It becomes like a paralysis, doesn't it, across a batting lineup when confidence is low. Batters don't know whether to stick or twist, to play shots, to block their way out of a slump, and before you know it, particularly in a T20 game, half the overs have gone. Das is yet to score. He's faced 7 deliveries. Stark in the Antigua night. Das is down the pitch and driving, but Marcus Stoinis is at square cover. It's another dot ball, so Das still yet to get off the mark from 8. 6 for 1.
And the frustration will start to show with Litton Das. This is what happens. He holds back, and then he takes an unnecessary risk. And we've seen Bangladesh, these guys pretty much try everything. They've tried to be a bit cautious. They've tried to just attack with confidence. Nothing has worked. And I think they just need a little bit of luck on their side, because at the moment they look so nervous.
The Australians look anything but nervous. Start with 56 on his bat. That's wide, and again it's driven straight to Stoinis by Das. 6 for 1. 2 deliveries of the 3rd over to go. I suppose part of the reason why Australia can look so relaxed is we've spoken about it in the build-up. This team is just so settled. They're used to winning across the 3 formats. You might see, I don't know, 2 or 3 names change.
Yeah.
But, particularly the seam bowling attack. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, the old firm.
Yeah. It's a very established attack. It's a very rhythmic attack. You know exactly what they're doing and how to win matches. It's formidable for any team, let alone a Bangladesh out of form top order.
Start bowls. Das angles the ball down towards deep 3rd. Is finally off the mark. Adam Zampa is down there doing the fielding in. You can't call them sunglasses because it's night time. They're goggles, aren't they? Bangladesh 7 for 1 with that single.
Well, 10 balls to get off the mark is slow going from Litton Das. And it's just, it just needs to have the confidence now to sort of, tick along a little bit. Now you've got off the mark, you've taken 9 dot balls to get there. Need to get a move on here, because the cautiousness could really have an impact on Bangladesh's total here, and they're going to need a total defender against this side.
Shanto on strike, he's got 5s, driving back towards Stark, who gets down low. Could be a chance of a run out. Awful throw, actually, from Mitchell. Wasn't Mitchell Marsh, just Pat Cummins coming in from mid-off. Ball driven back towards Stark by Shanto. The ball deflected away to the field. The Bangladesh pinched a single. I don't know if there would have been a chance if Cummins had hit direct, but he scooped the ball up and actually threw it past the stumps. Above head high, I reckon. 3rd over complete. Bangladesh are 8 for 1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of panic in the field there. I think they noticed that the 2 batters didn't quite communicate. Shanto had certainly taken off a lot quicker than Litton Das there. And Australia, who came under criticism for their fielding against Scotland, over 6 drop catches, acting with urgency there, which is probably quite good to see, but it's slight overthrow. Be nice to see Shanto now kick on as possibly the lead batter in this innings. Are you aware of the Bangladesh captain's curse at World Cups?
No, but I am all ears.
Right, for Bangladesh to have a good World Cup, the captain needs to perform poorly.
Okay.
2007, got to the Super 8s, beat India, South Africa. Habib al-Bashar, I think, averaged about 11. 2019, had a decent World Cup, wins against West Indies, South Africa. I think Mashrafi Mortaza took 1 wicket in the whole tournament. So, the captain's curse.
Hazelwood's bowling to Shanto's, belting the ball down the ground for 6. Shanto gave himself some room, backed off, And a free swing of the bat, mid-on fielder up in the ring, and that's carried into the advertising boards. First real sign of intent. Bangladesh 14 for 1. Don't want to see that, do we, with the captain's curse?
Well, he seems to have broken it a moment later, so relief for Bangladesh, but does that mean they don't progress anymore? I don't know how it works. But yeah, that was nice from Sean. They just showing real confidence, danced up the wicket and took the bowler on and straight over the head for 6. That's what Bangladesh fans will want to see.
Hazelwood's got 38 on his back, tries again. Shanto angles the ball towards short third. Fielder's actually in the circle but can't prevent the single. 15 for 1. This is Group 1 of the Super 8s. India and Afghanistan, the other two sides in this group. Earlier on, India beat Afghanistan quite comfortably. Later on today, 3:30 in the UK, England back in action, taking on South Africa in St Lucia, looking to back up that really impressive win against the West Indies 24 hours ago. Tight turnaround for England, playing twice in less than in 48 hours.
It's the business end of the tournament, isn't it? The games just come at you so quickly.
But if England win this afternoon, they'll be as good as through. No slip this time for Hazelwood, and Lytton Das punches the ball to point. He's done that at least 3 times now. Marcus Stoinis is a busy man. Bangladesh remain 15 for 1. It's got that lovely rhythm, that soundtrack to the cricket in the background.
Just that carnival atmosphere is so great when you watch cricket in the West Indies. It just feels like a party throughout, doesn't it?
Yeah, the stands are far from full, particularly the two-tiered stands sort of either side of the sight screen at the far end. Still lots of noise. Hazelwood bowls. Das is looking for the scoop actually over his shoulder. It's a really wild wide from Hazelwood down the leg side, and Michael Goff has no choice but to extend his arms. 1 added to the total. 16 for 1 Bangladesh.
That's a heart and mouth moment watching Lytton Das attempting when you're on 1 run from 12 balls and you're attempting that shot. It's risky business from Lytton Das, but perhaps a show of confidence that we need from him.
Hazelwood's conceded 8 runs. Rumbling in. Das going for the scoop again, right across his stumps. He deflects the ball into his own thigh. And Bangladesh pinch a single because the ball just trickles away on the offside. Das has got 2 from 12, 17 for 1, 2 deliveries of the 4th over remaining. Australia have been so impressive in the power play. Won the toss and choose to field, as you would expect. Well, for a couple of reasons, actually. We know it's a good pitch in Antigua, but also there was just that shower around that delayed the toss momentarily. It's quite a stiff breeze blowing across the ground from right to left as Hazelwood runs in. So with the left-handed Shanto on strike, the breeze will favour him if he wants to hit towards the leg side, which he does. But all along the ground, a pull shot straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. That's Pat Cummins. 17 for 1. 1 delivery of the 4th remaining.
There's no need for Bangladesh to do anything silly here. You've got a maximum off the first ball of the over. They're running well. Bangladesh have trained themselves in this tournament, particularly playing games in Dallas and New York, to have to work hard for their runs. So it's good to see that kind of running between the wickets. But there's no need for Lytton Das to play those sorts of shots. You've got enough runs in the bank this over. See it out now. Wait till the next one. Bangladesh need to not lose their heads here.
Hazelwood's approach is just beyond the 30-yard circle. Matthew Wade, the wicketkeeper, he's waving his arms around just to direct traffic ever so slightly. Remember, 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard ring in the power play. Hazelwood to complete the over. It's a wide delivery outside the off stump. It's driven with no real timing. Glenn Maxwell's prowling around in the covers and there's no run. 4 gone. Bangladesh are 17 for 1. Tanzir Hassan, the opener, the man to go, a 3-ball duck when he played onto his own stumps from Mitchell Stark. I mentioned that India and Afghanistan are the other 2 teams in this group. India play Bangladesh on this ground at 3:30 UK time on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then Australia take on Afghanistan 1:30 UK time Sunday morning in St Vincent's.
Yeah. They call it the Asian Challenge for Australia. That's what this group's been called, the Asian Challenge, to get to the semi-finals with the 3 Asian giants, really.
That's how it's shaping up. You would expect Australia and India to progress from this. That's what we would expect. The Afghanistan-Australia game looks a big one. Stark's having a third over. Das plays all around his front pad, gets a leading edge towards mid-off. There's no run. This is the 18th T20 on this ground. The team that's batting first has won 10 of the previous 17. I'll give you a lot of guesses,
go on,
Roushan, on the team that has played the most T20 internationals on this ground.
Right, the reason it makes me rule out West Indies straight away.
Straight away. West Indies have only ever played 1 of those 17. Stark bowls, Das defends from the crease back to the bowler. Stark's got figures of 1 for 8. He's bowled 14 deliveries.
Who would have won the most games here that weren't the West Indies?
So not won the most games, just played the most games. 17 previous T20 internationals on this ground. West Indies have only played in 1 of them.
Oh my word. I want to go rogue and go to Pakistan or something.
You're not on the right continent.
Am I not? Interesting, okay. I'm going to go then, my second guess will be England.
Team that's played the most T20s here. Stark bowls and Das pulls. Couple of bounces out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. That's his most convincing shot so far. It's taken 15 deliveries for him to hit his first boundary. Bangladesh are 21 for 1. Argentina are the team that have played the most T20 internationals at the St Vivian Richards Stadium.
That's an incredible stat. That is a brilliant stat. Why so many? Were they playing in qualifiers?
They were playing a qualifier. So there was a T20 World Cup qualifying tournament.
And they played that many games but didn't qualify for the final tour. That's gutting. That's gutting if you're Argentinian.
So it also explains why the highest total on this ground is 190 for 5, made by Canada against the Bahamas in 2021. There was a big sort of American qualifying tournament that took place.
Well, all I'm saying is don't expect records to tumble in this Bangladesh innings.
Well, they've recovered somewhat, actually, from being no wicket for the loss of 1 run. 21 for 1 now as Stark's in and Das is down the pitch and driving a full toss. He's made it into a full toss by that little shimmy. There's a chase for Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head. I'll be honest, it's not the quickest chase I've ever seen in the field from Marsh and Head, and the outfield did look a little bit sluggish. 2 taken, 23 for 1.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Das didn't offer very much to the pace ball, sort of just deflected it really into the covers. But yeah, very slow chase, and the outfield possibly after the rain earlier just looking a little bit sluggish. But this is better for Bangladesh, and yeah, absolutely, I think the loss of only 1 wicket, if they can get to the end of the power play and still have 9 in hand, that's actually progress for them in this tournament. The worry is the number of runs on the board. They have not scored freely while the fielding restrictions are in place, and that is a concern. It leaves a lot for the middle order to do.
So a catcher in place at the edge of 30-yard circle, almost in the game. Flying to his left. A deep slip. So a deep, I don't know, 4 slip. It was David Warner, who was positioned in a slightly tricksy position. Edge of the circle, but catching. He had his hands on his knees as Stark was running in. And that was just angled by Das. Almost just into the grasp of Warner. He flew goalkeeper style to his left, like he was trying to keep it out of the top corner. Just evaded his fingertips and skipped away to the boundary for 4. 27 for 1 Bangladesh.
Would have been a difficult one to take.
Start bowls and Das drive straight towards Travis Head. At cover, 5 overs gone. Bangladesh are 27 for 1. Litton Das has 12. And the captain, Najmal Hussain Shanto, has 13.
Well, Bangladesh have somewhat recovered cautiously. Obviously, the early wicket of Tanzil Hassan adding to their woes at this top order, the problems that have dogged them through this entire tournament. The top order worries have not gone away. But Najmal Hussain Shanto and Litton Das played cautiously to start with and are just starting to free their wrists. 1 more over to go in this power play, and we're seeing Shanto playing with a little bit more confidence. Litton Das riding his luck a little bit. This could go one of 2 ways really for Bangladesh.
Yeah, the problem, we're talking about Bangladesh trying to get through the early stages without losing too many wickets, is it's not as if the Australian change bowling is going to offer them much respite. And after Mitchell Stark has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 18, well, who can Australia call on? It's just the Test captain, Pat Cummins.
Nice and easy for the final power play over.
Wisden Cricketer of the Year. And he's bowling at the Sir Andy Roberts end, charging in, as he always does, like his life depends on it. That's a wide delivery down the leg side from Cummins. Would have been a decent delivery to a right-hander, but actually it was down the leg side to left-handed Shanto and carried on swinging. 1 added to the score, 28 for 1.
Yeah, no risk away from Bangladesh. Final over the power play, and it's another testing over to come. But you get the impression Bangladesh are looking to sort of free their wrists a little bit and capitalise on the restrictions while they can.
Cummins, number 30, bowls to Shanto, forces into the covers. It's been a tight covering throughout, actually. Travis Head, Marcus Stoinis, Glenn Maxwell just patrolling the edge of that 30-yard circle. 3 excellent fielders, no run.
On balance, I think if you'd offered Bangladesh 35-ish, lost the 1 wicket through first 6, would they have taken it? I think so. They've not been the best in these opening 6 overs, but holding on to 9 wickets is good from these guys, actually. It's good for how they've been through the rest of this tournament.
Drums continue as Cummins pounds in, full delivery, whipped by Shanto into open space on the mid-wicket boundary. 1 bounce for 4. Bit of a leg stump half volley, actually, that from Cummins, who hasn't started too well. 32 for 1.
Really relaxed shot from Shanto there, just showing that he's settled into this game a little bit and just finding his touch. Just nice and easy, watched it go, and a few boundaries under his belt. That's going to help the captain come out of this slump. Maybe the captain's curse really is over for Bangladesh.
I mean, you talked about whether or not Bangladesh have a good tournament, and in order to do so, generally it's the captain doesn't have a good tournament. This is the 5th successive World Cup Bangladesh have got this far. It's outside the off stump from Cummins, and it's slashed straight to Stoinis at point by Shanto. There's no run. 5th successive T20 World Cup that Bangladesh have made it into the second group stage.
But it's a deceptive stat because, of course, the format has changed, and previously that would have been a kind of qualifying round against associate nations. The top 8 would have been in the second round, so it would have been an expectation that Bangladesh did qualify from that first round. So, annoyingly, their stats flatter them, I think, in T20 World Cups.
Yeah, and Australia have won all 5 previous encounters between these two teams in T20 World Cups. Cummins again, right arm over. That's a bouncer. Gone away for 4. Before somethings, might be 5 somethings. Yeah, wide, calls Michael Goff. Matthew Wade behind the stumps was flying high to his right. It's the first real sign of aggression we've seen from an Australian fast bowler. Let's have a look at the replay. Shanto was ducking and it ballooned away from Matthew Wade. I'm not sure about that as a wide. I think if this was the IPR, yeah, actually, it was overhead height. So added 5 to the score. And Bangladesh on to 33 for 1. 37 for 1, actually, with the boundary. This partnership's now worth 37 off 34 deliveries. Bangladesh are building nicely.
They are. They'll take this over as well. 10, 11 runs off it, only 4 off the bat. This is a decent recovery from the 2 top order batters.
Cummins sticks his elbows out. Shanto's down the pitch, slashing the ball with no great time into Mitchell Marsh at mid-off. Scamper a single, 38 for 1. Shanto, the captain's got 18 off 13.
There's a bit of a tennis shot there from Shanto, wasn't it? Danced down the wicket to show aggression and then ended up just sort of slashing it randomly. Just showing signs of just that kind of confidence coming back into his batting. Not the cleanest of shots, but that's encouraging to see from the skipper.
2 deliveries of the power play remaining. Men in the deeper at long leg, sort of wide third man, almost a deep backward point. Cummins bowls to the right-handed Lytton Das, who inside edges into the leg side and takes a single. Das took a very long time to get off the mark, but he's now 13 from 19. Cummins has struggled in his first over. He's conceded 12 from 5 deliveries. You can still just see that hint of the breeze blowing across the ground, just getting into the players' shirts ever so lightly. The other thing about this Australia side is, we talked about how they're experienced and they're settled. They're massive as well. 2 man. It's like Land of the Giants as Cummins bowls wide of the off stump. Shanto wants to drive through the covers. He's looking back towards the umpire saying, was that a wide? Well, I think it looked wider because of the right armer's angle across the left hander. Playing a miss then to end the power play. Bangladesh are 39 for 1. Das has 13 and Shanto has 18. Thank you, Roushan. Being replaced by Paul Horton. Sydney born, former Lancashire and Leicestershire. What have you made of the first? We made a power play, Paul.
It's been an ever-improving power play for Bangladesh. I would say it was a slow and steady start for T20 power plays. Obviously, the loss of the early wicket didn't help that, but obviously they've started to grow in the back end of it, and 39 for 1 after 6. It's a steady power play for Bangladesh, and considering their recent troubles in this World Cup with their batting, I think they'll be comfortable. I think 9 wickets in hand is a great asset for them, and it's a steady start, isn't it?
Well, they've taken 31 off the last 3 overs. They're 8 for 1 after 3. So it's a good upward trajectory. New challenge, though. Leg spin of Adam Zampa, who's been excellent in this tournament. He was particularly good in that big defeat of England. I saw some chat after that there was a discussion of whether Adam Zampa is Australia's best white ball spinner of all time. Which, considering there was a fella called Warne who once played for Australia, that is a big call. Anyway, he's in now, the leg spinner Zampa, number 88. Straight delivery to Das, who turns the ball into quite a big space on the onside. Single taken. Fields retreated at the end of the power play. Bangladesh are 40 for 1. Interesting thing with the Australian side is always sort of who makes up those overs of the fifth bowler. Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, Zampa, you would expect to do the bulk of the work. You've got a little bit of Marsh and Stoinis and Glenn Maxwell, depending on which way they want to go. Wades up to the stumps underneath the helmet, the wicketkeeper. This is a pull from the left-handed Shanto out towards deep mid-wickets. Goes for 4. It's beaten David Warner. That's the bigger side of the ground. Warner's in off the boundary by, 10 or 15 yards. I don't know if that's a slightly club cricket error, actually. He's ran towards the ball rather than around the boundary, and it's beaten him. 44 for 1.
Yeah, he certainly has, but he's trying to cut off the ball on the angle. I think he's trying to get to it. It does look like he's run around a little bit, but he is trying to get to the ball and cut the angle down. And obviously, with the deep mid-wicket, if they knock it into the leg side, there's a potential of a 2 as well. So he is probably in to try and stop that.
And maybe not quite as quick as he used to be, David Warner. He's still very, very quick. I mean, this is his last tournament as an Australia player.
Well, yeah, there's a big gap out there. There's no mid-wicket in the there's a big gap. There's about 50 metres between him and, long on. It's a long way to get around. And maybe, happens to us all, doesn't it? Slowing of age. We don't move as fast as we once did.
He's 37 now, David Warner. This is his 8th T20 World Cup. Only Rohit Sharma and Shakib Al Hasan have played more than Warner's. This is 39th T20 World Cup match.
Interesting you mentioned about the Australian side being really, really big. Obviously, when they're doing their wonderful national anthems before, which were very emotional. I don't know if you noticed. We'll carry on after this ball.
Shanto's got 22 from 15. Zampa's in, right arm over. He works around his pad. Shanto, the left-hander, and here is David Warner scurrying off the mid-wicket boundary. 45 for 1 with that single.
Obviously, the camera pans across the side, and obviously there is Land of the Giants, the Australian team, but Josh English is between Green and Cummins, I think it is, which is obviously, he looks like he's standing next to 2 gum trees, to be brutally honest. And he's on his tippy toes. And he stood for the whole national anthem on his tippy toes.
Zampa gets a look at the right-handed Das. Down the leg side, deflected to short, fine leg Marcus Stoinis, and there's no run. Well, the England team, they've got a regular trick, or they did have when Stuart Broad was still playing. So Ben Duckett, comfortably the shortest man in the team, would always position himself between Zach Crawley and Stuart Broad for the national anthem. Off stump from Zampa, Das very delicately late cuts towards short third, and Shanto is quickly through from the non-striker's end for the single. 46 for 1. And Kevin's just done exactly the action that the cameraman had to do when he panned across the team. Up for Broad, down for Duckett, back up for Crawley. I think it was done by accident first time, and England thought it was funny, so they kept doing it.
Yeah.
Zampa to complete the over. It's off the pad of Shanto. It rolls towards short fine leg. Fielder just rumbles in to do a pretty easy bit of work. 7 overs gone. Bangladesh are 47 for 1. They've recovered well from being 0 for 1. Shanto has 23. Lytton Das has 15. And after you, Paul Horton, here comes Kevin Howells.
Yeah, I think what was even more funny was Inglis was, the camera was panning and you could see he's standing on his tippy toes. He looked like a small young boy, his first day at school, trying to beam for his photo. But standing on his tippy toes made it look even worse throughout the whole national anthem. But as you mentioned, Bangladesh was a good over then, 7 off it, 47 for 1, and they're building nicely, Bangladesh, through this middle period, and come out of the power play really, really well.
Well, here we are. Nice to be back with you again. Are you happy with the kit for this game? I mean, you got right upset about the... was it the teal colour for the New Zealand side the other night?
The black caps, in the teal, yeah. Well, obviously we were green and green tonight. We were green and green tonight, haven't we?
Well, we have, and rightly so, I think. I mean, they're different greens, aren't they? They're different greens. Let's not go into the why are they different, but they are different greens. So Stoinis for the first time this evening, and that could well be signalled wide by the umpire right on the line. No, it's too wide, according to umpire Michael Goff. Got umpire Michael Goff and Richard Illingworth out there tonight. But talking of tall men, Michael Goff, tall lad. You would have played against him maybe back in the day when he was a youngster, or maybe just before your time. I lose track.
Yeah, I did play against him. He's certainly given me out.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's more the point. Najmal's on 23. Stoinis bowls. Oh, very nearly gets the top edge. The keeper just looking around, saying, "Did anybody else hear anything there, Matthew Wayne?" But no, nobody did.
It's interesting, Stephan mentioned previously about Australia's other bowling options, and there's been a lot of talk recently about Tim David and him working on his off-spin again and trying to get that back up and running and going and flowing and just trying to be available for Mitchell Marsh as a bowler. So he's definitely trying to push that, not only for this competition, but obviously for other T20 competitions around the world. But he certainly wasn't mentioned in...
Next delivery, and that's off the top edge, way past Wade. He did jump for it, it was past him to his left-hand side. It goes to the boundary. It's a 4, and it's also the 50 brought up for Bangladesh. Now they're 52 for 1 in the 8th over, and Najmal moves to 27 off 19.
Yeah, cross-seam delivery from Stoinis, so a little bit of extra bounce with that cross-seam delivery, and it just got edge high over the keeper. The first couple bounced a little bit. But yeah, trying to cross-seam deliveries in the middle of the pitch, see if he can get something different out of the surface, which he did do, but it unfortunately just got an edge over the keeper.
Stoinis again from around the wicket, fairly wide there. It's just pushed into the offside for a single, so he moves to 28, does Najmal, and Bangladesh to 53 for 1 in the 8th over. India with a victory earlier today in this group by 47 runs over Afghanistan. This obviously is the introduction match for these two teams in this section of the competition, the Super 8s, where a lot of games come thick and fast over the next few days. Got the semi-finals, the final next week, so racing along. Many, I think, if not all of them, stay pretty much in the same venue for all these, but the games are coming at quite a rate. Often with tournaments, you usually get somebody somewhere saying, "Oh, it goes on just a little bit too long," but I think there was enough to keep us interested, intrigued in that opening section of the competition. But Paul was rightly saying, what we could do with now is maybe just a little bit of a shock along the way, a bit of a surprise. Stoinis bowls, and not too much room to work with. Lytton pulls it behind square on the leg side for a single, and he moves to 16, and Bangladesh up to 54 for 1 in the 8th over, which after that, that's a difficult start. There's always a chance, of course, you're going to lose a batter early on, but third ball, Tanzin Hassan was out. So this partnership is of 54 runs at 54 for 1. 2 balls left of the 8th over, and Najmal on 28 faces again. That comes back into him and does well to get that away down towards the boundary, but it's fielded by Stark with a left arm throw, Looks very much the rock star tonight with that headband. Well, I mean, rock star of my era. Perhaps they don't look like that these days. I don't know.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. Funny, got a funny image then of you in a headband. Actually.
Well, I think there's every chance that I maybe would take on that look at some point. I don't think it's going to be in this match here, but maybe in the future.
No. But yeah, obviously keep his long flowing locks away from his eyes.
Yeah.
Stark down at fine leg. Third man.
I have much the same problem. Nigel on 30. Stoinis bowls. This is high over the top on the cover area. And Travis Head coming in with the right arm throw. The completion of that over. 8 overs gone. 57 for 1. And this not out pair of Najmul Hussain Shanto, who's on 31 not out of 22. And also Lytton Das is on 16 from 23. So the recovery here. Last over 10 runs from the opening over there from Stoinis. In terms of the... Oh, that's what I want to hear. Decent. So nothing for me at the moment, though, will beat the atmosphere created by the Nepalese supporters, which was just absolutely stunning. That was a real highlight early on. I mean, they produced some half-decent cricket as well.
They did. I must admit, I really enjoyed the Ugandan supporters.
Yeah.
They celebrated every shot and every sort of single that went to fine leg.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I thought they were wonderful. They were just enjoying being involved.
Yep. Zampa for his second over then. His first went for 7 on the off stump and driven by Najmul for a single. Moves to 32 and has gone up to 58 for 1 in the 9th over. But this competition, without doubt, and still the USA, of course, still involved in it, but it has opened things up seemingly. And that's what competitions like this probably should have been doing for a little bit more in more recent years. But this one certainly has been doing that. You just got to hope that it can be worked upon and built upon. And, the period of time between now and the next one in the USA, I mean, one of the biggest shouts for them, of course, is not only making progress to the Super 8s, but they're automatically qualified for the next tournament. He tries to get hold of that, but can't get it timed really, Lytton Das, so it'll be a dot ball. We've not had too many of those this evening, but that's one of them there. We're in the 9th over. And Zampa on a breezy evening in Antigua. You can see bluey in the shirt there. Zampa bowls. Now he's bowled him. He just went to slog sweep that one, I think, or at least sweep it away, pull it away. And whether it made any contact with the bat or not, I don't know, but it certainly has removed the bails. It's the second wicket for this Bangladesh innings. Zampa it is who takes the wicket. We'll take a look at that again on the replay. No, it just comes off the thigh pad there onto the stumps, eventually getting rid of the bails, but it is a second wicket, and that partnership comes to an end. Paul Horton.
It has been a really good partnership for Bangladesh. I don't think it's the worst for Bangladesh. Lytton Das had played an anchoring innings in the partnership, and he's 16 off 25. It's an anchoring innings without sending shutters down the Australian lineup, isn't it? In a T20, that sort of form. So great to build with his captain, who's played lovely, this evening, lovely, and he's flowing well. But it's nice. It's time for Bangladesh to keep motoring and keep moving, isn't it? Time for them to move through the gears here and build and get a decent total.
It is exactly 8 overs for that partnership of 58. Lytton Das, 25 balls, 2 fours for his 16. He's been bowled by Adam Zampa. If you did hear some noises off stage there a little, that's one of our number already going to the sugary energy drinks, which is quite alarming. But I'm sure they'll make it through. Richard is the new batter. Bit of a delay. I'm not too sure. I say why. I mean, all the field is being set. But it's certainly the case that IPL, international T20s, they're not quite played at the pace of other domestic T20 competitions. Zampa in bowls into the pads. LBW appeal. Too far down. Umpire Illingworth is waiting to see if they're going to call a review for that. But you can see very clearly from the head shake from Adam Zampa, at least, that he's not going to go For that, is he actually pretty well outside the line?
It's missing leg. It might have pitched outside and going down the leg.
So
aggressive shot up first up.
Yeah. Richard massively up the order here. Normally bats at number 8, but he's come in here now. Whether they do feel as though that, whilst we, of course, as they get a single there on the offside, been extolling the recovery maybe of that second wicket, just feel they need to get on with it now.
Well, definitely, and they've got a platform to do that, haven't they? Without losing early wickets, they've definitely got a platform to launch from now, haven't they? With just over 11 overs to go, so throwing Rishad up the order to play some shots, why not?
Okay, Najmal is on 32. Meanwhile, at the other end, that's come from 23. He's going to move to 33 now off 24. Bangladesh up to 60 for 2 after 9 overs. Zampa with a wicket in the middle there, a couple of dot balls and 3 runs. So his figures of 1 for 10 from 2 overs that he's bowled. So Najmal on 33. And we've got Rishad Hussain. Normally bats around 8. Coming in high up here at the fall of that second wicket, the wicket of Lytton Das, bowled by Zampa for 16 of 25 balls. Got Bangladesh, obviously a tough game against Australia, then India, which comes up Saturday afternoon UK time. Zampa, by the way, in terms of most wickets in the competition, has moved to 10. There are 2 other bowlers on 10 wickets, as this one is pushed into the offside for a single by Najmal, so he moves to 30. No, that big by Richard moves. What's going on here? 61 for 2. I'm just waiting for the ball to tick over. In the meantime, just to talk about that wicket-taking board, because Fazal Haq Farooqi clearly leading the way. He took 3 wickets earlier today in the match between India and Afghanistan. He's sitting on 15. There are 3 on 10, of which Adam Zampa is now one of them. So the board is finally caught up, and it's 62 for 2 after 9.2 overs. And Rishad there facing that ball has moved to 2, and Najmal down the other end. It's back on strike. Zampa also, we talked a lot about Marcus Stoinis, or a little about Marcus Stoinis at the top, but Zampa also having a good tournament. Another one that seems to have come of age in the last few years, Adam Zampa. Will push into the offside. A wonderfully skilled player. Also somebody that strikes me as being extremely intense as he's out there. It's Maxwell bowling right now, though, and he's bowling his first over. That's going to be a 4 conceded through the offside, through extra cover. Off the bat of Najmal, he moves to 38 with that 4.
Nicely played from Najmal. Back on the back foot, short from Maxwell, and he's hit it in front of square, just to the right of cover. 4. And these are these overs that Australia got to make up from the Stoinises and Maxwells, and this is the time to target them.
Next one turned away onto the onside. The commentary coming from Matthew Way that it was good bowling. It does concede just the 1 leg side. 67 for 2, 1 ball left to this 10th over.
It's the 5th bowler, the 4 overs of the 5th bowler is where Bangladesh can target and be positive against that. And who they get to, obviously, if we have 1 of Stoinis, we're getting 1 of Maxwell now.
So Maxwell again to Rishad, who's on 2. We're looking for something big from him. Not sure we're going to see it. We're going to see Zampa taking the catch. And the experiment has not worked. Rishad has gone. He's gone for only 2. Not getting hold of that. It was a fairly easy take there from Zampa. We'll take a look at it again, but it looks as if he was pretty much under control taking that catch. But he's gone for 2 from just 4 balls. That's 67 for 3 now after 10 overs. Again, just have a look at the replays, looking to work that on the onside, and it just comes out there to short fine and short third, shall I say. And there they go. He's a lovely man, is Glenn Maxwell, but sometimes can look quite frightening. And when he takes a wicket there, the aggression. But he's happy. He's got rid of Rishad Hussain for only 2. Paul Horton, there'll be Stephan Shemilt immediately after that. We're going to take a bit of a drinks break as well here on the field.
Yeah, the experiment didn't work, but I like the way Bangladesh are approaching this. They've got to throw some punches. They've got to do something different. They can't just let it naturally happen for them and obviously not be beaten by the Australians. You've got to throw some punches in and trying to unsettle them and do something different. And throwing Rishad up the order, hasn't come off on this occasion. Definitely worth it at 67. Obviously 67 for 3 now, but they were in a decent position before that. They built a good partnership, solid foundation after the early loss, and it's just not worked. But they need to, halfway stage, 10 overs, they need a big back 10 to put on a decent total. It is spinning, so there is a little bit of encouragement for them with the ball. We know they've got some quality spin bowlers, and their bowling's been their success throughout the competition. So it's just getting a competitive total that's going to be key.
Yeah, Win Predictor's got Australia at 55%. So pretty close, 55-45, halfway through the first innings.
I'd love to know the analytics of that and where that gets to and how that is made up of that. That's something for another time to keep people awake or asleep potentially. But yes, how do you work that out at 67 for 3? Is it on previous the games you've mentioned here, or is it all of Argentina's innings that they've had at this ground? In no one would have guessed that in a quiz question, would they?
It's true. Argentina team to play the most T20s at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh batting first, 67 for 3. Halfway through, Australia won the toss and elected to field. After a little bit of a shower, just breezed through Antigua before the toss. Tanzid Hassan for a duck, Lytton Das for 16, and just now Rishad Hussain promoted up the order for 2. The men to go. Captain Shanto remains on 39. He's faced 28 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6. We'll wait to see who's joined him. I expect it to be Shakib Al Hassan, but it could be Tawheed Hridoi, just depending if Bangladesh want to keep the right-left combination. Sports Extra, BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds app.
Good catch.
You can also head to BBC Sounds, where you can subscribe to the Football Daily for everything you need to know during the Euros, including a special 4-part series with Wayne Rooney, looking back at his incredible Euro 2004 campaign. Don't forget as well the Test Match Special podcast on BBC Sounds as well. No balls and daily podcasts from everything going on in the Caribbean. Stark, after the drinks break, he's going to bowl his last over. He's got figures of 1 for 18. That's outside the off stump. Najmal cuts and misses. It's a dot ball. It is Hridoi who's joined Shanto, but he's at the non-strikers end, the right-hander. 67 for 3. So Stark's going to be bowled out in the 11th over of the innings, which can't happen too often from Mitchell Stark in all the T20 cricket that he plays across the world. Score predictors at 146 as Stark bowls to Shanto, drives straight at Stoinis at extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic, isn't it? To bowl 4 in the first 11, it wouldn't happen often, as you mentioned. Obviously, maybe trying to put a bit of pressure on the new batter, but they're just trying different tactics in the Australians. Obviously, they're going to find their 4 overs from, obviously, Stoinis, Maxwell and co, but, Stark is going to be bowled out, isn't he? They've obviously held back a bit Zampa a little bit later, potentially.
He's very loose-limbed, isn't he, Stark? He glides into Shanto. Short ball. I don't think it gets up as high as Shanto expected. It's deflected off something, either toe end of the bat or hip, down towards a very fine third-man position. Zampa gets round to do the fielding, prevents the boundary. They run 2, 69 for 3. Mitchell Marsh, the captain, claps his hands. I think it was a bit of top edge onto shoulder.
Yeah, it didn't seem to get up as high as Shanto thought it would, and he sort of outside edged it, didn't he, into his shoulder, and he got a couple of runs for it. Interesting, the bounce of that. Maybe a cross-seam delivery from Mitchell Stark. Obviously, we've seen Stoinis do a few of them. They've bounced a little bit.
Start balls, full toss. Quite a high full toss, actually. I reckon that was, top of the pad. Shanto slightly taken by surprise. You don't expect Mitchell Stark to bowl deliveries like that. Cloths it up towards long on for a single, 70 for 3.
Yeah, he did. He took it by surprise. Just asking the umpire how high that was. Really interesting. I see Green is on the field at mid-wicket. Obviously, someone may be off with a slight challenge. I don't know who was off the field, but Green has come onto the field at mid-wicket.
The thing I like about this ground, it's not a grass bank, is it? It's lots of stone steps, with each level of the steps covered by grass. Really comfortable for the spectators to be sitting either side, the square of the wicket. Starks round the wicket to Fridoy. He looks for a bouncer for his first delivery. That goes down the leg side. Is rightly called wide by Richard Illingworth.
It's a big playing surface, isn't it? There's a lot of space on the between, obviously, the advertising boards, then where the stands start as well. So there's big space. It's been purpose-built, almost like a bowl, isn't it? Almost the playing surface is a little bit lower than the surroundings. Really, really nicely done. Argentina obviously love it. They play all their games there, so they obviously pick it as a nice ground.
Starks round the wicket again to Fridoy. That's a full delivery on off stump that's driven towards green. The subfield at extra cover. There's no run. One delivery, 11th to go. Of course, in Antigua, you've got this ground, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and the old wreck as well, that famous old stadium, which has sort of fallen into disrepair slightly. But I noticed that England have been training there during this tournament. I think I read the other day as well, there's plans to refurbish and regenerate that stadium. Loads of history on that ground. Stark to complete the over. Another short delivery to Fridoy, who just rides the bounce. Just over 87 miles an hour. Dab down towards third man for a single. 72 for 3, and Mitchell Stark's done, or at least he's done with the ball for the evening. Figures of 1 for 21. He took that wicket from the third ball of the match. And now he'll graze in the outfield for the remaining 9 overs. 72 for 3. Shanto 14, Fridoy 1.
It is, as you mentioned, a nice ground. Obviously, as you mentioned, there's steps there, the way they built it, the bank, and then obviously the concrete steps. It's a really, rather than obviously the slope and see people who've had a few too many Caribs occasionally fall down the slope. This is a drop, isn't it? It's too many Caribs and a drop onto someone who's below you, really, rather than a fall.
It's like a bit like an amphitheatre, like an outdoor theatre, or maybe like a National Trust venue. You're right, it's a big old ground, particularly to one side, with the pitch that they're playing on this evening. It's the leg side, actually, the bigger boundary is Maxwell bowls. His off breaks to Fridoy. The right hand, I say the bigger side actually to the right hander, because he's got a right hand left combination. Single taken with a dab to third man, short third. 73 for 3, Bangladesh. Thinking about, I don't know, 145, 150 from here.
Yeah, they're going to want or need above 150, I think, when the surface looks okay tonight. A little bit of spin for them.
Shanto, the left-hander, slashes past the umpire, who's standing at point for the left-hander. Travis Head, behind that familiar moustache, scurries around the offside boundary to do the fielding. 74 for 3 in the Antiguan night.
Interesting if there's any dew, to take shape. The game's at 8:30 start local time, isn't it? There's a bit, maybe there's a little bit dew at play. Why Australia wanted to chase potentially.
Maxwell outside the off stump, a cut from Fridoy. Behind square on the offside. Man has to get round. It's Pat Cummins who does the fielding. They run 2. Bangladesh go on to 76 for 3 earlier on. Before the game started, Cummins received the Sir Garfield Sobers Trophy from the ICC. It's a very shiny award. Lots of diamonds and jewels in it. 76 for 3, midway through the 12th, as Maxwell bowls to Fridoy, who's driving along the ground to the left of the long off fielder. That's Stoinis who gets around to do the work. 2 more, 78 for 3. Yeah, Sir Garfield Sobers Trophy for the Men's Cricketer of the Year. I mean, what a year he's had, Cummins.
Definitely. He mentioned score 8 and over from here, gets 144. I think they're going to need a bit more than that. I think it's a little bit short. Just teetering at sort of 6, 7 and over, haven't they, all the way through the innings.
Straighter from Maxwell. Fridoy clips off his pads. Now this is trickling towards the edge of the 30-yard circle. One of those where they think they could get 2, even though the ball hasn't travelled very far. But they didn't want to take on David Warner, who scurries in from deep mid-wicket. 79 for 3, 7 off the over.
David Warner, obviously listening to Kevin Howell's commentary before, said he was a little bit slower. He's obviously raced in and saved 2 there, so he's back on level pegging.
Last ball of the 12th, reverse from Shanto, missed. Maxwell's appealing vociferously, but we can see that Shanto's got well outside the line of the off stump when he's played that shot. There was only half an appeal from Matthew Wade behind the stumps. 12 gone, 79 for 3. Maxwell's got his cap back on. He's got figures of 1 for 14. When Matthew Wade removed his helmet at the end of that over, revealed another moustache. They're a very mustachioed team. The Australians.
Yeah, it is. It does. Yeah, they are a team that constantly looks like they are in November all the time. So yeah, you do think when you watch it, Adam Zampa's haircut as well. Obviously, business at the front, party at the back. The old school mullet. So the old school mullets and the moustaches still rocking out in parts of Australia.
Here comes Zampa with the mullet. That's a googly that comes back in towards Hridoy from outside the off stump. It means that Hridoy doesn't time that cut shot and it just trickles to the man at point. Zampa's been, well, characteristically excellent. He's got figures of 1 for 10 into his third over. Breeze still flutters across the ground just through the pink shirt of umpire Rich Dillingworth. Zampa again outside the off stump. It's cut towards Marsh at point. Just with all the moustaches, just a slight look of a group of Peaky Blinders henchmen, I think.
Yeah.
Zampa in the green, bowling with white boots, full, and Hridoy sweeps from outside the off stump for 4. He picks a gap on the leg side. He's fetched it a long way. Tim David was the man at long on, trying to get around to his right. But Shanto picked the gap well, and there's a man with a cuddly tiger, a Bangladesh fan, celebrating in the crowd. 83 for 3.
Really nice shot. Looked like the mid-wicket had been brought in, so there's a big gap from deep back square leg to long on, and it slog swept over the mid-wicket. He'd been brought in the circle, and no one behind. Lovely shot. He's been pushed back out now. 3 men on the leg side.
Another googly from Zampa. Hridoy goes back on his stumps, waits, watches it turn, and plays with a full face of the bat out towards that deep mid-wicket for a single. 84 for 3. Run rate 6.6. You said, Paul, they'll want at least 150.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, they were going to want as many as they can, really. But, well, you know, if they get to 150, 160, that's 8. That's, you know, who knows then?
Zampa casts a shadow in 2 directions. He bowls down the leg side to Shanto. Shanto wants a wide, but Rich Dillingworth saying, no, that's come off your thigh. He's tapping his top of his leg, the umpire. It's one of those in the IPL where we would have had a review. I'd like to see a replay of that to see if Bangladesh have been done out of an extra run and an extra delivery. Zampa again, there's a sweep and give it LBW. Shanto's gone. He looks back at the umpire but doesn't think about the review. He just walks off for 41. Zampa strikes again and Bangladesh are 84 for 4.
Yeah, he's just done the paddle one. They're probably more worried about the wide, the previous ball, and he's missed one. I think he's definitely worth a review. He's played beautifully if he's 41 off 36. Potentially missing, but maybe not. And it's hard to overturn, isn't it? It's got to be completely missing the stumps. So you go to sweep one and it just straightens on you. I don't think he's going to be able to overturn a decision, and it's a shame because he's played lovely, hasn't he, Shanto, since the tough 41 off 36. Shame for Bangladesh at 84 for 4 now.
He did a good job, the captain, coming in the first over after Stark removed Hassan. 5 4s and a 6. And yeah, he was just slightly agitated by that call or non-call from Richard Illingworth. Didn't signal wide from the 5th delivery. Then Shanto looked for the sweep and it hit him on the knee roll. He was down low already. I reckon that was going to hit the top of, or I don't know, 3/4 of the way up middle and off. Roushan Alam, they're pretty close, didn't it? Pretty plumb.
It did, actually, yeah. I don't think that would have been one worth reviewing, personally. But decent innings from the captain. He'll feel that he's amongst the runs again. That'll be confidence boosting for the rest of the Super 8s. And Bangladesh now have their form batters in. Hridoy, who's been by far the most intelligent batters for Bangladesh. He's really worked hard for his runs. And Shakib Al Hassan, who had a slow start to this tournament, but then 64 a couple of matches ago. So I think Bangladesh well placed here to go on. If they play correctly, they could set a decent target tonight.
Well, Shakib's arrived, along with Rohit Sharma, the only man to play in every T20 World Cup. 37 now. Just a constant of Bangladeshi cricket. The GOAT?
The GOAT, absolutely.
Pat Cummins is bowling his second over to Hridoy, who jumps in the air and tickles the ball down towards fine leg for a single. Stark scurries in, does the work. Bangladesh 85 for 4. We've got a slightly lopsided look to the bowling card, where Mitchell Stark has bowled out after 11 and Pat Cummins has still got 3 to bowl of the final 7.
Yeah, they definitely played to conditions, I think, which is the right thing to do in a game like this. Yeah, and Shakib played every single T20 World Cup. He says he wants to do one more after this. Possible. He could do that at 39, couldn't he? A couple of years' time.
He does the right job for it as well, doesn't he? Spin bowling all round. It doesn't take too much out of the body.
Exactly.
Just seen a replay of the LBW. Would have hit off stump at the top. Shakib is away. Just crabs across his stumps. A bit Chanderpaul-like, actually. Just to deflect the ball down towards fine leg for a single. 86 for 4, Bangladesh. The slight issue they've got, Bangladesh, in the back end of this innings, or any T20 innings, just those 6 hitters, isn't it? There's not a lot of power in that middle and lower order.
Yeah, it's a problem that's not really gone away. Rishad Hussain showed a bit of promise. He's largely in this team because he's a leg spinner, but he's got a good 40-odd off of 16 balls against Sri Lanka in a one-dayer. But yeah, they lack the big hitters.
Cummins steams in. That's a slower ball, just a little off-cutter that he rolls his fingers across. Hridoy, he waits for it on the front foot, guides it down towards third man for a single. 87 for 4.
I think that's also why they've made it to the Super 8s, because playing the games in New York and Dallas, it was very similar to how they could play at home. Low scores, defendable targets, and then sort of knock the ball about along the ground, almost at a one-day rate at times. It didn't require big hitting. It required a boundary and a few singles, and that's sort of how they've managed to get to this stage. But that something's going to have to give, something's going to have to change if they're going to compete against Australia, India and Afghanistan in the Super 8s.
Feels like the breeze is a little bit stronger as Shakib waits. He's right across his stumps. You can see the leg peg, actually, as Cummins bowls. Shakib wants a single on the leg side. It's not there as Cummins is through in his follow-through. Right down from Cummins, that slow ball, down at 70 miles an hour. You see, he goes to the off-cutter, and that just maybe tells you a little bit about the pitch and what Bangladesh's slower bowlers might get out of it later on if they can get to that 150. Cummins, he's got this idiosyncrasy where he throws the ball up in the air and catches it as he starts his run up, and he's in now, number 30, bouncer, that Shakib ducks underneath. He called wide, actually. It's Richard Illingworth at square leg who's just nudging Michael Goff to say, yeah, you need to get your arms out. 88 for 4. That looked fair enough to me, even though Shakib was ducking way over what he would have been in his normal stance. 2 deliveries of the 14th to go. Cummins has conceded 16 runs, 2 deliveries of his second remaining. Shakib jams down on one that's outside the off stump. He's doing a lot of shuffling around in the creases, Shakib out. Hassan 89 for 4 with that single to third man.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Shakib. I mean, it's fascinating watching Shakib not being captain of this team. And Shanto, his decisions so far have been not controversial, but it shows real confidence in a young captain. There was a game in this tournament where Shakib was only bowled once for 1 over. Shuffling Shakib up and down the order, it shows real kind of confidence in the captain. So I think Shakib now sort of having to adapt to being, I guess, a team player, really, which is a different role for him in this Bangladesh setup.
Cummins to complete the over, bowls to Hridoy, defends into the offside. Maxwell just prowls around at point, doesn't he? Greatest fielders in the world. 14 gone. Bangladesh 89 for 4. Group 1 of the Super 8s at the T20 World Cup. Wherever you're listening to us, BBC Sounds, BBC Radio 5, Sports Extra, or on the ABC in Australia. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Later on today, 3:30 UK time, England back in action, taking on South Africa, where the winner of that game will know pretty much that they are close to being through to the semi-finals. I mean, we did not think that about England when the rain was falling on Saturday evening. What was it, 48 minutes I think they had to spare to get that game in against Namibia. But they looked excellent their defeat of the West Indies 24 hours ago, probably their most complete white ball performance since they beat India in the semi-finals of this tournament.
Yeah, it was comprehensive, wasn't it? Really comprehensive.
Zampa's bowling his third to Shakib. Now, that's gone really fine off the pad. There's a chase for the short, fine leg fielder. It's Josh Hazlewood who's lumbering towards the boundary. He needs a couple of goes at picking the ball up. They've ran two somethings, didn't see a single, 2 runs, 91 for 4.
This is going to be the final danger, well, not the final danger over, but, you know, after those Zampa's bowled us 4, Stark's bowled us 4, Bangladesh need to figure out how they're going to click on through the gears and get to a decent total here.
Zampa bowls a full delivery that is dug out by Shakib, and Matthew Wade continues to commentate for us. Like he says, coming right across, boys, and he was, right across his stumps. 92 for 4 Bangladesh. It's funny, isn't it, how it turns around for England. I mean, there was plenty of us, yours truly included, saying after they lost to Australia, you know, they were at the point of no return, this whole white ball setup. You know, if they'd gone out of that World Cup, if it hadn't gone well for them against Oman, if it rained against Namibia, you're wondering, are people going to stay in a job? Matthew Mott, Josh Butler, lots of players coming towards the end of their career. They got to that point, and if they go past that, can't see how they get back from it. All of a sudden they get through.
All is fine.
They look excellent against the West Indies. They're on the verge of a semi-final. Shorter delivery from Zampa. That bounces. It's deflected by Hridoy to Hazlewood at short third. I don't think Hazlewood is necessarily enjoying being in the action as much as he is right now, the big fast ball. It's a dot ball. Hazlewood's thinking, I've still got to bowl 2 more overs yet.
There's no switching off in the field for him today, is there?
Zampa juts out a right elbow. Number 88 scurries in, punched off the back foot by Hridoy, just to the right of the man at point, picks up one-handed. Single taken, 93 for 4. Feels like Bangladesh just struggling to find the boundary now.
Yeah, 2 more balls to see out. Just need to be sensible here. See out Zampa. He's the danger man.
Gives himself some room to Shakib, slashes the ball, or pushes it actually, off the back foot, aerially through the covers. Tim David, with his hair bouncing, comes off the long off boundary to do the single. One taken, 94 for 4. It's been more than 2 overs since we had a boundary. It was the 3rd ball of the 13th, and this is the last ball of the 15th coming up. Zampa, the last ball of his spell. Bowling to Hridoy, who powerfully sweeps, fetching the ball for 4. There is a boundary. And it was Hridoy actually who got the last one, slog sweeping to that same corner of the field for 4. And he fetches Zampa from a long way outside the off stump for a much needed boundary. 98 for 4. Hridoy has 19, Shakib has 6, and Adam Zampa takes his cap. Roushan Malam. Figures of 2 for 24, and after you it'll be Kevin Howells.
Well, it might not look like it looking at the scorecard, but this is definitely, for Bangladesh, a better position that they found themselves in at this stage in this World Cup. And actually what they find themselves in a position now is having 2 in-form batters who know how to play these sort of conditions, who can now look to click on through the gears. Stark has bowled his overs, Zampa has bowled his overs. It's time to click through the gears and do so quickly.
That sounds like fighting talk.
It has to be. And look, we've also got coming up, and I know the dew will set in and Bangladesh would have rather have won this toss, but you have a Bangladesh bowling attack who are in form and also really confident at the moment. You've got Fiz bringing his form in from the IPL. You've got Tuscan Ahmed back from injury. You've got Rishad Hussain, who Australia have never faced and has been a very impressive leg spinner. You know, Bangladesh defended 105 the other day. Okay, fine, this is a very different batting attack to the one they faced against Nepal, but when you're high in confidence, anything's possible, right?
Right. I mean, I very much believe that to be the case. Into the 16th over. 98 for 4. Although I don't think you were talking about me personally in life, but I mean, I guess it applies.
Do you know what's happened? I've had a fizzy drink and now I've got the confidence back.
You do have a look of a band that's just got a maybe. Don't take this the wrong way. A little bit too much in there. Just that's some rush you've just had there, my friend.
I know. It'll fizzle out by the Australian innings.
Okay. Well, I hope it doesn't. You keep it going. I'll go and buy another one of those for you if you like. 98 for 4. Shakib's on 6. Finds a bit of room to play the shot, but also finds a bit of room out there on the offside to pick up 1. And just settle for the 1, so he's on to 7. And Bangladesh edging ever closer to the 100. They're on 99 at the moment. This has been a tricky fixture in the past, of course, for Bangladesh. 5 previous meetings, Bangladesh have never won in this level of competition, so it sort of puts one or two things into context as well. But we're 2 balls into the 16th over here, and there is something certainly to work with, but what can they achieve? We've got Josh Hazlewood doing the bowling at the moment. He's in his 3rd over, and that's worked away from Hridoy for just the 1. There's Stephan, who just a few moments ago talked about those boundaries. Need to find those boundaries, need to build on that if they can. He's moved to 20, Hridoy of 17, and that is the 100. So that's 100 for 4 midway through this 16th over. Will Bangladesh put into bat? Bad start when Tanzid Hassan was out for naught after just the 3rd delivery. Then we had that 58-run partnership for the 2nd wicket. Platform built, but can they work upon it? That's fallen kindly there really for Shakib Hussain. Just out of the reach of David Warner, square on the offside, so he'll go through for 1. He moves to 8, and it's now 101 for 4 in the 16th over. Yeah, we're talking of, you know, results that might be uplifting. This really would be pretty much a different stratosphere if Bangladesh were to get a victory.
It'd be huge. Yeah, it'd be huge. It'd be their first one in T20 World Cups, and I think it'd be the most surprising of their shock results so far against the Australians.
Hridoy on 20 not out, 101 for 4. 2 balls left to the 16th over. Comes back in. They've got an inside edge onto the pads and then out square on the offside. I don't know in detail, but it just doesn't get anything anyway. It's a dot ball, so Hazlewood keeping it fairly tight at this stage of the innings. This is just exemplary really from Hazlewood, and not what Bangladesh are looking for. They're looking for those boundaries. If they can clear the boundary, all the better, but certainly get the ball to the boundary is something they desperately need to do.
They do, and Tawhid Hridoy has sort of gone into his sensible play role, and so we're relying really on Shakib. Bangladesh are relying on Shakib to find the boundaries, and he doesn't seem to be attacking wholeheartedly.
Hridoy will get it away, leg side, push hard for 1, therefore there should be a second. He'll have to be sharp coming back, but he is. The throw's not the best. Matthew Wade has some ground to cover. I think from Mitchell Stark's throw together that one, and there probably was always going to be 2 there anyway, having run that first one well. 5 runs coming from that Josh Hazlewood over, and that's 103 for 4 after 16 over. Shakib on 8, Hridoy on 22. During the interval coming up, there'll be a bit of a look back on that England victory that they've been talking about over the West Indies. Earlier today, as I say, there was a victory also for India over Afghanistan. That, of course, in this group, the group of these 2 teams are in. The England game, of course, in the other group, but India's sitting at the top, those 2 points from that 1 game played so far in this Super 8 section. You've got to finish in the top 2, get through to the semi-finals, and hopefully maybe Barbados week on Sunday for the finals. Say the matches are
they come at you fast, don't they? Yeah, they do at the business
I like
end.
that. I like that. I know that you have to be careful about, you know, overdoing it for the players and everything, but as long as there's not too much travel involved, I'm sure they'll be okay. Shakib is on 8, and Marcus Stoinis is going to bowl his 2nd over of the match. His first went for 10. He's had a good tournament as Marcus Stoinis. He's got 6 wickets with his bowling. But he's bowling to Shakib Hussain. Now then, this has got a leading edge high in the air, and it falls nicely for Stoinis to take the catch himself. Wasn't too sure if that was going to go to the keeper, but actually was up there for long enough and high enough and straight enough for Stoinis off his own bowling to take the catch immediately. A big wicket. Shakib Hussain was the man who really needed to get going, needed to give some impetus to this innings for Bangladesh, and he has perished for only 8 in the end. And the reintroduction of Stoinis, I say leading edge, was outside edge of the bat really. He was looking to work it on the leg side, but he just went high into the nighttime sky. Easy enough catch for Stoinis. 103 for 5 in the 17th over.
Huge wicket for Australia. Shakib Al Hassan falling. He had the role here of attacking the Australian batters because on the other side, you had Tawhid Hridoy, whose role is to play sensibly, keep the run rate ticking. But Shakib does not look confident today. He's not really attacked with much aggression. A lot of his attacking shots were slightly half-hearted. He rode his luck a few times with the ball sort of dropping between fielders inside the circle, and so it felt like that wicket was coming. It would be disappointing for Shakib. He didn't really ever get going today.
Does that happen from time to time with him? Because you would have thought if he is the GOAT, as indeed he is, you'd think that you'd go out there and think, right, you know, I've done it before in my career. Tonight's a big stage, a big opportunity.
I mean, the expectation is certainly there, but he hasn't quite found his form in this World Cup. There's one good innings of 65, but either side of that, Shakib has not been Shakib, particularly this World Cup.
And just to add to that, of course, he's the only one past 50 so far in the competition previous to tonight for Bangladesh. Mahmudullah, and that's played by him on his first ball face from Stoinis, leg side, so he's off the mark with one, but those singles are only going to get you so far, and may I suggest, not far enough. They carry on like that, but that was his first ball face, so that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's the age-old problem with Bangladesh and T20 cricket, the lack of big hitters. It's a problem they've not been able to solve. And if I'm honest, you know, Bangladesh were sleepwalking into this World Cup with, you know, a series loss against USA, a kind of all-series win, but poor performance against Zimbabwe.
Stoinis in again. This one's been hammered away. That's more like it. That's gone a long way. It's gone a long way for 6, actually, over mid-wicket. Oh, there was a good nod from you. You like that. You like that. At last, you're thinking. Hridoy there. Clears the boundary, moves to 28 off 20, 110 for 5.
Yeah, Hridoy's been by far Bangladesh's strongest batters. He scored 3 sixes in a row, I think, against South Africa in this tournament. Calm as you like. He's a good man to have at the crease in the final 5 overs. So, Hridoy, Mahmudullah, what can they do here? They know they've got to kick through the gears, and it looks like they're showing some intent here.
Well, let's hope they do. We want a good game. All the predictions coming in, whether there's going to be an Australian win, well, let's just see. But let's hope, at least from Bangladesh's point of view, they do push it as close and as hard as they can tonight. That will serve them well for other games to come. But 110 for 5 is their position at the moment, midway through the 17th over. Hridoy 28 not out. Stoinis, having conceded that 6 bowls again. This again is going to go a long way. This time it's square, and it could be another 6. Yes, over square leg. At last, 2 successive 6s. 116 for 5. We've got 2 balls left to the 17th.
Well, they've gone after Stoinis tonight. We went, was it 10 old runs in the first over?
Yeah.
And Hridoy deciding he's picked his mark here. 2 in a row. He scored 3 in a row the other night. Is he going to go for a 3rd?
That's a jazzy Australian jacket that gentleman's wearing. Young lad. However, he looks slightly forlorn in it on seeing that second 6. What about this next one? Stoinis again to Hridoy on 34. This time it's driven and for no runs. Straight to David Warner doing the fielding at extra cover. He wasn't going to go leg side at all there again, was he? He was definitely going to try. No. That one, we're just looking at a replay. I don't like it when this happens. You think, has he gone again? No. I have seen that shot before. It was just a few moments ago. Just saying that there is a breeze. It's quite a strong breeze blowing, and actually it's blowing that way as well, so it's going to help any shots that side. So he's going to go offside again, Stoinis. He's learned that lesson maybe a few balls too late, but Mahmudullah will pick up a single there to finish off. No, dot ball to finish off. 14 runs from that over. 10 came from the first, so Stoinis 1 for 24 from his 2 overs so far. Hridoy on 35, Mahmudullah on 1, on 17 for 5, 17 overs gone. You'll be encouraged by that. Bangladesh supporters will be. I'm encouraged by it, but they need to keep it going. However, very clear that Stoinis was a little bit at fault there for straying down on that leg side, that onside, but capitalised on it beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Bangladesh needed an over like that. 14 might feel modest in the grand scheme of the sort of overs we can see in T20 cricket, but as far as Bangladesh has gone, it's pushed them towards 120. Can they push on now and reach that 140, 145 mark and give themselves something to really defend against this strong Australian batting lineup that they can have to bowl at shortly?
Yeah. But that is Bangladesh's strength. It's the bowling. So
at the moment, yeah, high in confidence. So actually, I think they'll come in and feel they can defend anything. That literally was the quote from the bowlers after the last game.
Pat Cummins in bowling now. I think it was a bit slower. Hridoy works it on the onside for one. Comes back for a second. It's going to be a comfortable 2 in the end. David Warner having to come some distance off the boundary to retrieve the ball. 119 for 5 in the 18th over. Cummins is bowling his 3rd over so far of the night. Stark's bowled through his 4 overs 1 for 21. Hazelwood's 3 overs no wicket for 14. Zampo's bowled out as well, his 4 overs 2 for 24, giving him 11 wickets so far for the tournament. Adam Zampa. Hridoy on 37, driven through the legs of Mamadou at the other end by Hridoy. Quite neat work, actually. Jumped out of the way, straight through, and a single. 120 for 5. This 18th over. But then the 2s and the 1s, we need to see more boundaries again. I'm sorry to be so demanding, but that's what the situation requires. Very much it does.
You're quite right. I think Bangladesh have sort of learned to work hard for their runs, particularly playing on that New York pitch early in the tournament where they've had to run hard between the wickets to get anything on the scoreboard. So they've carried that into this game. Cummins
to Mamadullah this time. It's full on the off stump, driven, and go through for 1. We talk about the strength of Bangladesh and the confidence of their bowling. Well, it's something that's a bit of a given with Australia in all departments really at the moment. Let's not forget, of course, that they are going, if they possibly can, at the end of this for the clean sweep of all the world titles. Championship, 50 overs, and T20 as well. So.
They need a bigger trophy cabinet.
Well, yes, quite possibly. I mean, they haven't got there yet, but it does show just at what point they are in with this group of players. Hridoy on 38. Say this group of players. I mean, they've got a nice mix there. There are some of these that figure in all formats, but they have others, of course, who don't. Is that the end of the over or not? So sometimes it's difficult to tell from a monitor. It used to be in the good old days, because I'm old enough to remember the good old days. In the good old days, this sort of stuff, you'd always have to wait until the end of an over. But no, 2 balls left of an over, and we get all that stuff. 122 for 5. 2 balls left to the 18th over. And Mamadou is on 2. And that's bowled, because he's pulled on. Bottom edge, down into the stumps. Mamadullah's gone. Cummins gets his first wicket of the night. 6 wickets down now, Bangladesh. 122 for 6 with a lot of work to do here now. 1 ball left of the 18th over. Mamadullah going for a big hit. Unfortunately, it didn't come off. As I say, bat down onto the stumps. He was looking to pull that and crashes straight onto those bells. They light up. He's out.
Yeah, it looks like he sort of almost took his eyes off the ball there a little bit, getting a bottom edge onto his own stumps. Playing this sort of shot that he needed to play, but he'll be annoyed with himself. Mamadullah has been a very reliable finisher for Bangladesh, coming in quite early throughout a lot of these innings in this T20 World Cup, but this time around not being able to add much to the total, which he'll be disappointed with. But it does mean we see Mahedi come in, and he's a decent hitter of the ball.
I'm loving your tones tonight. I'm loving it. At every turn, you think you're looking for the positives, and with the truth backing up. Mahedi to join the man who I'm putting my eyes on at the moment, though, Hridoy, because he did strike those balls beautifully for those 6s. Here's our fellow in his jazzy Australian shirt again, or jacket. Mahedi Hassan comes in at 8 here. 122 for 6. He's facing as he's in the air, and he's gone first ball. Caught by Zampa, down at 3rd. And that is another wicket to finish off that over. Yeah, 18 overs gone. And 2 in 2 there for Cummins. Well, I'm looking to you again. Give me some of that energy.
Well, it was a needless first shot. I mean, Bangladesh obviously trying to click through the gears as quickly as possible, but there's always a risk that's going to happen towards the death overs in T20 cricket. It does mean Tawhid Hridoy is the final man left, and Bangladesh are going to rely on him now to take this score into something that is defendable, because we are really into the tail end. But you know, Tuscan Ahmed's cleared the ropes a couple of times. He's not the most confident looking batter. He looks like me towards the end of a net session in Sunday League, if I'm honest. But Tawhid Hridoy,
that's good.
That good, yeah.
By the way, 5 runs from that over, but 2 wickets, 2 in 2. So Cummins on a hat-trick at the start of the next over. Do try and remind me, will you? Taskin has gone out there to join Hridoy. 122 for 7. 2 overs remaining. Taskin Ahmed. Hazelwood to bowl his 4th and final over. His first 3, only conceding 14 runs. That's just terrific, really. You know, you look at the wickets column, not a wicket there, but 14 runs in this format. And that one is carved down towards the headbanded Mitchell Stark. And a single. So 123 for 7. Short at the moment, short by some distance, I fear. So, but what can happen? Got these 11 balls remaining.
We've been deceived, I think, by some of the grounds and some of the scores. You know, we've had some low-scoring thrillers. Bangladesh in particular have been part of a number of them.
Yes.
And so I wonder whether they might be looking at the scoreboard thinking, oh, we'll give this a go, which could be misleading, you know, on a ground like this.
Yes, I just feel there needs to be the 150, 160 mark.
I'd agree with you, I completely agree.
Taskin faces his first ball. Hazelwood bowls on the leg stump, turned around the corner. Is anybody going to arrive? Yes, he's there again. Oh man, the warrior, our rock star, rolling along the ground there. Stark gathered the ball in. On our monitors, he left that dramatically, beautifully late, didn't he? Just to appear from nowhere to gather the ball.
It was a perfect sliding stop, and surprisingly confident there from Taskin. I think he must have spent some time in the nets, realising that he's
on a Sunday next to you.
On a Sunday next to me, in the nets next to me.
Thinking, look at that fella next to me. I'm not that bad. You've given him some confidence. He's on 2. Hazelwood bowls, and does he get a top edge? No, he's very short arm pull. Who's trying to play there. That didn't look so good, but it's not out. Smiles all round. You know, I'd love it when people are happy and smiling. Umpire, batter, everybody having a bit of a smile out there. I'm not too sure what they're all smiling about. Ooh, what were the noises there?
It is net practice. It's like bad shot in the net. Sorry, guys, we'll have a laugh about it. That's Taskin's batting style.
Taskin on 2. 125 for 7. Midway through the penultimate over. Hazelwood bowls again. Has he got hold of this enough? I don't know. It's out there into a vacant area, which is okay. Eventually, Stoinis will get to it with a right-arm throw. And more runs. Takes them to 127 for 7.
This is relatively low pressure for Taskin. He came out the other day against South Africa with Bangladesh needing 6 off of the last ball. So compared to that, this is luxury batting for young Taskin. He'll want to stay. Well, he'll want to try and get Towhead on strike for that final over, because I think Towhead's the man to try and surge the score in the final few balls of this innings.
100%. Hazelwood to Taskin now on 4. That's a Yorker, slower ball as well. Underarm throw behind him, misses the stumps, which will allow them to go through for 2 in the end. And will there be more overthrows? Is it going to be backing up? Well, I don't know, because Taskin's gone running off a mile there. Come back. He's moved to 6. He's got himself a couple of runs, but they were alert to that. Just Hazelwood tried to be sharp with the no-look throw behind him, but he missed, and therefore there's a little bit of too much ground to cover there. I think maybe for Travis Head to try and get round, but bonus run if you like. 129 for 7. 1 ball remaining of the 19th. And Hazelwood, who's been a little bit more expensive this over, but he hasn't conceded a boundary. Will he do on this last ball? Again, good Yorker length delivery. However, it will be a boundary to finish things off. I thought that was a good ball in which Taskin played really well to get it away the way he did. Found a gap. It's a boundary. 133 for 7 after 19 overs. Taskin moves to 10. Hridoy on 40 at the other end. But he found the gap really nicely there to the right of mid-off and to the left of extra cover.
Well, I think Taskin will take that.
11 runs coming from that over.
Yeah, perfect last ball of the over as well.
What are you to remind me of here?
What am I've forgotten.
Cummins hat-trick ball.
Oh, the hat-trick ball, of course. Sorry, I've just meant to write that down.
Thank you. It's good of me to remind you to remind me.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Teamwork.
Hridoy on 40. Cummins is Going to try and get rid of the man who's got a job here of getting them up to as close to that 150 mark as they can. They're on 133 for 7, only this 1 over remaining. We don't know, you know, the old adage about until both sides are battered and all that sort of stuff just feels short at the moment. Feels short, but we don't know. Hat-trick ball for Cummins into Hridroy, in and bowls. He looks to lift this over the top. No, and he's taken. The hat-trick has been taken. The catch by Hazelwood. Cummins with 3 and 3 there. 2 from his previous over. First ball of this final over of the innings. Hridroy has gone for 40. And a hat-trick for Pat Cummins. This man is special on big occasions. He usually does grab a headline or two, and that's the headline tonight. Well done, Pat Cummins. He leaves Bangladesh at 133 for 8.
Well, he's been fantastic in these final few overs. Mahmudullah, Mahdi, and then Thawid Hridroy. 3 in a row for Pat Cummins. What a performance he's had tonight. Really needless from Thawid Hridroy. Literally spooning a wicket to the Australians there. Trying to pay over his shoulder, nowhere near enough momentum on it, and in the end, right down the neck of the fielder. Australia now have Bangladesh right where they want them, on the ropes, and only the tail enders to face the last 5 balls.
Yeah, well done to Pat Cummins with that hat-trick. Hazelwood taking the catch at short fine. But, you know, Hridroy played a nice couple of shots for those 6s, and it was down to him, really. Let's see what Tanzim can do. He's got Cummins, who now is looking for 4 in 4. Can he get another wicket? No, not on this occasion. Another good Yorker length delivery, though, which is dug out well. And they will just settle for the 1, I think so, yeah. 134 for 8. But terrific from Cummins. His figures read 3 for 23. But it includes a hat-trick. So well done to Pat Cummins for that. But it does mean that whatever chance Bangladesh had to give themselves a score around the 150 mark, that's not going to happen now. The big smiles around for a very popular man in world cricket, but maybe not so popular in Bangladesh right now.
They're very well appreciated in Bangladesh, I imagine.
Terrific stuff from Cummins. Mahmudullah, of course, is out for 2. We saw Mahdi Hassan, who's out for naught. They'll pick up some runs here. They'll come back for 2. You just get the feeling as though this is two runs, but whether it's going to be anything effective or decisive come the end of the night, it's hard to see at the moment. But who knows? Taskin is on 12. Tanzim is sitting at the other end on 1. 2 runs off that last ball. Got 3 remaining. 136 for 8.
What a strike rate for Tuscan. I wasn't expecting him to be the 200 of the night.
No. What's he? That's his strike rate, by the way, everybody. He hasn't got 200 on. He's got 12. But he's now got 13. 13 from 7. 137 for 8. Got 2 balls remaining in the 20th. It's just the people in parts of the world and in the UK who might be dozing off to sleep every now and then, coming back, and the words you hear.
Thinking Tuscan Ahmed scored 200 runs. That would be something.
No, that would be something. But he has got 13 from 7. Tanzim's on 1. 137 for 8. 2 balls left. Cummins bowls again. Where's this gone? High in the air on the leg side. How much on it? Well, not enough to get to the boundary, but falls just short of 2 Australian fielders coming in, one of which was David Warner. Right arm throw. 2 runs, 139 for 8. 1 ball remaining of this final over, which began with that wicket for Cummins, which gave him his hat-trick. There was Hridroy, who went for 40. This is the final ball of the innings. Tanzim is facing, carved away down towards Zampa with a right arm throw from 3rd, and that is the completion of the 20 overs. 140 for 8. And Cummins, say, with that wicket, but no boundaries after that. We saw 3 singles, a couple of 2s. I think I've just seen a little bit of rain, you know, there. Taskin on 13. Tanzim on 4. Well, if it's going to rain at any time, now is the time to do it, because we're in the midway point of the match after 20 overs, 140 for 8. Despite your energy drink-filled enthusiasm at one point, Roushan, there, I think you're going to need a couple more cans, aren't you? Following that, or not? I think you're. No, you tell me what you think, and I think you're not writing things off just yet.
I think if you'd offered Bangladesh 140 at the start of this match they would have shaken your hand.
Okay.
I genuinely believe that. The confidence of Bangladesh's bowling attack at the moment is quite high, that they're not going to come out for the defence with their shoulders quite dropped yet. I think it will all depend on how they start. The Australians start their innings. They could take the game away from Bangladesh very quickly, but equally, if Tanzim, if Rishad all attack and take early wickets, this game could go anywhere. This Bangladesh team have confidence with defending low totals.
And we have seen them in this tournament already. That run rate's only just over 7. We're hopeful of maybe getting an interview here live at the ground, and then we'll bring you a bit of a look back at the England match. So one of the problems we may get in the getting the interview of a player is the fact that it's just started to rain. So if the TV company and the crew were not quite prepared with their brollies to get the brolly of a player, we may not hear from a player at this stage. But we're just having a look at that scorecard again, of which Najmul made 41 off 36 before he was LBW to Zampa. Zampa 11 wickets in this tournament so far, Cummins standing out with his 3 for 29, but look at those economies as well of Stark, just 5.25. Maxwell bowled a couple of overs, got a wicket as well. Zampa with 2. Are we going to get an interview or not? But the rain is falling here now, and it is Adam Zampa.
24, couple of catches as well. What were conditions like out there?
Yeah, not too bad. We obviously had the experience of playing here last week, so we kind of knew what to expect. I think the wicket is a little bit different to last time. The odd ball's doing something funny, but generally a pretty good wicket.
You've got 11 wickets in the tournament now. As a leg spinner, do you now feel, you've been performing for such a long time, do you feel in full control of your craft?
Yeah, well, if I don't feel it, I at least try to look like I feel it. But yeah, I mean, the ball feels like it's coming out nicely at the moment. You know, I work hard behind the scenes with my planning, and I get the full backing from the captain and the coach to go out there and take wickets.
Weather permitting, are you happy now with the total that you've restricted Bangladesh to?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely gettable. If we bat well, I think we'll get them.
We'll let you get indoors, thanks. Well bowled.
So Adam Zampa getting wet there. I'm sure he'll be okay. Don't worry, everybody. I think he'll be fine. I think he wanted to say that's below par. I think that's what he wanted to say there, Roushan, and he stopped himself from doing so for fear, as I fear myself, that I've sort of called it too early. But
I think Bangladesh are going to have confidence coming into this. I think the power play is going to define the game. I think one or two things will happen. Australia will either accelerate and make this look easy, or the Bangladesh bowlers continue their form. You know, you've got Mustafizur Rahman coming off the back of a very successful IPL. You've got Taskin Ahmed coming back from injury. Tanzim with his 4 wickets from the last game. So Bangladesh's bowling attack is the informed department of Bangladesh that Bangladesh have had, and this will be the first time they've really tested themselves against, I think, high-quality opposition. So Australia will feel on top. 140 probably does feel quite short, but I think there'll be enough confidence in the Bangladesh camp to make a game of this.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for now. You go and have a lie down now. You go and have a lie down. And it's you versus that fella in that Australian jacket out there for me. And I hope you win. You certainly do, sartorially, anyway. It's fantastic. Okay, so more coming up. It is raining, though, at the moment, and therefore there may be a delay in the second innings of this match getting underway. We didn't actually have a delay to our start with rain earlier when it fell at around about half an hour before the scheduled start time. They got everything done really quickly in the end. They got the toss and the anthems and everything. We made a start on time, but we may have a delay here in the interval with it raining once more. Okay, what we're going to do for you now is going to bring you some reaction to England's impressive 8-wicket victory over the West Indies. Henry Moran is joined by Stephen Finn and Jeff Lemon on the latest episode of the TMS podcast.
England chased down 181 midway through the 18th over. 97-run partnership between Salt and Bairstow, who was unbeaten on 48 from 26 balls. And unquestionably, Stephen Finn, it was England's best performance of this tournament so far, given the opponents.
Yep, they were excellent, weren't they? I anticipated a better showing from them on a much flatter wicket than they've been used to playing on through the early part of the tournament. I think they really are a brilliant team on these flat surfaces. There'll be stiffer challenges to come in terms of what they're playing on, but after the momentum that they gathered in those games against Oman and Namibia, they really put the hammer down here and put the West Indies to the sword, who had a curious day, actually. They didn't look fluent with the bat whatsoever. They lost the toss, and it was almost as though in doing so, that they weren't happy and weren't comfortable setting a target against this England team, even though they did bat very well in the first innings the other evening against Afghanistan. Everyone can have an off day, clearly, but England saw it as an opportunity to attack the weakness of the West Indies, which is their seam bowling and their death bowling in particular, and they did it beautifully.
Jeff Lemon from ABC Grandstand was also watching on as part of our team here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, which got pretty quiet towards the end when that England run chase was starting to move through the gears.
Yes, well, if there's one way to get a crowd quiet. It's taken 30 off and over of one of the home team's bowlers. It was extraordinary how little response there was to that kind of cricketing explosion at the end, but it was all about England's bowling. I thought up front, 180 felt slender on this kind of surface, given the last couple of games we've seen, and given the power that West Indies batting does possess. It was a strange sort of game because they have Brandon King retire hurt, so they haven't technically lost a wicket until the 11th over. They've got nearly 100 on the board by then, and that should be enough of a launch pad, but they just weren't quite able to go. There were a couple of big overs. There was the Liam Livingstone over that goes for 20, the Mark Wood over that goes for 19, but in between times Adil Rashid's able to get through 4 overs for 21. Sam Curran bowls a really good one in the 19th that only goes for 6. There were these quiet periods. There were a lot of dot balls, and they just never quite got going. And everyone except Robman Powell, who came in and belted 36, wasn't in quick time. But we saw strange sort of innings from Puran and strange innings as well from Johnson Charles. They both struggled to get above a run a ball, even though they were out there for quite some time.
Finny, we spoke a lot about England's route to reach this stage of the tournament, needing the help from Australia here in St Lucia to beat Scotland, needing the weather to drift away in Antigua. Now they're here. They did seem to be playing with a bit of freedom. It all felt controlled, and particularly when Sultan Bairstow knew the end was in sight, it looked fun out there.
Yeah, I think it was just a good showing. I think it was exactly what they're capable of. There were a couple of blips, weren't there, those 2 overs that Jeff referenced, but I think outside of that, it was almost very polished and almost complete performance by the entirety of the team, and lots of different people contributed along the way, which is again is a sign that a team's in a good place. Yeah, they scraped it through those group stages, but I'm adamant that anyone who flies through the group stages and is untroubled, I think, doesn't have momentum at the right time in the tournament. You want to be just about hitting your straps now against these teams in the Super 8s, and you take that through to the semi-finals and onwards. Clearly they have 2 more games until they have to worry about that, but they'll be heartened by the way that they played today. They'll be enthused by the fact that they're playing on a fresh wicket, I think, here against South Africa, which should be a really good game, and these flat wickets suit England at the right time.
Let's hear from England's player of the match then. Phil Salt, 87 from 47 deliveries, 7 4s, 5 6s, strike rate of 185. He played brilliantly, and I caught up with him on the boundary edge at the close of play.
More than anything, I think there's a lot of confidence in our sort of camp now. I feel like we've needed a game like that. During the group stages, there was a lot of things out of our control, put us in a tricky position, but we're here now. And as we all know, tournament cricket's about momentum, so just really happy to get that win here against the hosts.
It's an amazing place to play cricket. The noise in the crowd is extraordinary. What's it like in the middle?
It's hard to put into words, to be honest. The crowd is so up, especially. I think when you're batting, I don't really notice it that much. But then when you're on the boundary, you hear everything. You hear every word of what's being said. So they're very big supporters of their own team. But when you're batting, it's generally you quite enjoy the vibe.
And of course, England in action again. We've been referencing the fact that the matches do come thick and fast here in the Super 8s, and England in action again, and the game which, of course, if they win, that will be pretty much it through to the semi-finals. They take on South Africa. 3:15 British summertime on BBC Sound, and 5 Sports Extra for that game. Again at the Darren Sammy Stadium in St Lucia. So that is coming up later today in terms of the cricket we're bringing you. But right now we're in the middle of Australia versus Bangladesh. That's the match that we're concentrating on. And at the moment, I'm afraid a little bit of rain has fallen during the interval after Bangladesh scored 140 for 8 from their 20 overs. Hossein Shanto with a 41 of 36, Ridoy 40 of 28, But the bowling included a hat-trick, a T20 World Cup hat-trick for Pat Cummins, 3 for 29. A couple of wickets for Adam Zampa as well, 11 for the tournament so far. Also wickets for Stark, and for Stoinis and for Maxwell. Hazelwood went without a wicket, and 4 overs, 25 runs. He went for a few just in his last over. He was extremely economical. In the end, it was only 6.25, so still a great job done by Josh Hazelwood, as there were from the Australian bowlers. Generally, just looking, they left Ashton Agar and Nathan Ellis out and brought, was it Stark and Cummins back in? Yes, it was, into their lineup. Okay, so that's where we are at the halfway point. 140 for 8 from 20 overs, so 141 needed here by Australia. Paul Horton, we haven't had your thoughts yet on how you see things at the halfway mark from Bangladesh. 140 for 8. Going to be anywhere near or not, do you think? And the good news, the covers are coming off, so hopefully it won't be too much of a delay in things getting started again.
Well, firstly, the showers timed it perfectly, hasn't it, in the innings break. Let's have a little shower in the innings break, freshen everything up, cool everybody down in the evening here, and obviously we can start again. So really, really well done by the shower passing through. As for the score, I think the score is below par. I think we're trying to say it's, because Bangladesh's bowling is really good and their batting's been poor, they'll be happy with 141, but it shouldn't be enough on this surface in these conditions against this batting lineup. So I'm fully expecting of Australia to flourish out of the power play, in the power play, and then beyond.
I'm not having you just sitting back and allowing him to say that.
I mean, I would say that's probably the popular opinion, to be fair. I just bring the flavour of Bangladeshi optimism, which I genuinely think they'll come out in the field and think, let's give this a go. How long that lasts would depend on how well they do. But, against this Australia attack, 140 is so guessable.
Yeah, that bowling, I mean, there is a tendency, I suppose, when you're talking about bowling like Australia, is what I'm talking about here, that you can almost take them for granted a little bit. But, that Pat Cummins getting a hat-trick, they are so rare. I'm not saying I was necessarily really expecting it, but I'm thinking there's every chance he will. Because that's their level of performance, isn't it? They perform at that sort of height all the time, really.
Yeah, they do. They're a well-run, organised team. They've got a lot of standout cricketers, haven't they? They know what they're doing. As you mentioned before at the toss, they're very experienced in their lineup. The guys who are playing in their 11, they got some really good, strong outlook. You do get some T20 hat-tricks because people are still looking to score runs, aren't they? So there's, sometimes a hat-trick in a test match is different, isn't it? You'll be defending. So it was a subdued hat-trick. But Bangladesh fought well. They played nicely. They got a total on the board, and I don't think the little rain interval will have helped them. They're predominantly spin attack. The ball will obviously potentially be harder to grip, and also it may slide on a little bit on the surface rather than grip in and spin. So the rain will not have helped their chances. But let's hope they get off to a decent start. If they, the power play is key, like most T20 chasers. If they can hold Australia in a power play, then get their spinners at play, then they've got a chance. But I just think at sevens, it's just not enough.
So having talked about how good the Australian bowling is, I'm still thinking about that Bangladesh innings and some of the experienced batters out there. There's still a lot of experience at international level and and involved at higher level for a long time. But I thought they still looked very tentative, lacking in confidence, lacking in belief.
Yeah, it's always the way when you have players who are out of form. I think particularly at the start of the innings, that early wicket fell, and then Litton Das ate a lot of dot balls. I think there were, about 10 or 11 balls before he even got off the mark. And so those dot balls early on would have cost Bangladesh later on, because those could have been 15, 20 runs. This could have been 160 score had, he applied and played properly. But Litton Das just looked nervous. Shanto also looked nervous to start. Obviously, he ended up in the 40s towards the end. But at the start, the power play, Bangladesh is just not utilising those fielding restrictions, and it is costing them later on in their batting innings.
Yeah, and that's the bit. It's nervous. I wouldn't expect them to be nervous as such, but that's the way it came across.
It's problematic because I think they've tried the cautious approach. They've thought, right, let's go be confident and attack. Nothing's worked. Everything's backfired.
So they're lacking actually maybe a plan in their heads, do you think?
Potentially. I think they're just in their own heads, and I think once they get into that kind of dip or into their own headspace, they struggle for ideas because they feel they've tried everything. They've tried to come at the bowlers. They've tried to play cautiously, but everything seems to just be backfiring for them at the moment.
Indeed. So this is Super 8. This is Group 1, as mentioned earlier, India. Did anybody get to see that game? I heard it on Sport. Did you get to see that game? No, nobody actually saw it. I heard it, and indeed you were every bit as you might expect. I mean, we're talking about an Australian dominant side, India, doing ever so well earlier today to get themselves off the mark with a victory. I'm looking to my colleague here. I think I might start off this. What are you with me? You just double check. So I think it's good live on air to always check who's starting the proceedings here in this second innings. But we've only had it for the first innings. We've been so well looked after. We're scrambling around like nervous Bangladesh batters, uncertain of the game plan as to what's expected of us, even though we've huge international experience. But anyway, there we are. I think it'll be me with the first 5 overs, because the good news, and this is the good news, that the covers come off, and confirmation from the great leader that it is indeed me for the first 5 overs. So thank you, old great leader. But there we are. So yeah, hopefully maybe there is just a little bit of delay in the players coming back out. It's supposed to be about 10 minutes, but the good news was that the covers were at least coming back off. So it maybe is just, I don't know if in that part of the world we have the old tractor and rope doing the rounds, but maybe a bit of a rope just taking something off. But I can't see a tractor out there as such, but the covers are definitely not on now. They've been taken off. There does seem to be a cast of thousands. I'm not too sure who they are, what they're doing, but they are out there. But I'm not too sure. I can't be convinced they're players, but maybe they are just getting themselves ready. Perhaps all players still. So the covers came on, and of course some Bangladesh bowlers may have felt that that's their time to just get in the rhythm, just loosen up a little bit. So now the covers have come off. Now they can do that.
Yeah.
Now there's a bit of an extra delay. You got yourself all uppity a little early about a delay in the toss taking place, but maybe that's what we're waiting for, just to make sure they're just right.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a little delay is not too bad. We can deal with that. I mean, a little delay, but still getting a full 20 overs. That's the dream, isn't it? Well, it's not the dream, but it's better than a rain-interrupted game where you're suddenly dealing with shortened overs, because you do want Australia to go for this target in the full allocation. But yeah, I think Bangladesh's bowlers will be eager to get out at this stage now and just try and get started, really.
Well, at this stage, we're just going to stay here chatting for a while, because I can't imagine the delay is going to be too long, because everything looked to be just fine out there. What I would like to do, if nobody's seen the India game versus Afghanistan today, just a few thoughts on England. And I was really taken by Stephan's comments a little earlier, which were the comments about the fact that, and I'll address this to you, Paul, if not for a bit of rain and the time it fell, and not, there would be people whose positions there with England, Matthew Mott, Joss Butler and others, may have been questioned, about the quality of what they're doing there, and on the back of what happened in India with the 50 overs competition back in October. These are thin lines are being considered to be maybe a bit of a failure and a great success, because that's certainly there's a good feeling about England following that victory over the West Indies now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it shows how fickle the game can be, and how professional sport can be really tough at the top. Yeah, I think the feeling was right, what Stephan mentioned about potentially their white ball cricket struggling, and some changes potentially might be made in the future. But if they go on and get through the Super 8s, which England will do, they could be 2 games away from winning competition. And does that completely change it around? Do you still have the same feeling? It's just too fickle for me a little bit. I think we've got to look at the bigger picture sometimes when we are viewing these things.
I 100% agree with you. The only thing I'd throw in, as it came to mind as I introduced the subject again, I think there's still a lot of hangover from what happened in the 50 overs competition. Maybe if that hadn't happened, people wouldn't have been quite so quick to jump on everybody. But that really did hurt, didn't it? It hurt England supporters deeply. The fact that they performed so badly last autumn time.
Definitely, I think it obviously builds, and obviously if it happened again, there will be 2 campaigns that we think England and the white ball side is struggling. I do think this white ball side is towards the end of its journey as a team. I think they're potentially at some stage, and they're going to have to look to get some different blood in. As Australia will do, this Australian side is quite an old side if you look around the ages of the players. At some stage you have to manage that. But England, let's hope they go on and get into the semi-finals and push into the final, and who knows.
Do you receive your copies to the PCA magazine, the in-house magazine, which for some reason I get? I've never once played professional cricket, but I get a copy of the magazine, and I'm delighted I do, because Phil Salt features as the cover story, the main feature story in their magazine. And the purpose of the piece is really about Phil talking of the route that he's taken to get to the height and where he's got to in the game, basically by going around the world playing franchise cricket. And the story, and it's sort of well known, but there is one of the prime examples of somebody that's reached now the heights of international cricket by a different route than the way it used to be.
Definitely, and that route is a different route because it's now an option, isn't it? It's now an option for the guys to go and franchise and play in different competitions and put their name in lights and then learn and develop, become better cricketers in really, really, really good T20 competitions all around the world, and then come back to be noticed by England selectors and play for the national side, rather than just worrying or just relying on an NatWest T20 Blast or 100 campaign. You can put your name in lights in the Big Bash or the IPL especially, and then get in on the back of form of that. And it only makes England cricketers better and better, all-rounded, by playing in these competitions against other international cricketers from other countries. It makes them better cricketers all round. It's amazing to think. I do remember the days when it was frowned upon to go and play in the IPL at some stage. It's funny how things change and develop.
It was deeply frowned upon, and it's not frowned upon quite so much now because of the money, but also, I mean, actually the whole IPL has changed. I mean, I've not followed that close, but the whole thing has changed an awful lot from the way it went about its business early on. I will say this only quietly because it's not a major issue, but I did notice on the front page of said magazine that they had Phil Salt in all his shirts. There were two that were missing. And it was Sussex Sharks and Lancashire's T20 kit. And I sort of made the point with somebody. They came back to me from PCA and explained why that was. But there still needs to be a starting point somewhere, doesn't there, for players? That's also quite an important issue. On that, they have got a tractor doing the rounds with the rope. And we've got a 3:35 start UK time, which is not too far away. But players still need a starting point, don't they? They do need the work of the academies to get them going, either on that one.
Yeah, definitely. You need to learn your trade and learn cricket and learn how to play and develop it in some environment, in whatever that is, whether that is an academy or you come to a different system, whatever. But you do a lot of, you see the end product but there's a lot of cricket that goes and hours and learning and development that goes into becoming not only a professional cricketer but an international cricketer. It's huge, and it takes years and years and years. So that's what domestic cricket is about. That's what the system is, to produce cricketers to play for England and beyond. Just because they go on and play in other international competitions, that's great. It shows the quality. I think it shows the depth of the domestic game in England, that we have so many cricketers who might not even play international cricket for England but are chosen to be overseas players in the Big Bash or play in other formats, play in the IPL. It shows the quality of cricketer that England has knocking around its domestic competition.
Roushan, for Bangladesh players, where are the opportunities? Obviously, there's the Bangladesh T20 competition as well, but where they get lots of opportunities. I don't necessarily see their names in too many competitions.
No, it's a problem. I mean, a lot of it comes down to the PR that Bangladesh create during these World Cup tournaments, and quite often the performance of the players aren't particularly good. And, when the world is watching, that's when you need players to stand up and be noticed. And so, for that reason, you've only ever really seen Shaki play in the IPL, for example. They do get opportunities in, the Lanka Premier League or the CPL, but compared to the other nations, they're just not seen as, big players to buy, both commercially or performance-wise. And a lot of it for me comes down to the way they play in these big tournaments. They need to PR themselves better, put together decent performances, and be noticed by the rest of the world.
So another disappointing audition tonight then, you may be saying, certainly from a batting point of view.
100%. I mean, Ishmael has batted really well during this tournament, but what you really need is a 50 or a big match-winning score. The modest 40s don't really get you headlines, will not get you noticed by franchise owners across the world. They're not going to go and bid for you if you're scoring 30s and 40s, and none of the Bangladeshi batters particularly have stood up and been noticed. Why would you buy them when they're scoring modestly or playing tentative one-day cricket in the T20 tournament?
Yeah, because if you don't get your I was going to say practice, but your exposure to the game in said franchise cricket, it's very difficult to get yourself ready for these competitions. Doesn't seem to be a huge amount of international T20 cricket played outside of these competitions amongst the major nations.
Well, it's absolutely spot on, and most people don't follow Bangladesh cricket day in, day out, so the opportunity that these players get to be seen by the rest of the world are in these tournaments, and so they need to capitalise on those opportunities.
Because their competition not being shown globally, well, they will be shown globally, but you have to go searching for it, which I might also point out you have to do a little bit for the T20 Blast these days as well. That there are only a few that really get the big attention, aren't there?
Yeah, 100%. And the BPL doesn't necessarily attract the big names it used to because it's on at the same time as the franchise leagues in South Africa and the BPL.
So what early New Year is it?
January, February usually. Yeah. So when it's just local players playing, they're not getting the experience that they could. So it's a bit of a sort of catch-22 situation for Bangladesh and T20 cricket. They've not developed. When they have got big names, they dominate the BPL. And it's a problem that's been going on for the best part of a decade.
So in terms of player profile, there's a bit of an issue. But the competition itself, is it a success?
I don't think so. I think it's just meanders. It's a low-scoring, tournament that's played largely at one-day pace. When you do get big names in, they dominate the games.
Right.
When you don't, the players don't get enough exposure or don't get enough experience. And the fact that we've only had Tawhid Thridhoid really come through in the last couple of years sort of shows the kind of lacking of the BPL.
That's a shame. That's a shame. Well, and as I say tonight, that situation not necessarily improved. But there will be other games and a chance here for the bowlers, maybe to show their worth. Let's wait and see. The good news is that the players are now out there in the middle. 140 for 8. Bangladesh scored off their 20 overs, so 141 needed by Australia here. They won 4 out of 4 in qualifying for the Super 8. Bangladesh, of course, lost 1. It was a close game. South Africa, wasn't it, in the group stage? But they have had that one defeat. Will they pick up a second of the competition? But the first in Super 8 tonight, well, we wait and see. We rather fancy that it's going to be a tough one for them. But if they make a good start with their bowling, now who knows? David Warner is out there. I think Travis Head maybe is follow-up. No, we'll get confirmation in a moment. But Paul Horton is the man who has picked up the mantle. At least you two knew your rota properly, unlike amateurs myself and Stephan, but you've got yourselves sorted out. And it is Travis Head, of course, who's out there alongside David Warner and 2 very destructive batters. We know what both of these are capable of, making any total look a little bit silly. Paul Horton early on. 2 strong competitors.
Yeah, very much so. And the old stage of David Warner, obviously he's the only band getting affected by the Sandpaper Gate, isn't he? Poor David Warner, and obviously Travis Head, who's had a wonderful IPL and
Mahedi with the first ball into the offside no run.
World Cup so far.
Indeed. So Mahedi with his spin to get things underway. The target 141. So Warner is facing the start of this innings. And Mahedi around the wicket, looking to reverse straight away, top edge. His thing is going to be 6. There's nobody out there. In fact, there's going to be 4 runs straight into the sponge down there. Shakib al-Sad, often we'll see pictures of him and his disgusting and disgraceful looks of what's just taken place, and that's exactly what we saw there, chewing their gum. And David Warner virtually right from the off-go there. Second ball, looking to be inventive. He knew that there was a safe vacant area out there, and he gets it away for a 4. So Australia 4 for no wicket. Just 2 balls into the innings. Left-handed David Warner again just has a little bit of a look around to see who's exactly where before he gets the next delivery. Third one from Mahedi around the wicket. Worked well on the other side this time. They have to scamper quite quickly to go through for a single, but they do so. Head running to the danger end, the throw going to the wicketkeeper's end. So Warner with that 1 moves to 5 for no wicket. 3 balls into this run chase of 141. Will we get a shock? It would be a shock anyway, because Australia have always been successful against Bangladesh in this competition over their 5 previous meetings. It'll be perhaps for some of us even more of a shock if they're able to do it tonight, get a victory for Bangladesh when they're defending what appears to be a modest target. Mahidi again around the wicket. All that squeeze through. Didn't know too much about that head. He was looking to work it on the onside. Goes racing past his leg stump down to the fielder. Call came through very quickly from David Warner at the other end. We'll be taking nothing from that. He did have a little look around himself as well and realised Travis Head. Little punch into the offside, but for no run because it's straight to the fielder. Travis Head, who's just been doing remarkable, amazing things, talking of franchise cricket in the IPL. And now in this tournament as well. One ball left of this over. Mahidi bowls and moves quite a long way outside that leg stump to try and create something Head, but it can't get anything off that either. So that's 3 balls he's faced. Hasn't got off the mark yet. But Australia got plenty of time. It would appear to get that 141. They're 5 for no wicket after the first over. So unlike the beginning of the Bangladesh innings, when a wicket was taken just 3 balls in, nothing doing there in terms of the wickets column, and Australia with 5 runs. Paul Horton is with us, Lancashire, Leicestershire and Sydney born. So I'm guessing you're with the Australians tonight on this one, Paul?
Yes, I was up before. I wasn't quite on my tippy toes like Josh Inglis was, but I was up standing for the national anthem, Advanced Australia Fair. Been a long time since I've bellowed that out. Obviously, I was God Save the Queen from 18 years of county cricket, but obviously now it can be anything I want. And obviously, I don't know the Bangladesh national anthem, but I did enjoy its length and I enjoyed its passion. I really, very, very rare you enjoy a national anthem. It always seemed very weird and very short for me. But the Bangladesh one, I had really good length, and I would enjoy listening to that again.
I thought it was good. Tanzim will get it. First ball to Warner and concede 1 run.
Maybe a drop catch there, or
do you think so?
Cut to sort of backward point. You got the they shouldn't really go to Shafiq Al-Hassan, should they, after each ball, should they? Because he does show his it's a drop catch. He does show slightly his disdain.
Very low down, but he got his hands just under his fingers under him.
Maybe I think it did just carry.
So Head. Warner with that single he got there has moved to 6. Head facing his 4th ball. Can't get that away. Same area. Just behind square on the offside for him on this occasion. No, I couldn't quite gather in my own thoughts why I thought it was just a couple of the individuals actually in the crowd, I think, on the Bangladesh anthem. You could tell it genuinely meant an awful lot to them. That's what I noted about the anthems being sung. Just trying to think how long ago we started having anthems, because it wasn't always the thing, of course. It took a long time for cricket to catch on to singing anthems before international matches. He gets that one away, does Head through extra cover. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary, though. And the ball is whipped back in after Travis Head has got himself a couple of runs. So having faced 5 balls, he is eventually off the mark.
But it's a good start with the ball with Bangladesh. The first over of off-spin against 2 left-handed batters. It's a really good matchup for them. Obviously, they can tie them down. Plenty of spin options throughout their ranks. And Tamsin started well here. Good pace. He's holding his line well, not giving him any room. Both these batters want to play square of the wicket.
Tamsin, this is in the air from Head. How far has it got this? Has it gone a long way, far enough? Well, it hasn't gone to the boundary, but the fielder was just a few yards short of coming round to his right-hand side to get hold of that. So maybe a little bit fortunate.
A little bit fortunate. Pull shot into side. 88 mile an hour. It's good pace, good head of steam, running in hard. But obviously just pulled it in front of square, did Travis Head. Comfortable with the ball there. Just pulled it in front of square and running around from deep backward square leg. Couldn't get anywhere near it.
To gather himself finally to make sure he didn't overshoot that one, and
just hitting with the breeze, coming directly across this field now. This end hitting with the breeze, the 2 left-handers.
So Head again, and a little bit of width on that. Too much width. Travis Head looks back to the umpire. Nothing doing. It's a dot ball, so no, that's fine. Spot on as far as the bowler's concerned.
Good pace again, in the 88 mile an hour plus. It's really good pace. Really good head of steam. running in hard. Just hope he just got to hold his line, any width that they'll really sweat on both of these players. Especially Travis Head, he'll look to hit really square of the wicket.
He's on 4 at the moment, 10 for no wicket, 1 ball left of the second. Turns in bowls, there is width on that, and he carved it away, sliced away really nicely. It beats the 2 fielders there close in on the offside, and once past them, there's nobody out further in the deep. That's 4 runs. So he moves to 8, and it's 14 for no wicket after 2 overs, a target of 141. Bit of a shame there at the end, because otherwise that would have been a decent over.
Yeah, he's attempted slower ball, slightly rolled his fingers over it, but it's the challenge a little bit, obviously, with where the line. Head actually takes a sort of leg stump guard. He stands really leg side of the ball, and he's trying to create width almost for himself by offering you, giving you the stumps because of how good he feels his eye is at the moment. So that it doesn't be too far outside off stump, and you can be crashed through backward point. So shame really. Around the wicket might be not a bad option to Travis Head to sort of cramp him up for Bangladesh, for Tamsin with his pace.
Mahdi Hassan will bowl his second over. His first went for 5. His first delivery this second over is crashed into the offside, straight to the fielder. Shanto doing the fielding, and therefore no run. So Warner remains on 6. 5 balls faced. Third over, 14 for no wicket, chasing 141 here, Australia in the Super 8s. And now he's gone down on one knee, and he seems to have made really good contact with that. He has hits to 6 over mid-wicket for David Warner. Umpire Illingworth raises both arms to signal that, and a 6 takes Australia to 20 for no wicket. Full of composure, got down on one knee and just struck it beautifully.
He did. He's looking to the offside the ball before, but this one's tighter, and he just swept it 82 metres into the breeze as well. It would have been, but it's just a bit quick for me, Eddie. Just a bit quick. It's a 59 mile an hour off spin. Just giving himself a chance. Try and get a little bit of turn. I know it's hard with the field up, especially with these 2 guys, but it just seems a little bit quick at the moment. I think they'll prefer it coming on or sliding on a little bit, these 2 batters.
Warner's on 12. Mahdi bowls again on the off stump. Can't get it past the fielder Shanto, and therefore no run. But he's already got a 6 in this over. Umpire Illingworth seems to be busy chatting away to presumably the TV umpire, and in doing so almost got clocked in the head. I'd take evasive action. Warner on 12 and make that now at least 13. It will just be 13, driven on the offside. There was a fielder there, but he just about beat him. And 21 for no wicket now in the third over. 2 English-based umpires, and Michael Goff and Richard Illingworth out there looking after things on the field. Kumar Dharmasena as the TV umpire for this one. We haven't had use of the TV umpire, I don't think, the game yet, have we? Don't think so. Head on 8. Next ball, inside edge onto his boot, I think.
Nearly ran back onto the stumps. They're giving it an awful lot of room, Travis Head, and he hit it onto his foot, and it rolled just past his off stump.
He did, yeah. He did give himself a huge amount of room. She did on the last ball of the previous over he faced from Mahdi, but he's done so again, and a little bit fortunate there. Head is on 8. Mahdi bowls again. Should be the last ball of the over. It does get bat on it this time, but it's well fielded. Shakib Al-Hassan, I think, doing the fielding there. So a dot ball to finish. 7 runs. There was a 6 there, but just 7 runs coming from it in the end. 21 for no wicket after 3 overs. Warner on 13. Head on 8. This target of 141. So there have been 1 or 2 moments, maybe with that drop catch, which was very low, sharp chance, but drop catch. Also, we had one which probably didn't go in initially where the batter thought it was going to go, but fell safely, and one that almost just ran onto the stump. So moments where Bangladesh feel they could be making a breakthrough, but as yet they've not done so, and of course that becomes more and more of a problem as this innings will go on, should they not do so. So we're going to look to Taskin now, see if he can make the initial breakthrough and open up this opening partnership of Warner and Head, who've currently put on 21 in 3 overs, but Taskin is the latest should I say, to try and get a wicket here, Taskin Ahmed, because if we're looking for confidence, the confidence is currently with Australia. That needs to change, and change sharply really to Bangladesh and their bowlers. What's going to happen here? Start of the 4th over. Warner, oh no, perhaps it was a slow ball just wide of the off stump. Can't get it away, can't time it properly. I mean, in terms of the pitch and the surface, Paul, from what you've seen of it, I don't think we're ever looking at the 200 mark here. What did you think might have been the ideal score on the conditions and the surface as you'd seen it?
I think they needed a score in the region of 160. 165 was probably the score for the surface. I think obviously a little bit of spin there, but 160 would have been a decent score.
Warner's on 13, pulls that one, beats the fielder, and therefore it's going to be 4 runs through mid-on and long on. 4 more for Warner. There have been occasions when they haven't found the timing, but also other occasions when it's been spot on. And that's 4 runs for Warner.
Yeah, nice pull shot from what he's set for that. He wants to pull into the leg side. Mid-on's got quite wide, and he's been beaten on his right, which the bowler isn't too happy about, which is a bit of a shame. Maybe trying to cover the gap in mid-wicket. But stand and deliver from Warner. Really stand and deliver from these 2 opening left-handed batters.
25 for no wicket, 2 balls into the 4th over. Going okay for Australia at the moment. Taskin to bowl to David Warner again. Into the pads. Still gets that one away, though, on the onside as Warner. He wants 2, but he's going to have to settle for 1. He's on to 18. Takes his team to 26 for no wicket, midway through the 4th over. On this.
Really nicely bowled there from Taskin. Good comeback at the top of off stump, running in. Not giving Warner any width, and almost sort of ran back into middle, and obviously cramped in for a little bit of room. But really good recovery there, back onto the. So he's got to hold the line and length of the stumps, hasn't he? In effect, no width, especially for Head as well. I'd like to see them try around the wicket, try and cramp Head a little bit into his stumps. He's going to give himself room. Definitely want to crash the ball through the offside. So I think round the wicket might be a better option. Still
coming over the wicket at the moment. That was a little bit uppish, but it's not only safe and past the field, it's 4 runs. There's a certain feeling we're getting about these 2 batters here now. They're finding their groove, they're finding their spaces, finding some confidence. And that's Australia to 30 for no wicket. 4 balls into the 4th over.
Yes, it's really good batting. His gain is stand and deliver from Head, but it's not that the bowling isn't too bad. It's probably 4th stump. In effect, 4th stump. It's not too bad from line, but it's the angle really. The ball's going to push across Head, and he wants to stand leg side, and anything outside his off stump, he's going to try and throw his hands through. So do you think potentially Bangladesh are missing a trick here by not trying to change angle on Head?
9 runs from this over so far. There's still 2 balls to come from it. Taskin will come around the wicket to a Head, into the body. Can't get that one away.
See, Taskin listening now, and obviously picked up on the cue. So he changes Head's approach. The angle is going to run back into his stumps. Not as easy to give yourself room and stand leg side and crash the ball through the offside from the bowler bowling around the wicket as it is from over the wicket to the left-hander. So it's a really good option for Taskin to come around and try and cramp him, hold the stumps and try and attack the stumps rather than push the ball across him from over the wicket.
1 ball left of this over. Had a couple of dot balls in it. And he's bowling to Travis Head, who's on a runnable 12 at the moment. So obviously will continue to come around the wicket. That is certainly more profitable from him. Mind you, he's got hold of that one, Head. Having said that, that's cleared and by some distance again for a 6 over mid-wicket. Well, we felt that was maybe the change that was needed in coming around the wicket, and Head, well, he's replied in brilliant style there. Gosh, that was it. Love to see the distance there. I think that probably will be the furthest of the night we've seen, and by some. But 15 runs in the end coming from that over from Taskin. We'll get the meterage on that in a second. It's gone 84. Actually, I think... No, that is by 2 meters only. It is the furthest of the night, but that's regardless. He just struck that beautifully. Lovely shot, great shot.
Yeah, he did a really good shot. Yeah, again, a little bit unlucky with the bowling. He's trying to do something different, cramping for room, and Head's just going to pull it into the leg side. It's the length that's the challenge, and at that pace, it's not going to trouble Head too much. It needs to be either higher, or he needs to bring him forward into the stump line. But it's almost baseball-like. But Head is in incredible form at the moment, so you've got to give Bangladesh bowlers some understanding of what, it is a little bit of dew, the ball sliding on a bit more than I think it would have after that rain delay as well. And I think obviously it's not as easy for them. Obviously the Australian batter's in good form, and it is a good surface.
Yeah. I'm not too sure as I will be here when Roushan comes on, but when I do leave, I shall be dashing off to get him one of those energy drinks. Look, it was the ball that was the problem. Having to change that, but I imagine that got damaged as it flew over the boundary rope, and the umpire comes out.
It potentially might have hit one of them
to have a look at
concrete stairs that Stephan was mentioning before. Obviously, he does always get checked when he gets thrown back on to see what an order is like. And obviously, the last thing, well, Bangladesh wouldn't mind a big piece out of one side. It would start to maybe wobble a little bit more for them, to be honest. But obviously, the umpires are going to change the ball.
Do you know, I think they had 4 or 5 balls on the go there, and do you know what, I'm almost certain they almost did. They actually as they started putting them back, I think they ended up with the one that was wrong in the first place. There were 4 or 5 of them just looking through. I couldn't really see a great deal of difference. I think it is, but it wasn't necessarily the concrete seating there, but I think a bit of a tunnel down there, maybe where the ground staff bring their machinery.
Yeah, I think
in
it is with the tractor. It was coming out before, obviously, with the rope. Do you like the old rope? Is it we never the game develops and we all develop in machinery, but we still tie a rope to a bottom of a moving thing and then traipse it round a field. We haven't come up with anything more ingenious to get the droplets off the blades of grass.
Yeah, because there are some people who think it's absolutely useless and they don't really understand you're just moving the water from one part of the outfield to another part. But anyway, it looks good, and I for one do not want to see it brought to an end.
No,
even if it is futile, but because it looks great, and I was pleased we saw it. Fizzer is bowling now, and Warner will immediately get a run after that long delay. Eventually, the umpires find a ball which they think is better than the one that was just struck by Travis Head at the end of that last over. So it's at the moment going nicely. Even a mistake by the GOAT, Shakib, there doing the fielding.
Yeah, the GOAT got to show a disgust at his own piece of fielding there rather than someone else's.
Well, but does he? I don't know. Does he show disgust at his own performance? I don't know. Heads on 18. Clipped away behind square, Lakeside for 1. It's got that feeling at the moment, Paul, where it's going one way and one way only at the moment.
It is, but I like this field to start with to Head. Mustafa, he's got a fine leg and a deep backward square, mid-wicket and a mid-on. He's got his guy, his third man up in the offside, so he's on left arm. He's going to push the ball really into Head and into these leg stumps. But he has got a lot of protection on the leg side, so he's not going to give him any room. He'll probably hold his length as well. So it's quite a good field.
Next ball, slower ball, leg side, go through for 1. Warner to 20. And the score up to 39 for no wicket, the target of 141. So we've seen a couple, at least 2 explosive shots, but also Warner and Head just finding the gaps neatly as well. We're still in the power play. Got a few balls left of that power play also. And we saw a very decent, respectable second wicket partnership from Bangladesh earlier. But from that, they weren't then able to kick on and profit from that. Next ball, we've only had 3 singles so far. A jumper, almost a tennis shot from Head on that occasion, but can't get it away. He remains on 19. We're seeing an awful lot of toweling being brought out to dry the ball out there as well, aren't we? So that rope and that tractor didn't do a lot of good by the looks of it.
Yeah, maybe it did and maybe it did. Maybe the dew just taking shape as well. Obviously, late at night, local time. Yeah, I think the dew taking over a little bit, and obviously that rain during the delay has obviously made the conditions really moist.
2 balls left of this 5th over. This has gone high and straight from Travis Head, and it's another one that might need changing as well, because that's straight into the side screens. That's the end of the ground there. Another 6. So say they're picking up those 1s and 2s, running well between the wickets, and every now and then just eyes light up, striking it beautifully, straight, firm, fast and hard there from Travis Head.
He just got his slower ball.
That is the furthest, 89 metres.
It is a great strike, giving himself room again. The previous ball was really good, well directed, shorter ball at Travis Head. Good slower ball change up next, just got a bit full into his arc what he would call on the graph, it would be called the slot, wouldn't it? And he just whacked it straight 89 metres back over his head. But he's got lots of skill, Mustafa Rahman. Really, really talented bowler.
And he's going to try now and use that talent to remove Travis Head, who's struck 25 off 16. 1 ball left of this 5th over. He's in and bowls. Shorter, slower one, in the air, offside, and that thing that was just inside the boundary sponge. That's going to be signalled as a 4. So a disappointing end to that over, but Warner on 20, Head on 29, and this is going really well for Australia. Far too comfortable, really. 49 for no wicket on 5 overs, chasing 141. Work still to be done, but they made a terrific start. There's still an over left of the power play.
Yeah, they are. They're powering through in this power play as they thought. Yeah, sadly thought that it may happen that they might power through in this power play. The ball sliding on nicely for them in these conditions. That's why they probably chose to bowl first and use the conditions that are due. The ball sliding on a little bit. You see how moist it is. But they're powering ahead and showing what a good surface this is, and why 141 or 140 first innings is just not enough on a surface this good.
No. That's 13, obviously, coming from that over. Mustafiza, and who are they going to turn to next to try and get a breakthrough? Because this partnership looks every bit as... Oh, there's a bucking bronco. I mean, I hope people were listening carefully to what I just said there. But that's what it was. That looked a lot of fun.
It did look good. I'm not going to repeat it. I wouldn't.
No, because there's every chance if I did, I might get it wrong again. But I got it right the first time, and I'm mightily relieved about that. Warner's on 20, 49 for no wicket. Mahidi bowled 2 overs, went for 12 runs. He's back on again with his spin, comes around the wicket, down on one knee. It's going to be along the ground this time to the square leg boundary for Warner, and it brings up the 50 here for Australia. 50 for no wicket in the 6th over. And doing a really good job here, this experienced pair. Just those 31 balls for this opening stand, which is putting Australia into a very strong position and very good chance of them getting their Super 8 section of the competition off to a winning start. Down on one knee again, but into the body of Travis Head. It's going to run through for 1. We'll just wait and see what's that signalled as. He punches the back of the bat. Does Head on that one.
Leg by, I think it is. Leg by.
Should be, yeah. 51 for no wicket. We're in this 6th over. Need something to happen really quickly. I know I say something. We need a lot of things to happen for Bangladesh, really, on this one. And there was confirmation of the signal as a leg by. Defensive shot there from Warner into the offside. No run. He remains on 21. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see anything happening here because there seems to be no real pressure. We've had those incidents where maybe there's a drop catch low down and a couple of shots that didn't quite go where they intended, but no real pressure seeming to be built upon either of these batters. And Warner again will very gently jog through for 1. Lakeside just turning the ball away there. He moves to 22, takes Australia to 52 for no wicket. 89 from 86 balls, but not a wicket taken so far. 2 balls left to this over. Mahidi bowling again. He just spins. He comes in front on the spin bowler and then inside and bowls. And this is going to be okay. For one moment, I thought maybe that could travel in the air and be caught out there at mid-on, but no, long on. But doesn't get that far. Bounces well short of the fielder in the end. Head moves to 30. 53 for no wicket. And with 1 ball left of the power play. And it's been a good power play. Composed, so we've seen 1 or 2 brutal shots, but also some decent running between the wickets as well. Warner's on 22. Mahidi bowls. Again, that's gone a long way. Leg side over mid-wicket, and that's another 6. And that does crash into the concrete there, the seating area. So we'll wait and see if that's damaged the ball or not. But this is damaging to Bangladesh. Warner's to 28, Heads on 30. And Australia 59 for no wicket after 6 overs. Word from you, Paul, just before you leave me. It's everything that Bangladesh may really have been fearing from this pair. They're doing a terrific job out there for Australia. And
Yeah,
it'll be Stephan.
It is what they would have feared, I think. Obviously, the power play was key for Bangladesh, and obviously it was for Australia. And any chase is key, but obviously for Bangladesh to pick up a couple of wickets, put Australia back on the ropes and get into their middle order, as mentioned previously. Their middle order has a great deal of batting, so can we put a bit of pressure on with them, especially out of the power play with the spin, if we get a couple of wickets in the power play. But it just hasn't gone that way. Australia have blasted really well at the top with Head and David Warner played lovely. Mahedi's shame that last ball went for 6 because he's 2.5 overs before had been brilliant. He'd bowled 2.5 overs for 15 before that 6. And he'd done really well in the power play. Not an easy task at all to bowl 3 overs in the power play. Not an easy task at all. But they blasted away Australia in the 59 without loss.
Yeah, we talked about Bangladesh maybe needing, 160, that 150 was the bare minimum to push the Australians. At the moment, it looks like 170, 180 might have been a challenge. Here comes Roushan Hussain anyway, bowling his leg breaks to Head, who sort of cloths a drive up towards long off. They trot a single. Australia 60 without loss. Head 31. Hello, Roushan.
Hello.
Are you okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine. I think Australia are batting beautifully here. I know we're talking about 150, 160 being par. I think had they gone first, I think Australia would have been touching 200 quite easily.
Looks a good pitch, doesn't it? It looks a better pitch than what it did in the first half, when Australia were really efficient with the ball. Hussain bowls. Warner's looking to reverse sweep, slip, moves to his left, anticipating the shot, but it flies over his head. Warner picks up 4 down towards third man. Australia 64 for 1. 64 without loss. Oh, it's raining. The covers are coming on. That's happened very quickly, actually. I wondered why Rich Illingworth was signalling to the ground staff, and here they come now. 4 men pulling a blue sheet, and then another big group pulling a white sheet behind them. Warner is already across the boundary sponge, so the rain has arrived midway through the 7th over. Australia 64 without loss, so they still need 77 runs from 82 deliveries. Now, we've already had 2 showers this evening, but they came outside of the hours of play. One before the toss, one during the interval. They both blew through pretty quickly, so the hope is that it's the same with this one. In fact, you can see the ground staff as well. They're not rushing at all to get these covers on, as if, in fact, you see a few of them looking towards the skies, as if to say, I think we're going to be back on pretty quickly. Warner is in the dugout, so he's not even retreated to the dressing room. He's having a chat with Glenn Maxwell. So Warner's on 32. He got there with that boundary, the last delivery before the break. Head's on 31. I think I can already see anyone who was sheltering from the rain. Umbrellas have started to come down. There's a couple of people there who I think they were sheltering underneath a picnic blanket that they'd raised above their folding chair. That was coming down as well.
Resourceful. Yeah,
so at the moment there's just the one blue sheet that's on the pitch, but nothing else is covered. I think we could be back underway pretty quickly.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, it's not great for Bangladesh perspective. I think they've clearly struggled in the field. I think the dew set in. I think the ball's getting quite wet. We've seen the bowler and the fielders take out the little towels to dry the ball quite frequently, and so that additional shower now, that's not going to help the fielders at all. There've been a number of opportunities, I'd say, to stop the boundaries, potentially even there's one dropped catch, and I think it's all dew related, so it's really difficult even for Bangladesh in the field.
Covers are coming off. The blue tarpaulin, that was the long sort of blue strip of tarpaulin that was covering the pitch, is being pulled away. I suspect we'll be back underway pretty quickly. Earlier on, Bangladesh were asked to bat by Australia. No surprise there for a couple of reasons. We think it's a good pitch in Antigua. It's certainly one of the highest scoring venues being used at this T20 World Cup, and with that little bit of rain around, you'd expect a team that wins a toss who wants to chase. Bangladesh restricted to 140 for 8. Tone set really by Mitchell Starc, who removed Tanzid Hassan in the first over of the match. The very third delivery he got through, and Hassan just played on off the toe end. From there, it didn't get a lot better from Bangladesh. Najmal Hossain Shanto, the captain, made 41. Tawhid Hridoy made 40. No one else made more than 16. Adam Zampa, the leg spinner, continued his excellent tournament by taking 2 for 24. But Pat Cummins, the Test and one-day captain, 3 for 29, including a hat-trick. The second Australian man to take a hat-trick at a T20 World Cup. Took it across 2 overs. Also on the same day that he received the Sir Garfield Sobers Trophy for being the ICC Men's Cricketer of the Year. Second Australian after Brett Lee to take a hat-trick at a T20 World Cup, and the 7th overall. So Bangladesh setting Australia 141 to win. We thought, you know what, that looks slightly below par, even if the pitch in the first innings looked like it was holding up slightly. Certainly Cummins got a little bit out of it with his slower balls and variations. And so far, 141 looking to be well below par, because Australia have raced on to 64 without loss from 6.2 overs. David Warner, 32 not out from 18 deliveries, hit 3 fours and 2 sixes. Travis Head, 31 not out from 20 deliveries, also 3 fours and 2 sixes. Rishad Hussain, the leg spinner, was bowling when that rain came, just out of the power play. We'd had 2 deliveries of the 7th over, and I'm pleased to say that any covers on the pitch have already been removed. The 4th umpire is out there talking to the ground staff. I've just seen up a little DLS calculation that said Australia are 29 ahead of the par score at this stage. I don't think that's going to become relevant, because I think we'll be playing pretty shortly. We've got a little bit of time to play with. I don't think we're going to have any overs lost. The win predictor has got Australia at 98%. I think that 2% to Bangladesh is probably a little bit generous.
It does feel sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, anything can happen in T20 cricket, but I think conditions have just got more difficult for Bangladesh. If anything, I think that dew, that moisture in the grass, the wetness of the ball, is all just going to affect this team, and it's been hard going for Bangladesh in the field today. Australia have just looked, they've played with precision and power. Everything's gone where they wanted to do. They've made it look easy. It's almost like they're playing on a different pitch to the one we saw Bangladesh bat on earlier on today. And yeah, this looks like Australia's game to lose, but I can't see how they lose it from here, to be honest.
This is the first game in, or Australia and Bangladesh's first game, rather, in Group 1 of the Super 8 stage. You referred to it earlier on, Roushan, as Australia's Asian Challenge, taking on Bangladesh, Afghanistan and India in this Group 1. Well, earlier on, Afghanistan and India got their Super 8 stage of the competition underway. India won by 47 runs, came through a little bit of a sticky start, actually. At one stage found themselves 62 for 3, then 90 for 4, but posted 181 for 8. Suryakumar Yadav made 53, Hardik Pandya 32. Target of 182, well beyond Afghanistan, who were bowled out for 134, used up all of their 20 overs. So India won that match by 47 runs. They got their Super 8s campaign underway with a victory. We'd expect that India and Australia are the sides most likely to progress to the semi-finals from this group. After this game, Bangladesh stay in Antigua to play India at 3:30 UK time on Saturday. Australia move on to St Vincent. They play Afghanistan 1:30 UK time on Sunday morning. The next action you can hear from the T20 World Cup is England. They take on South Africa in St Lucia, 3:30 UK time this afternoon. You'll be able to hear that match on BBC Sounds, BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Sport website and app, or wherever you're listening across the world. Hello, if you're listening on the ABC in Australia. Roushan, you weren't massively optimistic, it's fair to say, at the beginning of this game. You know, we talked about how this is the 5th time that Bangladesh have progressed in a T20 World Cup and made it to the second group stage, but you said, yeah, you know, that is slightly deceptive. But they came through a strong group. That first round group looked, if anything, as much of as a group of death of anything in this tournament. They had to get past the Sri Lanka, the Netherlands and Nepal, 3 teams who all would have fancied actually getting to the second stage. So they've got this far. I don't think that's any mean achievement, but you put it into context by saying, well, actually, often the draw in T20 World Cups has favoured Bangladesh getting to that second group stage. Came in with no real form. They'd just lost the T20 series to the USA. at the moment, your lack of optimism is proving correct.
Yeah, I think the conditions have heavily favoured Bangladesh in a way that I don't think they were even expecting. You know, we've had low-scoring thrillers, which is not what you normally see at an ICC tournament. You know, the first group was definitely the group of death. You're having South Africa, Sri Lanka, Netherlands and Nepal in it. Bangladesh unlucky to lose against South Africa. People will still talk about that dead ball, 4-leg bye situation and going on to lose by 4 runs. But against Sri Lanka, against Nepal, against Netherlands, they were low-scoring thrillers, and Bangladesh never had to come out of their comfort zone. They never had to hit big to chase. They could, you know, motor along at 5 or 6 and over, the way they play one-day cricket, and they've been, if I'm honest, lucky to get through that group stage. You know, I know you can argue it's good to have varying conditions at these ICC tournaments. It shouldn't always be about the batting. It shouldn't always be about high scores. But I think in the Super 8 stage, I think this is where they potentially look at getting exposed in the shortcomings that they've known they've had for a long time. The lack of big hitters, the lack of death bowlers, and I think, you know, this is the time to stand up and be counted, because otherwise this could be a very long Super 8s campaign. It could be over very quickly.
Sorry to say that the rain has returned. So the blue sheet that was removed from the pitch has had to be hastily pulled back into place. And now that big white tarpaulin that covers the square, that was sort of ponderously pulled across before because the ground staff didn't think that first shower was going to linger around for too long. Well, they've had to be a bit quicker in getting it onto the square this time. Fourth umpire's out there underneath his umbrella, supervising all things. So when it looked like we were going to have a pretty swift return to action, now actually the players are going to be kept off the field for a little bit longer. The Bangladesh players in their... Oh, is that Plymouth Argyle green? It's a bit too dark for Plymouth. Not sure. Green kit with red trim. They are in their dugout, just having a drink and a chat and trying to work out what they can do if they do get back on. Umbrellas are back up in the crowd on the grass. We'll not call them grass banks, we'll call them grass steps, I guess.
So it's amphitheatre seats,
yeah. And it looks like this delay is going to be for a little bit longer. So just as a reminder, Australia 64 without loss, chasing 141 to win. One question I wanted to ask you, Roushan, about the Bangladesh campaign. Does nothing matter as long as they beat Sri Lanka?
Do you know what? It's the rivalry nobody wants in international cricket, but it seems to be reoccurringly a rivalry that gets flared up. I mean, it's funny watching the two teams play because they're so familiar. They play each other so frequently that when they're at a World Cup or they're you know, a big tournament, it just feels like they're playing in a bilateral series. And yeah, since the Nuggin dance rivalry, the snake dance rivalry, I think everyone's tried to play down the tension between the two sides, but it always flares up. Emotion always gets involved. You know, obviously the Angelo Matthews timeout incident at the last World Cup seemed to go fairly without incident this time around, but obviously Bangladesh getting the victory. But yeah, it's the rivalry in international cricket that nobody's asked for, but seems to follow us around these international tournaments.
Well, because it looks like the rain is going to delay us for a little bit longer than we first thought. We're going to listen to a little bit of this week's Stumped. On this week's show, Nikesh Raghani was joined by Jim Maxwell and Sunil Gupta, and they spoke about the success of the associate nations of this T20 World Cup, with 6 out of the 9 teams picking up wins, as well as tournament debutants and co-hosts, the USA, who have made it to the Super 8s.
Well, it's probably a greater story outside the United States than in it, because I'm not sure whether many of those who are fastened onto basketball, baseball and American football really have any idea of what cricket's about. Maybe this experience is going to draw them to the game a little bit more, with the chance of cricket also at the Olympics in 2028. But I did watch, for historical reasons mainly, Canada playing the United States, just to see if the US could avenge the 1844 loss. So that was a fabulous game. And this bloke Jones, gee, he could belt the ball. And that's what I liked about the United States. They weren't intimidated by anyone they played against. They may have got out to a few mug shots here and there in some of the games and didn't have the experience of the better teams. But they've made a play. And I think it's been fantastic for the future of this format with 20 teams, if that's the way they're going to go, that one of the minnows, as it were, has put their hand up and has got to the next stage. So I'm very excited about what they've done. But as I say, I think it's probably going to have more impact in the rest of the world than in their own country.
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose the one way that they can get more people at least aware of the fact that there is a USA team playing in the World Cup at the moment is by winning some more games and making some more, headline space on sports networks out there on television and things like that. So we'll wait and see on that. But Sunil, Canada and Uganda were also making their World Cup debuts, and both teams picked up a win in the group stages. Canada beating Ireland, Uganda beating Papua New Guinea. They dragged that one out, but, first win, they got over the line, didn't they?
Oh, yes, they did. At the end of the day, that's what, we want. We want these smaller nations to come forward. We really want to make this a global tournament. When you say the World T20, the World ODI, you really want to make it the world. And I think what Jim was saying about the US was absolutely right. I think it was the New York Times that said India beat USA 119 to 113, almost like a basketball score. So I think that's the thing that you've got to get over. But you're right. The moment that you get teams like Canada beating Ireland, now Ireland is a test-playing nation, and you're beating Ireland in the T20 World Cup. Of course, it's not the same thing. And Uganda, and we were talking about Uganda in the previous show, beating Papua New Guinea. I think this is really what brings the world to the global stage. And I mean that really, it's not tautological. It's just the fact that you need to have nations actually coming and participating. The Netherlands were a bit of a disappointment in this particular tournament. But nevertheless, when we see teams like Uganda and Canada coming to the fore, winning, and the US, as I said, make it to the Super 8s, I think it's a great, great scene and a great story for international cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, in fact, 6 of the 9 associate nations picked up wins in the group stages. And you're absolutely right on that point, I feel. When we talk about world tournaments, we want these tournaments to be global. We want to spread the game as far and wide as possible. The ODI World Cup, in fact, a few years ago was criticised when it went back down to just 10 teams, which people said, well, how is that going to be spreading the game? But I think T20 is the way really to spread the game, because it's a lot easier to understand for people coming into cricket for the first time. It's shorter, it's sharper. You can get a game over in 3-4 hours. In places like America, I think that is quite crucial. I know sometimes American football and things do go on quite a while, but to play an entire day and keep the interest of people who have never seen cricket before, I don't think that's the way really to spread the game. So I think, look, the T20 World Cup at the moment with this new format and, having these group stages and then the Super 8s, I think it's a great way for these associate nations to test themselves against the best that is out there. And I suppose we need to see more of that outside of World Cups as well, associate nations playing against full member sides for that development, of course. Now, on last week's show, we heard about Pakistan's difficult World Cup, but what about New Zealand? When we talk about test playing nations and your full member nations, New Zealand are the most consistent side in World Cups in recent history in terms of making semi-finals at least. I mean, it's 6 times they've made semi-finals in tournaments in the last decade, in T20s and ODI World Cups, at least semi-finals, if not finals. But no batter scored a 50 in this tournament for them. In fact, the highest score was 40 from Glenn Phillips. Sunil, how disappointed will New Zealand be? It's the first time, as I said, that they've been knocked out before the semi-final stage in the last decade.
At the end of the day, I think they had it coming. They have people who are playing franchise cricket all over the world. They didn't have a warm-up game. They got together, just before the tournament. So there was really, I don't think they really put their hearts and souls into this. Of course, they were gutted losing. I mean, no question, being beaten by, I think, 84 runs by Afghanistan. That's a big, big loss, for a test play for a nation like New Zealand. In fact, I had not picked New Zealand as one of my top 4, right, about 2 or 3 programs ago, because there was something about them that either, they're over the hill. I hate using that phrase, but you know what I mean. Or the interest is not there. I just didn't feel that there was, the urgency, the desire to actually win something in this tournament. So, and also if you look at what happened in the IPL, most of the New Zealand players, except for Trent Boult, did not get games. So they were sitting for 2 months, literally, in the dugouts, not getting games, not getting game time. I think it was a recipe for disaster. That's exactly what happened to New Zealand. So they'll be disappointed, but they'll go back and they'll forget about it and move on to the next stage.
Could be the end of an era, Jim. Captain Kane Williamson, uncertain about his future in the format. That's what he says. I mean, he doesn't seem that uncertain when you consider that he's refused the offer of a central contract. He's given up the white ball captaincy. I think that might make it pretty clear as to where he sees his future, and all this coming off the back of Trent Boult, also confirming that this was his last T20 World Cup. Another one of those players who isn't centrally contracted with New Zealand. This seems like a pivotal time, doesn't it, for New Zealand cricket? A period of transition, you might say, Jim.
Yes, and you felt that might be coming their way for Australia's performance in the 2 Test matches there, where Australia won convincingly in the first Test, but 5 for 180 chasing 270 in the next, they could well have been beaten, and that would have been a tremendous fillip for New Zealand because they hardly ever win against Australia. So there is some evidence of a little bit of a decline there. Now, Sunil pointed to the fact that some of them haven't been playing enough cricket. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I sort of looked through those teams, and I think New Zealand, they should have done better. And, well, Sri Lanka, they used to be a white ball powerhouse. Won the 1996 50-over World Cup, of course. So, for me, those 2 teams, New Zealand and Sri Lanka, were the real disappointments of the tournament.
So that's Nikesh Regani, Jim Maxwell and Sunil Gupta on this week's Stump, just talking through this T20 World Cup, the success of the associate nations, maybe some of the disappointments as well. Sri Lanka and New Zealand, who haven't had good tournaments. You can hear the whole episode on BBC Sounds from the BBC World Service. My name is Stephan Shemilt. The good news is from Antigua that the covers have come off in this game between Australia and Bangladesh in the Super 8 stage of the T20 World Cup. Australia 64 without loss after 6 overs and 2 balls. Their target is 141. They need 77 runs from 82 deliveries with all 10 wickets in hands. I think I might have given you a little bit of erroneous information earlier on when I said there was only 30 minutes to play with at the end of this game in terms of time lost. It's actually 60 minutes, so we're well clear of that at the moment. When the players do get back on, we expect that there will be no time lost. I think players going to resume in about 4 or 5 minutes time. The little tractors just going around the outfield just to make sure any surface water is removed. There are a few members of the ground staff out there making sure that everything is all okay and good to go. No umbrellas, no officials out there. Everything's dry, and pretty soon we'll see both of those 2 teams reappear in the Australia batters David Warner and Travis Head, that unbroken stand of 64 that they've shared, with Warner 32 not out and Travis Head 31 not out. It just gives us a couple of minutes. I'm alongside Roushan Alam, host of the Bangla Cricket Podcast, just to talk about what the guys on Stumped have been discussing, Roushan, actually. And I asked you just before we went to the tape about Bangladesh. Everything's okay as long as they beat Sri Lanka. Sort of a little bit like India and Pakistan. But on the subject of Sri Lanka and New Zealand, a lot of the focus at this World Cup has been on how the associates have performed well, particularly the USA getting through to the Super 8s, and how it's something that we've been crying out for, actually, as a sport, that our sport is expanded and that more nations are involved and feel that they're part of the big dance. But when a lesser team does well, that means a better team doesn't do so well. And certainly in the case of New Zealand, it really does feel like the end of an era. I think 2014 was the last time they didn't reach the semi-finals of an ICC World Cup, be it 20 overs or 50 overs. That generation of cricketers that just sort of trip off the tongue, led by Kane Williamson, Trent Boult, Tim Southey, probably should have won the World Cup in 2015 when they were co-hosts with Australia, lost in the final to the Australians. Trent Boult has already relinquished his central contract with Cricket New Zealand. He did that a couple of years ago. Hasn't played Test cricket for a little while. Now Kane Williamson has done the same, said that he actually, in the early part of the new year, he wants to explore some opportunities outside of New Zealand. in this country particularly, and certainly with the Euros going on, we talk a lot about golden generations.
Yeah.
That has been a golden generation of cricketers for New Zealand. It feels like it's come to an end.
Yeah, it has done it. I think the nice thing is it feels like it's a golden generation that's coming to a natural conclusion, and we're starting to see the shift. You compare that to Bangladesh, where we've seen this golden generation cling on and not quite move on. Actually, I prefer the New Zealand way. Shakib's still there, Mahmudullah's still there, Tamim no longer plays. Is he going to come back? We don't know. The endings felt messy. So yeah, it's been like an incredible run with this New Zealand team, and it's a shame to see them go out of a World Cup early. But we see that in all sorts of sport. And for me, like big teams like New Zealand going out just shows the kind of growth of the sport. And a 20-team World Cup for me is what a World Cup should feel like and be like. It should feel like a carnival and a festival of cricket, because I think too often with these ICC tournaments, the organisers can look to protect the big teams. They've changed the entire format. The ODI World Cup and made it a very long, arduous league format just to protect the big teams, just to protect the TV revenue. In the Asia Cup, it's created so that basically India and Pakistan might play each other 3 times, and so that kind of stuff. I understand, obviously the commercial side of the game, but it can take away some of the magic of having, a World Cup feeling like an actual global tournament. And, in this T20 World Cup, we've seen a handful of one-sided matches, but actually, on the balance of things, not that many. And the fact that, you're associated...
And they can still be entertaining as well, one-sided matches.
100%, yeah. Watching England, demolish Oman was actually really thrilling, and entertaining watching them just also be so clinical. I think with the case of New Zealand and Sri Lanka, I don't think it's panic stations. I think that, for me, the worry is if you have a tournament where your big teams don't do well, the ICC can panic and suddenly reformat the entire tournament. They did it after the 2007 One-Day World Cup because India and Pakistan both went out, and the big global fixture that was meant to be India versus Pakistan in the second round ended up being Bangladesh versus Ireland. But as far as New Zealand and Sri Lanka go, it's keep your chins up. These tournaments come around very quickly, but I think it's great for the global sport if associate nations are turning up at the World Cup and performing.
I mean, what we can say about the future format of ICC tournaments is they are set. The 50-over World Cup is due to expand to 14 teams next time around. This 20-over format in the T20, this 20-team format in the 20-over World Cup is set. In terms of the immediate futures for New Zealand and Sri Lanka, I guess we should say that fantastic generation of New Zealand players did win the ICC Test Championship, the inaugural winners of that a couple of years ago, so they got their hands on their first global title in the Test format. But the futures of both of those sides are actually intertwined with England, because England go to New Zealand to play 3 Test matches in New Zealand at the end of this year, and then Sri Lanka are coming to England to play 3 Test matches at the end of the summer. And there is a little bit of a question of whether or not Chris Silverwood, who's the former England coach, will still be in charge of Sri Lanka by the time they arrive here. That is for the future. The present is cricket in Antigua, because I'm pleased to say that the players have re-emerged. Behind the pink-shirted umpires, Bangladesh are in their positions. Here come David Warner and Travis Head. Play was interrupted midway through the 7th over. Australia 64 without loss. They need another 77 from 82 deliveries, with all 10 wickets still in hand to reach their target of 141. David Warner, who's 32 not out, he's just rechecked his guard. He's doing some stretches. He's practicing the reverse sweep, which is interesting. That was the shot he played to the final delivery before the rain break when he picked up a boundary. Travis Head is at the non-striker's end, 31 not out off 20 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s. Both these batters at 3 4s and 2 6s. Rishad Hossain is going to continue his first over. He'd only bowled the 2 deliveries, but he conceded 5 runs, the leg spinner. This is the first over outside the power play, when frankly Bangladesh took some tap, and they've turned to Rishad, sort of their trump card really, the leg, and he's bowling now to Warner, who's swiping and missing, aiming somewhere over the leg side. He gets nothing on it. First thing to say is no overs have been lost for this game. That's the 3rd rain shower we've had, but the first time the players who've been sent from the field, because both of the 2 previous showers, one happened before the game, one happened during the interval. But the game remains 20 overs aside. Australia needs 77 from 81, and Warner just carefully this time nudges it onto the leg side. Now they'll think about 2 here because the field's back. He's picked a gap. Travis Head turned but was sent back. Just a single, 65 without loss, Australia.
Yeah, you wonder what effect the rain break can have on these two teams, and I wonder whether it would have given Bangladesh a moment to actually regroup, and perhaps Australia would have perhaps taken a plug out a little bit out of their momentum a touch, because they were really going at quite an aggressive rate, weren't they? So to come back out and pick that up may take a moment or two. Thankfully for them, they've got enough on the board already to not really have to worry about it too much.
Rishad's got a white towel on the back of his green trousers. Ball, Travis Head, trying to make himself some room outside the leg stump. Head trying to drive through the offside against the spin, but Rishad has turned that one back into the left-hander, quite slowly actually, past the inside edge. It's hit the inside of the off stump, and Travis Head has to go for 31. Australia 65 for 1.
Well, it's the leg spinner again. He's the only player that this Australia team haven't really faced and they don't know a lot about. And he's done the trick for Bangladesh again. It's so good to see a leg spinner doing well in Bangladesh, because they don't get played enough, they don't get nurtured or taken through the system, they don't get picked at domestic level enough. So Rishad Hussain paying dividends once again. Brilliant to see, and Bangladesh have a breakthrough. It might be too little too late, but it's a big boost of confidence for Bangladesh.
You're talking, Roushan, about this generation of Bangladeshi players that might be moving on. Rishad Hussain, 21, looks like, he really does look like the future of Bangladeshi cricket. Really talented leg spinner. Could see him potentially being in demand in the franchise world. He can bat. He was promoted up to number 4 earlier on. Gives it a good whack, left-hander. He looks like he's got a big future ahead of him.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, he's really only in the squad because he can also bat. Bangladesh just have this tendency to not go for leg spinners because they've had an abundance of slow left armers. So the fact he's managed to force his way into the team through his batting and is now repaying that faith with the ball is phenomenal for Bangladesh.
Mitch Marsh then, the captain, right-hander in at number 3. His short sleeve shirt riding up his forearms, revealing some big biceps. That's a leg break outside the off stump from Rishad. If you were being really unkind, you would say that Mitch Marsh has been beaten. What he's actually done is played a long way away from the ball, played inside the line, and there was no danger whatsoever. So 7 overs gone, that long 7th over, either side of a rain break. Australia 65 for 1, successful one for Bangladesh. The removal of Travis Head. Thanks for sticking with us throughout the night and now into the early hours in the UK. Listening to us on Test Match Special, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport website and at BBC Sounds. Follow the live text commentary as well of every game from now on in the T20 World Cup. John T. Coleman currently talking through the action on the BBC Sport website. Don't forget as well, keep up to date with all the action from this World Cup and from the Euros on BBC Sounds. Test Match Special podcast, Football Daily podcast. As a new over begins, Warner goes back onto his stumps and just defends into the offside from the off-spinner Mehdi Hassan. This is his 4th over.
Yeah, fascinating.
It's bowled all the way through. Warner again back onto his stumps, nudged into the onside, and Mehdi, it's like a jack-in-the-box, does the fielding off his own bowling. He's got figures of no wicket for 21. But he's going to be bowling his 4 overs straight through. From one end, Warner on 33, waits, pushes off the back foot through a gap in the covers just for a single. He's on to 34, so Mitch Marsh will get his first look at the off-spinner.
Yeah, Nazmul Hussain Shanto is very bold in his decisions. We've not seen Shakib bowl yet, but Mehdi Hassan coming into his first game in this tournament, bowling all the way through. Shanto's not shy with his decisions.
Obviously before you had 2 left-handers at the crease with the off-spinner bowling. David Warner still there and still on strike at the beginning of that over. Maybe just thinking, right, can we get Warner as well? Now he's got the right-handed Marsh in his sights. Marsh back onto his stumps and forcing it back to the bowler. Time not an issue for Australia whatsoever. They need 75 from 74 deliveries. Probably if they had half of that number of deliveries left, they'd still fancy themselves with 9 wickets in hand. Mehdi skips in. Plays outside the off-stump, Marsh. Goes past the outside edge, and Mehdi's got his hands on his head. It's very close to taking the edge. So it goes through to the wicket-keeper, Lytton Das. It's been a good period, actually, for Bangladesh after the rain break.
Yeah, they seem to have regrouped. I mean, we spoke about the conditions maybe becoming slightly more difficult, the dew setting in.
Marsh on strike. Goes back on his stumps. He's leaving a big gap between his bat and his pads, almost playing across the ball, pushes it into the offside, and Mahedi does the fielding again. Off his own bowling to complete his 4 overs, and to complete the 8th over, Mahedi takes his cap with figures of no wicket for 22. Australia 66 for 1 in 10 deliveries since the rain break. They've scored only 2 runs and lost 1 wicket. Bangladesh have regrouped well, and Australia have had the momentum checked.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on. I think Bangladesh, their body language, their energy following that wicket has really, really changed. Obviously, that rain break has just given them time to sort of just go, hang on, let's take stock. What do we do here? It might be too little, too late. I think Australia have got enough on the board to feel quite comfortable with the start and feel very comfortable towards that target. They're taking a little bit of time to get back into gear, but they've got plenty of time for this target. So you still feel Australia are well on their way, but Bangladesh, if they continue with this sort of confidence, could make it a little bit more interesting going through these middle overs.
Well, it's the Bangladesh fans that are up and dancing in the crowd as Rashad Hussain starts a new over, and Warner just cramped for room by one that turns back into him, and there's no run as Rashad fields off his own bowling. I'm fairly certain, you remember the chap who in the first over when Tanzid Hassan was bowled, and he looked like he was in tears with his hands, head on his hand, as Warner whips one through the leg side straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket. So just be a single, 67 for 1. I'm fairly certain that chap is now up and dancing.
Cricket's a fickle game, isn't it? Yeah, well, that's the Bangladesh fans to a T. They support the team no matter what. I mean, I've been to test matches in the sort of early noughties when Bangladesh would take 1 wicket a day and it would get the biggest reception, you know.
Marsh hasn't scored a run yet. He's faced 4 deliveries, the Australian captain. Slip in place. It's the same bowls. Short. Marsh is down on the sweep very, very early. If he'd stood up tall, it's a bit of a juicy long hop to climb into. Instead, he swept it fine for a single, 68 for 1.
Some probing balls from Rashad here. He is the mystery bowler for Australia. They've never faced him. He's not played that many internationals. It has been a real trick for Bangladesh this tournament.
Warner back onto his stumps, nudging past the bowler up towards long on for one more, 69 for 1, taken by Rashad Hussain's boots. They are bright yellow, unmistakable in the Antigua night, and it is getting very late in Antigua, touching midnight.
Yeah, it's him and Shakib. They have the bright boots on the Bangladesh team, I've noticed, I think. Both go for a bright yellow.
Slip comes back in for Mitchell Marsh, who's sweeping. Now there's an appeal there for leg before given by Richard Illingworth. It looked pretty close, you know. I wonder if Marsh might have got some glove or some bat on it, or thinks it's heading down the leg side, because the big captains walked straight to David Warner and said, what do you reckon? They've got 2 reviews, Australia. Marsh, yeah, captain's prerogative. I want another look at that one, but you know what? I think he's gone here, Mitchell Marsh, just for a single, and Australia are going to be 69 for 2.
TV umpire to director, we have a player for LBW.
Paul Horton's just said to me he's given the universal symbol of, I think it might be sliding. Umpire's call for clipping the leg stump, and we can all say it's umpire's call. I thought it looked pretty close on first look.
Yeah, it looked good on first look. Let's have a look at the...
You can just see the bottom of the leg stump behind Marsh's pad as he's hit on the knee roll trying to sweep. It's the second sweep shot of the over he's played against Rashad. The batter goes to the sweep. Sometimes suggests they're not picking the bowler.
No worries.
I'd be very surprised if Marsh gets away with this. Silence has just descended across Antigua. We're getting a look at Ultra Edge now. The other question was, did it just tickle?
Move forward.
No, it's not going to get anything on the way through, I don't think.
Move forward. Okay.
The voice you can hear is the TV umpire, Kumar Dharmasena.
You can go to the ball tracking.
We're waiting for the ball tracking to be loaded up in the truck, and here we go now. Marsh going down to play the sweep shot.
Out. Pitching in line, impact in line.
Paul Horton was right. Umpire's call for the impact on leg stump. Not quite as close as I thought it was on first look, but either way, Richard Illingworth is vindicated. He gives Marsh the finger once more, and the skipper is walking off for 1. Australia 69 for 2, and since that rain delay, which happened, oh, what's that, 2 overs and 3 deliveries ago, Australia are 5 for 2.
Well, it's that man, Rishad Hussain, again. What an impact he's having for Bangladesh, and what a revelation he's been for the Tigers in this tournament. 2 wickets in his 2 overs. I hope some franchise teams are paying attention to this young man.
So Australia find themselves just under a smidge of pressure. I say a smidge, they still need only 72 from 67 balls. And 72 could become not very many at all if this man gets going. It's Glenn Maxwell. I would expect him to play in one way and one way only.
5th gear from the start.
Absolutely. It's 1 delivery, the 9th over to go. Maxwell will have licence. There's a slip and a leg slip in place for the right-hander, which tells you that Hussain is turning the ball both ways. Maxwell, no messing about, he's only batting in a cap. He's got a black sweatband on his left forearm. And the Bangladesh fans are chanting, and Maxwell's reverse sweeping first ball straight to the man at short third, who does well actually to dive to his right. It's Mahmudullah, who is one of the grand old men of Bangladeshi cricket at 38. That would have looked a long way down to dive, but he saved the boundary. Maxwell's underway with a single, 70 for 2 at the end of the 9th, but straight away, Roushan, a sign of Glenn Maxwell's intent.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a, well, you know, playing against Australia, you take a wicket and out walks another aggressive batter. It doesn't get any easier down the order when you're playing against Australia. However, it has just made the game a touch more interesting. It's given Bangladesh a little bit of a spring in their step. Suddenly, you know, the dives in the field are working, they're reaching the ball. There wasn't much of that in the first 5 or 6 overs. But yeah, you have to feel with 71 from 66, Australia still very much in the driving seat, and with Glenn Maxwell at the crease, that target will always look quite easy to get.
I'll be quite honest, I want Glenn Maxwell to have as much of the strike as possible for the next few deliveries. Just 'cause I think it's been quite exciting. Warner looks to have dropped anchor slightly since the rain delay. He's played a couple of swipes and missed, but more often than not been happy to nudge the ball around and run the singles. I don't think there'll be much of that from Maxwell, but he's going to face Mustafizur, the left-arm seamer, his bag of tricks. He's got an incredibly open stance to the left-arm over bowler, Maxwell. He's trying to access the ball. He's on strike now, and he drives classically through the covers, and he might get 4 for it. The outfielder have slowed up with the rain, but Maxwell has played on the up, a glorious cover drive, past the dive rather of the extra cover man. Australia's 74 for 2.
Yeah, beautifully driven. Maxwell was starting off as he means to go on, as we expected he would. Australia have had their blip, and Maxwell, with all those years of experience and his ability in this game, my God, word, which makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not just a piano mover, Glenn Max, when it comes to hitting the ball. Sometimes he can tickle the ivories as well. He showed that with that sort of stroke. Mustafizur's round the wicket now to Maxwell, cramping him for room. It's pushed up through mid-off for a single. Australia 75 for 2. They need 66 off 64. It's just how the game changes with Maxwell's arrival. Australia just looked a little bit tentative, got a little bit stuck after the rain delay. Maxwell straight away coming with the intent, trying to put the pressure back on to the Bangladeshi bowlers. Warner will get his first look at Mustafizur's second spell. It's been left armour to left-hander. Just wonder if Mustafizur's going to have the same success with his slower balls and back-of-the-hand stuff that Pat Cummins had earlier. That's pace on to Warner, who cuts straight to the man at point. Does the fielding on his knees, and there's no run. Warner's got 36 from 27. He's got a big smile on his face as David Warner. He's got this habit of undoing his batting gloves and doing them up again.
Good thing to do mid-ball, isn't it, actually? Might not do that.
I think it could relax you, might.
Yeah, I think so.
Improve the output.
Yeah, potentially.
Mustafizur's casting a shadow in 4 directions from the floodlights. He bowls to Warner. That's a bouncer that Warner ducks out of the way. But Test cricket, that from in a T20 game. Well-directed bouncer. Warner happy to let it go. Remember, he's playing for Australia for what we think will be the last time in this tournament. I wonder if he'll get another go at England, David Warner. One last match against the old enemy.
Well, the way both teams are playing, you wouldn't bet against them re-meeting, would you?
Mustafizur's run is at the the edge of the 30-yard circle. And Warner belts the ground. It's another short ball. This time he's hooking Warner out into the leg side for 4. He's onto that one quickly. He had a sighter from the first Mustafiza bouncer, which he ducked and let go through. The second one he wasn't going to miss out. And with Wimbledon on the horizon, it was just a smash away into open court for Warner. 79 for 2.
Frustrating over from the Fizz. You don't often see him play short balls like that. You know, he's obviously known for his cutters. And there's variation, so it'll be frustrated at that. Expensive one from Mustafiz, and Australia have just regained control after those 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, momentum back with the Aussies. Last delivery of the 10th over to come. Mustafiz remains round the wicket to left-handed Warner. That's a short ball, pace off. Warner waits for it, calmly tickles it off the pads into the leg side for a single. 10 overs gone, Australia 80 for 2. Warner has 41 from 30. Maxwell 6 from 3. Just 61 runs required from 60 deliveries. And Roushan, that little bit of head of steam that Bangladesh just gathered through Rishad Hussain's 2 wickets, feels like it's been snuffed out since the arrival of Glenn Maxwell. And Kevin House is coming in to replace me.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think Bangladesh will rue the start to this defence, because had those first 5 or 6 overs gone differently, had Australia not had as many on the board, they might have been looking at a little bit more of a comeback. However, I think the damage was done in the power play. But Bangladesh do look a slightly different team after that rain break. Obviously had time to think about what was going on, regroup, have a little team huddle. But it's been Rishad Hussain who's made all the damage today. He's the leg spinner Australia don't know that much about, and his immediate impact has been, well, brilliant for Bangladesh, but you just feel too little too late. And with Maxwell at the crease, Australia will look to motor along this. They need to run a ball, but I think they'll get there sooner.
I know for some it's quite early in the morning, but this is the bit where I get to read out one of these promo bits. And it's always a wish for mine, and you'll understand this from your other job as well, that there might be a voiceover agency listening in.
Quite right.
Don't forget to subscribe and listen to the football. Is that a good start?
That's brilliant, yeah. Nailing it.
Don't forget to subscribe and listen to the Football Daily on BBC Sounds, where you'll find our special 4-part series with Wayne Rooney looking back at his incredible Euro 2004. I messed up there. I won't get the job. Euro 2004 campaign. Listen only on BBC Sounds via the Football Daily feed. A little bit of work to be done on that, but I think they got the message.
I think that, when we use that one in the demo, but
yeah, no. We'll edit that. But there's also on BBC Sounds right now as well England's Kyle Walker taking you inside the dressing room to find out what it takes to win over and over again in his new podcast. You'll Never Beat Kyle Walker. Listen on BBC Sound. There are some cracking podcasts on BBC Sound. I know you might think. Good. Yeah. You're involved with that one?
No. I can't go for that one.
No. But you are involved with some others.
Yeah.
Go on, name them then.
The At Home podcast, Radio 1.
Really?
Yeah, the At Home podcast with Vic, Katie and Jamie. That's one of my ones.
All right, good stuff. Big numbers?
Yeah, decent.
Decent numbers.
Decent numbers. Humble numbers. Decent numbers.
You're a humble man. I reckon they're probably more than you're letting on. 85 for 3 went to the 11th over here, and Rishad bowling to Maxwell, who's on 6. Warner 46, but it's 56 from 57 balls, and we are expecting Australia here, despite the loss of those 2 wickets, to comfortably maybe get to the target, but it's for Bangladesh to change the course if they can. And Rishad with figures of 2 for 15 so far. Maxwell's got that. That's gone flat, but I think it's gone for 6 on the leg side. What a strange looking shot that was. But I mean, that was so low, really, for the ground it covered. 91 for 2 in the 11th over. He's an extraordinary player, always has been. I like the fact that you referred to Mustafa as the Fizz. Do you call him that? I love that the Fizz up against the Fizz up against the Max. I mean, I made up that one, but the Max is on form, and he's quickly set about this. He's 12 from 4 deliveries. 91 for 2 in the 11th. He's gone in the same area. This time it does hit the ground and roll, or maybe it pulled back. Nice work in the end, just on the boundary, pulling that one back in. I thought that was going to be a 4 instead of a 6. In the end, it just works out to be a 2, just 2 runs on the board. But he's going that area, onside around about the long on area. Who was it that pulled that back in? Terrific work. Well, actually,
That was
a relay
Tanzim
throw.
Hassan.
Great work. Good dive and pull back in. So still plenty of energy out there. But they know that they're up against it here. They've only set this, what did appear really at the halfway mark, to be a little short of what they needed. And that certainly looks the case now with 48 needed, 55 balls, 93 for 2. Maxwell facing again. And he's driven that out to extra cover. And Shakib will do the fielding. Can't get it past it, therefore there is a dot ball to finish. A dot ball at the beginning, a dot at the end, but 13 runs in between for Richard, who's 2 for 23 from his 3 overs. So Warner on 46, Maxwell 14. Plenty of noise and support still for Bangladesh, but surely they must realise that it's not looking so good for their team at the moment.
Yeah, I think they know Australia well in a way, but Bangladesh just need to try and keep their heads in the game and get something from it, make it difficult for Australia, maybe think about net run rate. I mean, I know Bangladesh will look at themselves as outsiders in this Super 8 group, but they still need to go into these 3 games with the intention of trying to get the best out of it, and if that means frustrating Australia and making it slightly more difficult to get to that target, then so be it. I think that's important for their momentum and their morale going to the next 2 games against India and Afghanistan.
Warner on strike, tasking to bowl his second over. First went for 15. This is in the air. That should have cleared by some distance, I reckon, over square leg. It has indeed. A little pick-up, nicely timed. Just flew away. Brings up the 50 as well for David Warner. Gets there with the 6, the way that David Warner goes about his business. Well, at one point it suggested 100. That still reads 99 for 2. So somebody somewhere just got a little bit premature on that one. I'll do that one again. As he customarily does, he gets to 99 with a 6 in terms of the team score. But he raises back with his 50. And 42 needed from 53 balls. Terrific work from David Warner. 52 off 34, tasking bowls again. Is it going to be a 6 this time? No, just one bounce neatly into the hands of the fielder at backward square leg. That does bring up the Australian 100. 100 for 2 in this 12th over. But Warner with his half century, 53 off 35. He's gone running off somewhere, and I tell you what it is. Exactly. For 1 minute, I almost said there's a protest. But no, there isn't a protest. It's the rain. It's what's this, the 3rd interruption?
3rd, maybe 4th, I think.
Yeah.
4th, we had two in a quick succession during the Australian innings, and obviously one at the start that delayed the toss. So yeah, 4th one today.
I was just thinking this innings, really, because we had one which we thought we'd got away with because it fell during the interval. So as you say, one at the beginning, one in the interval. And this is the 2nd and 3rd. These are sharp, heavy showers, aren't they? Australia 28 runs ahead of the par score. If you needed to know that, you might have been able to guess it as well. So initially the blue tarpaulin comes on, then the white is rushed on beyond and over the top. So frustration in the sense that, with all due respect to Bangladesh, we think we know the way this is going, and it's just really holding up, perhaps, the inevitable. But Bangladesh, of course, whilst there is still some hope that maybe they'll get back out there, will do their best. But I'm going to give that's father and son and mum there. His beard looked, the fellow in the middle, his beard looked just a little bit younger, not quite so grey. The fellow on the right hand side, but. Yeah, I'm afraid the rain is falling again with Australia at 100 for 2 in the 12th over, needing 141 for victory. And not all the faces smiling there either. I'm not so sure if that's a rum shack or it's just a general bar area on the ground. But yeah, the looks on the faces of the Australian players there in the dugout, that looks all fairly relaxed, as you might expect it to be as well, because they've had a good day. They haven't yet completed the victory, and it's impossible for us to know just how long this rain will be around for. The ground staff do a great job on getting this on as quickly as possible, and there are a fair number of ground staff, and it is breezy, which, as we know, around the world, if it's breezy, it'll keep that rain moving across quite quickly. But also, clearly, as it drives in from one side, there's about, what it looks to be a dozen ground staff who actually stand. They don't actually put pegs in the covers there, but they actually stand on one end, which presumably is where the breeze would come in and whip it back up again. So they all stand there, almost as human tent pegs, really, keeping it down. And but we saw that done, 25 minutes ago, and I had a look at that, and I thought this looks, it could be around for a long time, and it wasn't. They were just making sure that they were as efficient as possible. In fact, a few of the ground staff have disappeared already, so maybe that we won't be too long in waiting. But David Warner, you just imagine that he is going to go out with a, not this game, but there'll be more games for Australia, of course, if this is to be his last tournament. You can just imagine, as Stephan alluded to, maybe playing England and getting the big score against England. There's going to be a big send-off for him at some point.
100%, yeah, of course they will. What a career.
It has been. Not always the most popular, sometimes controversial of players, but no doubt as years have worn on, a little bit like you and I, he's grown up and matured. We're not quite as wild and reckless as we once were, if you don't mind me speaking for myself anyway. But yeah, he has been a wonderful competitor. And I'd like to think that one of the things about David Warner also is that, you talked about franchise cricket earlier, that it does appear that franchise cricket has meant that there's maybe not quite the same sort of level of animosity between international players.
Yeah.
Once they've played with with other players from around the world, I don't think it takes away from the edginess of the competition, because even in the nets, and Paul's the man to talk about this, not me. Even in nets, you'll find that players are very competitive, but and always wanting to win. But it does seem as if the game is played with a bit of a different attitude now. Paul, Horton, and not. I'm just thinking about David Warner, who seemed to enjoy the idea of being a bit of a pantomime. A nasty man out there at times, and getting under the noses of certain players, certainly English players, and maybe because of franchise cricket that animosity isn't quite the same, not just towards David Warner but other players as well. Do you think it's changed the sort of rivalry there is?
I think it's a good point you raise. I think it definitely has changed. Understanding of oppositions, I would say, and understanding of different people, and obviously some of these guys are teammates in a number of teams and then against each other in international cricket, so they still play the game incredibly competitive, but maybe there is less of that, as you say, less of that direct anger towards each other, and in the heat of the battle, because next week they're going to be playing for whoever they are together, and they've made relationships, and they're friends off the field, no matter what country they come from.
I was convinced from a distance that was the case, and then there was the Johnny Bairstow incident and the run out at Lord's, and then that left me, because there was quite a lot of ill feeling over that one, wasn't there, when he was run out, and it was Alex Carey, wasn't it, the wicketkeeper, who it seemingly had a massive impact on him, because people really did pile on Australia. There was the hoo-ha with a couple of the MCC members in the long room there at Lord's as well on that one. As you say, because it doesn't take away from the competitive edge. It just makes the atmosphere just a little bit different. And maybe because a lot of these players knew each other from franchise cricket, maybe incidents like that there will still happen. There will be still those ignition points, but maybe sorted out a little more quickly and whatever afterwards. I don't know.
Yeah, potentially. There's obviously going to things that happen, get them in the heat of the battle in competitive, test series and matches and T20 games all over the world. So these decisions are, short and quick, and it happens in the heat of the moment, and then and you develop and move on and learn. Maybe David Warner. It comes with age, doesn't it? We all learn through age to understand ourselves and understand the bigger picture at times. And David Warner's a different man now than he was when he was in his early 20s. We all are. In that indestructible stage of our early lives, we are, and then we learn and develop and get shaped by family, and we become fathers, mothers, and we change on our view on how we handle ourselves sometimes.
But at the time, I remember it being said of David Warner that is part of why he is, at that time, why he is so successful, because he has that side to him. So there is that element to his character and his personality anyway, I guess.
Definitely, he's a competitive winner. He's highly talented batsman, highly talented sportsman, isn't he? He's done that for a number of years. And we can all look back and think we could have done things differently at times and reacted differently and handled things differently. But that's what hindsight is, and if everyone had that, we'd all be doing things differently, wouldn't we? We'd be choosing when it's going to rain, and we'd be choosing when the election is, and all sorts of things would be going on, wouldn't we? So if we had hindsight.
So you could, I can talk to you about the cricketing side. The only analogy I can draw is when I'm driving up and down the M1 for those moments that I can look back later on in life and think, I wish I'd reacted differently. And now I do. I'm thinking, now I have these magic words in my head. It's not worth it, Kevin. It's not worth it, okay? Yes, they've cut you up. Aren't they nasty? It's not worth it. It's not, and I'm sure David Warner's thinking the same thing out there on the cricket field. That is a strong breeze blowing across the ground there. Just have a look at those flags we can see on our monitors. Whether or not it's blowing that rain away quickly enough, we have had so many interruptions of players coming off and on in this game. I, for one, certainly, because I haven't had the stopwatch going, can fully be across how much we've lost of what we believe was 60 minutes we can have had it on. It being a night game. Paul, you've got this theory that it's now locally about 3 o'clock in the morning there. No, it's about midnight, sometime around there. But
It's a late local finish, isn't it? It's a late local finish. I think that the understanding of the 60 minutes before you lose overs is probably what we're understood to believe, and that's quite a long time in a T20 before you actually start to lose some overs and they're chopped off.
Well, I mean, it is UK time just after 5 o'clock, so we may have people just getting up. If you are on the early shift for whatever your job or work may be, to tell you that Australia has been set just 141 to win this one. Travis Head made 31 off 21 balls. Mitch Marsh was only out for 1. We saw wickets there, 2 wickets for Rashad Hossain, but David Warner with his 53 not out of 35 balls, and Glenn Maxwell's 14 off 6 leaves them at 100 for 2 in the 12th over. Earlier, Bangladesh scoring 140 for 8 off their 20. That included Najmal Hussain Shanto with a 41, Tawhid Hudroy making 40. We saw Pat Cummins take a hat-trick, 3 for 29. From his 4 overs, 2 wickets for Adam Zampa. He's doing well in the tournament, second highest wicket taker in the competition at the moment. Mitchell Starc, 1 for 21. Josh Hazlewood, no wicket for 25. He went for a few in his last over, otherwise being extremely economical, as opposed to being extremely economical before that. We saw Marcus Stoinis bowl a couple of overs, 1 for 24. Glenn Maxwell bowled 2, and he took 1 for 14 as well. We weren't 100% sure. You could never be so at the halfway mark, but we did get the feeling it was under par, that Bangladesh score, and I think, if memory serves correct, talking to Paul earlier on here about this, certainly about the 160, 170 marks, really 160, would have been something more like, so at least 20 runs under what they should have been. And of course now, with that benefit of hindsight and the way that Australia have gone about this, reply at 100 for 2 in the 12th over, they certainly do look short still to bat if needed. Marcus Stoinis, Tim David. I love the idea of Tim David going back to this spin bowling, Roushan, and basically it seemed to be because he was just fed up of just standing in the field and doing nothing for half the game. He wanted to become more involved. I love that attitude, standing there thinking, oh, this is a bit boring. What can I do? Oh, I can start my bowling again.
Yeah, I read a quote from him, actually. It was just like, it's sort of coming out all right. It was just a great way to discover that you can contribute with the ball as well. It's good initiative, I guess, isn't it? I mean, we're similar thing in the Bangladesh team. Rashad Hussain wouldn't be in the team if he couldn't bat, because Bangladesh just wouldn't pick a leg spinner. It's not the culture of the cricket. And so, having something else in your army that you can offer to the side, never a bad thing.
Yeah, well, I love that attitude. And, of course, Tim David, definitely one of those, along with Chris Green, maybe a year or two earlier than him, but certainly Tim David, one of those that sort of has made his mark as a franchise cricketer, with the white ball and getting recognised that way. He can be brutal with the bat. He can hit such a long way. So if he can have that element to his game as well, that would be something extra for him to offer not only Australia, but franchise teams.
Absolutely.
Around the world. That rain is not getting any lighter. In fact, to be honest with you, it looks, if you don't mind me saying, terminal at the moment, and more. I mean, we've not seen, even on a night where the rain has arrived from time to time, we've not seen as many covers. Is that fair to say? That looks pretty.
Yeah, it's starting to look quite swimming pool, isn't it? When you can start to see the covers looking quite wet. I just wonder, with in now gone midnight, if I was in the crowd, you start thinking about heading home maybe in this rain rather than sitting around for a game that feels like a foregone conclusion. It's a tough one with these rain delays, particularly on the late fixtures. But yeah, it looks relentless at the moment. The ground staff's still out there, and the cover's looking now quite soggy from where we're seeing them. So yeah, it's not looking optimistic for a resolution of this game at the moment.
I am toying. It's a long time since I've used that term. I'm toying with the idea as to whether we stay here live with you, because I wonder whether they're going to call this off quite soon, or whether we go to hear a little bit of stump, by which time we may come back and find that has been confirmed. So I think I'm going to go for that option. But play interrupted here due to rain. Australia 100 for 2 in the 12th over, needing just 101 to try and get the Super 8 section of the World T20 up and running with a victory here over Bangladesh. So it doesn't look particularly optimistic at the moment, but nothing. Oh, hold on. Have I spoken too early? Is that ground staff starting to move the covers off? Or
the ground staff are certainly moving.
They're moving, or they're hammering it in even more. Down on one knee. I love this game. It is only a game that I enjoy. But trying to work out, is this the ground staff that's saying to themselves, that is it, and we're going to put these covers down even more? I think it is. I think that's I
think it's still. It looks like it's still raining if you look at the floodlights.
Exactly. So, whilst they're doing that, let us, in the meantime, and I think when we come back, we may have news for you that this game is off with a victory for Australia. But in the meantime, Nikesh Regani, Jim Maxwell, and Senil Gupta are joined in the latest episode of Stumped by Head of Performance at Cricket Scotland, Steve Snell, who looks back on their campaign and their 2 wins against Oman and Namibia.
It's an interesting question, I think, because I'm certainly really happy with our performances across the tournament. I thought the players played absolutely superbly. We played a brand of cricket where we tried to ensure that we wanted to lay a glove on our 4-member opponents and really make an impression on the tournament. And I thought we played a really attractive and exciting brand of cricket. But equally, we left at the group stages and didn't progress. So from a performance perspective, really positive. From a results perspective, I think the old adage of looking in the scorebook, obviously we're delighted to beat Oman and Namibia, but still disappointed in a sense not to beat England and Australia. And certainly that first game in Barbados, we thought we were in with a real sniff. The wicket, the pitch wasn't fantastic. So to not have that kind of excitement of that run chase for England was actually really disappointing. Not just for our tournament prospects, but, for the exciting game as a whole, perhaps.
Yeah, look, a lot of people suggesting that wouldn't have been an easy chase for England. 109, the revised target from 10 overs, would have been a very interesting one indeed. Look, there have been plenty of highlights, as you mentioned, through the tournament, those couple of wins that you did pick up. I mean, I was commentating for the BBC on the Australia game, and I felt there were some moments in there where the Scotland side really showed how much they belong on that big stage. They won some big moments in that game. They were, favourites for quite a long stretch until Australia, in that run chase in the last 5 overs or so, just started to take the game away from Scotland. Was that one of the highlights for you in this tournament? If not, talk about some other highlights, maybe some other moments that you can help build for the future with.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think there are plenty of moments we're really happy with. I think that first game against England and not losing a wicket against the pace of Wood and Archer and the emotion of Jofra playing in Barbados with for the first time for England. There was kind of lots of reasons for England to be up and about, and for us to kind of quash that and take all the nerves away. I think that gave the players a lot of confidence and a lot of belief having played so smartly and effectively the first game. If we go then right back to the end of the tournament for us, the getting the rate up, I think the Australians were up to 13 and over with Stonis in, and then that was really the first time I thought, you know what, we're going to win here and we're going to qualify, and then just the quality and the power and the depth of Australia just really kind of shone through. And I think certainly for looking at the depth of talent, where players coming in at 6, 7, 8, can clear the ropes as effortlessly as Australia did, was just showed really the kind of the gulf in opportunities for players. A lot of those Australian team have been at the IPL, played a lot of T20 cricket, whereas the reality is most of our players haven't had that exposure. And I think that showed in that last game. But I think it was really promising for our perspective that we actually we played off the front foot against Australia. I think speaking to the coaches before the game, my kind of one real measurable was that I wanted us to put on a performance. I wanted us to compete. I wanted us to try and win the game rather than just to try and stay in the game. In that sense, multiple moments of positivity, but again, highlights the gulf in opportunities that some international cricketers are getting and some aren't.
Yeah, hi, Steve. This is Sunil Gupta for Akashvani. I'm in New Delhi, and I watched that game. And first of all, congratulations for the type of cricket you played. But earlier in the show and also in earlier shows, we spoke about the associate nations, the smaller nations, deserving more, quote-unquote, respect. Do you think that this expanded tournament will help with perceptions of the associate nations actually being on the same table as the Big Eight or the test-playing nations as well?
I think, firstly, it is a really positive step that it was a truly global tournament. We'd obviously seen it in football for a number of years. You have your multi-country tournaments, and there's always some really good shocks, which are exciting. The jeopardy of tournaments, I think, are what draws people in. I probably can't comment on the perception of others on associate cricket. I'd rather kind of talk about the actions in terms of, as a consequence, what happens in terms of, for example, future tour programs for the ICC. Actually, I'd love to see the action that there is actually more designated windows where associate teams play 4 members. For me, that would reaffirm positive perception amid action, and actually something that is tangible. I think a lot of the things that we're talking about here with I'm really pleased that we are, is about the kind of the respect that associate cricket is earning. It would be fantastic for it to be furthered actually with some action in terms of some more cricket against 4 member nations. And as such, we've recently announced a 3-match series against Australia. Australia contacted us, which I think is, again, a good sign in that regard. So the more mini-series and opportunities we can have to play 4 members, I think that's really important. To come back to your question, I think some of the associate nations did themselves a hell of a lot of credit. I really enjoyed watching Nepal, and not just the kind of passion and fever, which is obviously happening for cricket in the country, but the quality and endeavour and kind of some of the moments they had was fantastic to watch. And so from an associate viewpoint, I thought they were absolutely outstanding, and I guess certainly on a par in terms of ourselves as some of the moments of the tournament.
Jim Maxwell for the ABC here in Sydney, Steve, and I enjoyed watching that game against Australia. Scotland certainly brought some energy and hunger to their performance. Perhaps it was the catching in the end that might have been the difference, with Travis Head being dropped before he really got into stride. How was the Scottish preparation for that game, given that the rain could have got you in to the next round with a bit of luck before the England situation came up?
Yeah, it was certainly a curious week, Jim, in terms of we had 3 games in pretty quick succession in Barbados and Antigua, and then we found ourselves in St Lucia for a week with a game at the end of the week. So England had to play twice and Australia once before then we played again. So I think certainly there was that kind of excitement, but also the unknown, which I don't think is ever helpful in preparing for a game. And even as much as in the afternoon of the game where it's raining for England in Antigua, and you start kind of thinking, and if it carries on raining, then we're through, and that'd be great. And all of a sudden it's the sun comes out and England play an 11 over game, and you kind of start maybe thinking about things that you can't control, like David Visa opening the bat in, for example, for Namibia may have been handy in some instances. But yeah, just those thoughts quickly disperse, and then all week pretty much the kind of messaging was, look, we're going to have to beat Australia to qualify, and that was the focus. Whether or not the players managed to hold on to that, I don't think we'll ever really know, but certainly it it was a curious week in terms of preparation for that, but also a really exciting one because there was a huge carrot at the end of the week. And not just that, because we don't get the chance to play 4-member teams that often. Just the occasion of the game, in essence, was fabulous for our players to be a part of.
Sunil here again, and you were talking about England. And we all know the needle between Scotland and England, not just in cricket, but in soccer and so many other things. Now, at one stage, you had England's fate in your hands. You really did. Virtually till the end of the group stage. Is that something that players were conscious about? It was somewhere in the back of their minds, or was it just the game that you were concentrating on?
Yeah, I think that rivalry does go back a few years, and the players, I think, are always going to get one over on England. That is for sure. I mean, I think being English myself, I'm kind of getting a little bit of stick from the players across the tournament, but it's all kind of friendly rivalry. But I genuinely believe that the players were more interested in their own progression. And I think there's a lot of respect in terms of between the two sides. And I think ultimately we wanted it to be us rather than anybody else. In particular, I guess, there is that sense of potential satisfaction. Just the gulf in resources between ourselves and England and indeed Australia is so stark that actually it would have been one hell of a story had we managed to knock England out. But, alas, it would have been on net run rate the other way around. It would have been absolutely fantastic to go through on purely sporting merit. And I was coming back to the start of the show, the 10 overs in Barbados would have been really interesting if we were given that opportunity.
Jim, back here for a moment, Steve. Yeah, just about Scotland, this T20 series against Australia coming up. I don't really see cricket as a particularly Scottish game. I think about football. So, but the Scottish fans embraced cricket a little bit more, perhaps, after this experience?
Yeah, I think, that there's a lot of exciting things happening in Scottish cricket. Our women's team qualified for the World Cup for the first time. I was out there in Abu Dhabi with our team, and we beat Ireland in the semi-final to qualify for the World Cup in Bangladesh, and that created a huge ripple across Scottish cricket and a lot of really interested parties, which was fantastic to see. And I think that's certainly been furthered by the World Cup escapades and the coverage that we've been receiving, really positive coverage. And I guess, I'm quite new to Scottish cricket myself. I've been in post as head of performance since December, so I'm still finding my way in the territory a little bit. But, what I'm hearing is, real engagement and interest in a 4-member coming to players in a 3-match series. So I'd like to think the kind of the romance in me says that, more people are interested and engaged and I want to come and buy tickets. And I guess, from a participation perspective, there's loads of people playing cricket in Scotland, loads of club cricket happening, loads of matches taking place across pathway, women and girls, and men's cricket. So, yeah, I see probably a greater depth of interest than potentially the perception. Naturally, there's a lot of rugby and football, which is talked about in Scotland, but I think the cricket is emerging and showing that it's a real force. And I think there's some really good work going on behind the scenes at Cricket Scotland to encourage that.
Steve, Nikesh again. You spoke about having more opportunities for Scottish cricket is the best way to develop cricket in the country. Look, that series against Australia is part of that. It's a stepping stone in the right direction. But this summer also sees the start of the Scottish Super 10 T10 franchise competition in Aberdeen. How important will that be in the development of improving the standard of Scottish cricket? And how big could that tournament potentially be with the addition of overseas players allowed in there?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept. I think obviously the world is kind of pretty saturated with the franchise competition, so that the fact that we managed to find room for another one is interesting. But I think, however we can bring top international cricketers to Scotland, I think is really important. And from our players' perspective, because they don't get a huge amount of opportunity, I think it's going to be useful in terms of our development and critically give our players an opportunity to make a living as professional cricketers as well. I think the gulf in economics is reasonably stark between some of our international players and some of the other 4-member teams. So to actually have that opportunity for the players to play against top players, but also an opportunity for them to make a living in Scotland, is going to be great, I think.
Sunil here again. Now, we've spoken about this World Cup and what it's meant to you and how close you came to qualifying for the Super 8s. And, of course, the Australia series, the T10 coming up. But one of the things that the associate nations do want to play is the full game, Test cricket. And we know that there's a big gulf between what happens at the white ball level what happens at the red ball level. Now, the takeaways from this World Cup, how do you see those helping you and taking you to that next stage? I mean, playing white ball cricket and the type of cricket you're playing is terrific, but I'm sure that in the back of your minds, there is this thing about getting down and playing test cricket as well with the big nations. What is this path that you think the next few years are going to help you do, and the takeaways from this World Cup are going to help you with?
It's a really interesting question. I think it's certainly, to be honest, the test cricket isn't something which is on the radar at the moment for us. And that's got nothing to do with the interest in terms of test cricket. I mean, personally, I love red ball cricket. The reality, our national sides are only playing white ball cricket at the moment. We don't have a professional infrastructure in Scotland to support professional red ball cricket. So the reality for us is making sure we're as strong as we can be in T20 and white ball cricket, and encouraging the love of all cricket in our boys and girls and our men's and women's teams, and just try and encourage our teams to be as strong as they can at the level they're playing at. But at this stage, I don't think test cricket is a realistic ambition, particularly in the short term, but certainly kind of playing cricket and trying to aspire to be full members in the future. White ball and T20 perspective, I think, is imperative, but I think test cricket isn't something which is on the agenda, which I guess is almost indicative in terms of where the world game is at in terms of test cricket. And that's not in the interest in terms of people who follow it, but just actually in the growth of test cricket. There's no doubt that isn't growing.
Well, Steve, we look forward to seeing a lot more of Scotland in T20 World Cups and in white ball cricket against some of the test-playing nations in the future. Thanks so much for the entertainment in the West Indies and the US, and thanks for joining us here on Stumped.
Great, thanks for having me.
Head of Performance at Cricket Scotland, Steve Snell, on the latest edition of Stumped, which you can get your podcasts from wherever you get them. BBC Sounds, of course, being one of the places. Nikesh Regani there, along with Jim Maxwell and Sunil Gupta, talking with Steve. Indeed, it was an interesting, exciting story for Scotland in the competition. I'm afraid there is very little which is either interesting or exciting about what we can see at the moment in front of us, which covers ground stuff coming back on to the field. Whether that's because it has stopped raining, it's not that easy for us to see. What's the latest in terms of, was it 54 minutes past the hour we have to start by? Was that what was that? Do you need to press your button? You press your button and off you go again.
It's not like a working radio. You'd think I'd be beaten. No, I'd put a mic on. 12:45 is the local cut-off.
45.
Yeah. So
okay.
I think we've already started to lose overs.
I think the rain may have stopped, actually. I think that's why the groundsmen are sort of trudging out there. I think the rain may have stopped.
Trudging in that sort of way which says, why are we bothering?
A little bit. Obviously, given the score, what overs may be left, and there may be a possibility, it was mentioned just off there that possibly Australia might be already ahead of their revised Duckworth-Lewis target, depending on what overs are left. But the rain has stopped, I think, is why there is a bit of activity.
Okay, that's Paul Horton, also Roushan Anam, who has you talk about podcasts. You're from the... You are. It is you. You identify as Bangla Cricket Podcast. Latest editions?
Do you know what? I've not done one for a little while since I had a baby.
Not?
Because I've got a newborn baby at home. It's hard to do a podcast with a child.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. But you're still happy for the name to be out there,
100%.
having a bit of profile for it.
100%. Yeah, we'll return with the new season very soon. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Bangladesh post this tournament, building into the next World Cup.
All right. Pitiful excuse as to why you stopped, though. To be honest,
newborn baby. It's very difficult.
Well, there we are. Anyway. But we brought you in for not only your expertise on Bangladesh cricket, but your passion. And for those that are joining us, maybe just getting up with the alarm going off at 5 o'clock or just after, you missed quite an exciting and emotional little section of the innings, the first innings, when Bangladesh were batting, when you really got quite hopeful at one stage that something magical might be happening, but it doesn't look like it did in the end. 140 for 8, the Bangladesh total, and Australia going along really nicely, 100 for 2. when the rain, the last lot of rain came, we've had a few interruptions, but in the 12th over 100 for 2. And including to DLS, they were 28 runs ahead of where they needed to be. David Warner's not out 53 off 35 balls. Glenn Maxwell 14 off 6. But from your perspective, it's just more of the same really from Bangladesh in this match, is it?
Yeah, I think the main focus has been on Bangladesh's poor top order batting. Unfortunately, that continued today. You know, they were down on a wicket for no run. Nazmul Hussain Shantho and Nitin Das came to the middle, and both of them are batters who have been out of form for some time. And they both, again, just struggled to get going. You could see it from their body language and the shots they were selecting. There were nerves there. They weren't sure whether to go and attack or play cautiously. And in the end, the power play, despite only losing 1 wicket, didn't accrue enough runs for Bangladesh to really have a decent foundation. So it felt better than some of the previous batting performances, in as much as Bangladesh had wickets in hand going into the final 10-12 overs. But by that point, they were well behind what would have been a decent power play score that would have gone on to set up a decent final score. And I think just those early overs, those dot balls to Nitin Das, really cost Bangladesh setting a decent score today.
I think the covers are being taken off, so we may see some more live cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this match. North Sound in Antigua, Australia versus Bangladesh. It's hard to know, and especially within this tournament now, but it also may be hard to know how they're going to regain the form and confidence, the Bangladesh, because it was very clearly and obvious, wasn't it? There was very little confidence out there, tentative, and just to be nervous really with all that cricket they've got behind them. But
yeah, I mean, they sort of sleepwalked into this tournament a little bit. I think the T20 form has not been brilliant. They've won the odd game. They beat Sri Lanka in a match. They beat England. They've beaten Afghanistan. But overall, the performances haven't been brilliant. They've also relied on home conditions a lot. Their prep coming into this tournament was a series against Zimbabwe, which they won comprehensively, but didn't particularly look in any sort of decent form. Then they went to play against the US of A, which they lost 2-1, and that's sort of served as a wake-up call. But unfortunately, they've not really fixed any of the issues that Bangladesh have seen for the last 3, 4, 5 years. The lack of big hitters, the lack of death bowlers. And they've come to this tournament, and I think, if I'm honest, conditions have just favoured them. They've played on pitches where they can play like a one-day side. They can have low totals that they defend. They can rely on their bowlers, and they've come to this game here today against Australia against a far stronger batting attack than they've faced so far in the tournament, a far stronger bowling attack, and they've come undone, and they've been exposed for the issues that we already knew existed. And so I think Bangladesh needs to shake up a little bit and wake up and figure out the solutions to the problems that they currently have in T20 cricket. Otherwise, they'll end up sleepwalking through tournament to each other.
Stephan Shemilt, is that your sign for saying it's all over? No more? And they do. Thank you, Steph. I mean, it really was, and bring me the official wording because I think it's important that you do. Australia have beaten Bangladesh by 28 runs under the DLS method. Stephan has decided that, by the way. There's no official wording from anybody else. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he is the chief writer, and if the chief writer says that, I go with it every time. But the other clue that maybe that it is actually officially off, and it's not just Stephan making it up over there, is the fact that numerous people of all sorts have gone onto the field of play, and which also gives the impression that that maybe even the TV company and the crew are just lining up to drag a few players out to be interviewed. But it is a worry for Bangladesh, because they really did look out of sorts with the batting, Paul. They really did.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Roushan said about Bangladesh and where they are with their cricket, and they did look out of sorts. I think we've got to take it into context a little bit. They're coming up against a very good bowling attack in the Australian side. It's a well-rounded bowling attack, and they've also, although some of their conditions may have suited them similar to what they play on back in Bangladesh, they have played on some surfaces that haven't been free-flowing for stroke play and big high scores. So if you play on some of the surfaces that aren't as good as some of the others, and then obviously you get in, these low scores, you come unstuck, you get a bit of ill form because of those things, and then you lose confidence, and that all compiles, doesn't it, when you come to an economy. If they'd have played in a couple of other different games in different countries, then they might be scoring more freely, the batters, and the bowlers wouldn't have been as successful. The bowlers have had more success on the surfaces that have suited the bowlers a little bit, but it's pretty glaring to see what where their challenges are. They lack power in their batting, don't they? If we're honest with them, they lack power. There's some glimpses today. Shanto, brilliant. Hidroy, really good as well, but they do lack some power running through their order. It was a steady innings with glimpses of power without having sustained power. You looked at the way Australia approached their innings. Warner and Head is pressure back on the bowler and power coming at you. They just don't have that.
Well, thank you very much for now. Just remember what you said there, because it was really good. And I want you to say it again in a few minutes' time, because we'll need to put it out on a programme later on. Every word of it, okay, in the right order. Coming up at 3:15 later today, though, we've got England versus South Africa, where you'll be able to hear Paul in the interval talking about such matters. But the big game, really looking forward to it, obviously, because two teams who could go on and win the competition, but meeting the Super 8s here, England and South Africa. Darren Sammy's National Cricket Stadium, St. Lucia, is the venue for that one. So we're on air at 3:15, but the game itself will start at 3:30. There's so much more to come over the weekend as well. So if you need to find out what is when and where, you go to the BBC Sport website. They've got all the different matches and the starting times, whether it be in the middle of the night UK time or not, or the other place to see these matches, of course, because every ball is being covered on BBC Sounds. If you go to the 5 Sports Extra site of that on the BBC website and BBC Sounds, you'll be able to get all the information as well. But that is it. We wrap it up for our coverage of live cricket here right now with a victory for Australia. So Australia win this match against Bangladesh by 28 runs under the DLS method. So in this particular group, big wins for both Australia and India. They're off and running in the Super 8s. But for myself, Kevin Howells, and all the team that have been with you through the night, and the production team as well, we wish you a very good morning.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think, or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport. You're listening to the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app.
So, Ned Hall with you in the host studio, and it's a win for Australia by 28 runs under the DLS method. Comfortable win in the end, despite the losses of both Travis Head and Mitch Marsh, who went with only scoring 1 run. But Australia getting the job done. David Warner unbeaten on 53 off 35 deliveries, hit 3 sixes and 5 fours in that score. And Glenn Maxwell, a brief cameo out there, 6 deliveries faced, 14 runs scored, 1 4 and 1 6 for Glenn Maxwell. So Australia start the Super 8 campaign with a victory, a good win too against Bangladesh. Now next in action again, it'll be a 10:30 start to the match against Afghanistan on Sunday morning. We'll be on air on the ABC Listen app. Look for the special World Cup cricket button at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning. Brett Sprigg will be taking you through all the action in the grandstand studio. That's when we'll get underway, and that's the match against Afghanistan. So that's the next match for Australia in the Super 8 phase, but other matches to be played between now and then. Some crackers coming up overnight at midnight Australian Eastern Standard Time. It is England taking on South Africa. That should be an absolute cracking game, with England having played very well in their first Super 8 match to comfortably see off the West Indies. South Africa still give you a few worries, don't they? They were a bit up and down. They got the job done against the USA, but at one stage they let the USA get far too close for comfort before they eventually took the final few wickets and wrapped up the win in their first match there. And it's the USA and the West Indies who take on each other as well tomorrow morning, and that'll be available on the ABC Listen app. And once again, that will be from 10:15. Will be on air. West Indies against the United States. Then overnight on Sunday, the early hours of the morning, they're worth paying attention to this match as well, because it's also in Australia's group, and that is Bangladesh taking on India. Bangladesh really didn't get going in the match today against Australia, and it's interesting hearing one or two of the expert commentators in the commentary earlier on talking about the fact that Bangladesh, although their winning record was quite good going through the first group stage at the T20 World Cup, they were never really challenged. They never really had to chase down a big score, and they always seemed to play pretty much within themselves. So they certainly had more of a challenge against Australia, and they'll get more of a challenge against India as well in the early hours of Sunday morning before Australia plays its next match again, as I say, Sunday morning there. Now, plenty more still to come. Coming up shortly, if you're listening on ABC Sport Digital Radio, we'll be off to Nesian Footy, and then after that, we'll have Sport and Spice, and then football on this evening as well. Big match in the AFL tonight. It is at the MCG. They'll have a huge crowd in to see the match between Carlton and Geelong tonight. Carlton up to second place on the ladder now, and it's the Dolphins taking on the Storm in the NRL. So big matches coming up this evening in both the AFL and the NRL, and you'll catch every match across the AFL and the NRL on the ABC Listen app over the course of this weekend. So that's all for us for now. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
It's like a jungle sometimes, it makes me wonder how I keep from going under. It's like a jungle sometimes, it makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Broken glass everywhere, people pissing on the stage, you know they just don't care. I can't take the smell, can't take the noise, got no money to move out, I guess I got no choice. Rats in the front room, roaches in the back, junkies in the alley with the baseball bat. I tried to get away, but I couldn't get far, cause a man with a tow truck repossessed my car. Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge.